Some things happen without explanation. Some experiences haunt people for a lifetime. This is where I tell those mysteries. And remember, not everything can be explained. Story. I took a job as a remote corrections officer at a strange prison. I wasn't broke, but I wasn't far from having to sell my car and move into my dad's basement. When you are short on options, you tend to not look a gift horse in the mouth. At least, that's what I tell myself when I think about how I ended up as a remote corrections officer for some weird kind of prison. The job announcement was short on details, but it said they were looking for candidates to be remote corrections officers. Apparently, there is a shortage of people who want to get into that kind of work. And since teleworking has become the norm these days, the prison decided to try remote officers. The announcement promised good money with minimal training and no need to go hands-on with the prisoners. I'd be able to work from home, so it seemed like a no-brainer for me to apply. I told my friend Shayna about it after applying, and she thought I was crazy. Why would you want to be a prison guard? Sounds super gross and kinda rapey. She had a point, but there wasn't anything she could say to sway me. It's easy to take the moral high ground when there's money in the bank and the bills get paid on time. When I told my dad about it, he said anything beats having to take me in as his basement monster. He was joking, but he had a point. I needed a job. The next day, I got a call from an unlisted number. I usually don't answer those since I wouldn't want to talk to someone about my car's extended warranty. But I had a feeling it might be about the job. It was. The person who called me was Ms. Tucker, who identified herself as a civilian employee in human resources. She asked me if I had time to talk about the position. I told her I'd be happy to discuss the job, the benefits, and the pay. She told me some things I wasn't expecting. The first was that the job was truly remote. There would be no swearing in ceremony or uniform issue. I would perform the full duties of the position from my home. As for benefits, I would be hired as an independent contractor, so there would be no medical, dental, or 401k. The pay, she said, would be in cash at the completion of every shift rotation. Ms. Tucker asked me if I was with her so far, and if I had any questions. I had several. This sounded wrong on so many levels. I asked if this was a private, for-profit prison. I know I told you earlier about the moral high ground and paying the bills. But something about that idea really did not sit well with me. I don't know. I guess it was the idea that someone would be making money off of someone else paying for their crimes. Ms. Tucker assured me that was not the case. But that secrecy was required since the warden did not have full approval to hire remote officers. Apparently, this would be some sort of pilot program to show that the officers could do their jobs effectively and not get some sort of god complex from having power over the prisoners without having to interact with them. I asked about the pay, and why it would be in cash. Ms. Tucker told me the answer is the same. That the pilot program required the remote officers to be paid from a separate funding source since the warden could not show the new hires officially on the books. And that the cash was provided by a philanthropic donor who was interested in modernizing the corrections system. My questions stopped when the next thing Ms. Tucker told me was I would be eligible to receive a $10,000 signing bonus. And that the pay for each completed shift rotation would be $3,000. In cash. I was sold. Ms. Tucker told me there were a few more things to cover. The first was the shift rotation. Remote officers would work 6 days in a row to complete one rotation. And then they would get 6 days off. Then she told me each day would be a 6-hour tour, followed by a 6-hour break, and then another 6-hour tour. Apparently, it's a modified type of submarine schedule that allows the officers to work a 12-hour day without going completely insane from the monotony of corrections work. Ms. Tucker explained that the job would not be exciting, and that the prison I would be working at would not be like anything I had expected from movies or television. She also told me that my actual duties would be to observe and report, meaning I would watch the prisoners and report any violations to the officers who were on site at the facility. Mostly I've been paraphrasing what we talked about, but one thing in particular really stuck with me, to the point that I remember exactly what she said. We were wrapping up the screening interview, and she asked me if I had any questions. I didn't know what to say, but I felt like I should say something. So I asked her what to do if I see something like on television. Something like a prisoner getting shanked or someone escaping. She told me the prisoners rarely injure each other, as the on-site officers are quick to intervene. Then she paused before saying, "As for escapes, nobody escapes." She said it with a casual finality that didn't sit right with me. It didn't help that she let out a little chuckle at the thought. I thanked her for her time and asked what would be the next step in the process. She told me the screening interview was done, and that I passed, and all that was left was for me to accept the position. I immediately agreed, too scared to lose out on the opportunity. She confirmed my home address and told me that someone would be by later that day to deliver the workstation and some additional paperwork. I asked if I could call her if I had any questions, but she told me not to worry, and that she would call me during my first week to make sure everything was going smoothly. About an hour later, a delivery driver stopped by to give me a plain-looking cardboard box. Inside it was a laptop computer, a small envelope that was nearly bursting with fullness, and a handwritten note on a piece of paper. The box had no return address. The envelope contained $10,000 in cash. It looked real, with just a faint odor that made me think it had been in storage somewhere. And the note simply said, "Welcome to the team. Your first shift starts tomorrow at 6 a.m. Don't be tardy." It was not signed, but the author must have been pretty bored while writing it. It had a little doodle in the lower left corner. That night, I splurged on fancy ramen from a nearby restaurant and went to bed at a reasonable hour. I didn't sleep well, nervous about the new job. I gave up on sleep around 3 o'clock, and decided to set up my workspace. When I opened the laptop, I was surprised to find there was no keyboard. Instead, there were 2 buttons, a small power button in the upper corner, and a single large button in the middle of the area where the keyboard should be. There was also a sticky note that said, "See, I checked the box." But I couldn't find the power cord. I also couldn't find any inputs for the computer. No USB ports or outputs or anything else. When it got close to the start of my shift, I opened the laptop and pressed the power button. The screen showed nothing but a countdown timer. It said I had a little over 7 minutes until my shift started. I poured myself a fresh cup of coffee, used the restroom, and stretched a bit. My cat was examining the food I had put out for him earlier. Some sort of debate about whether or not he would eat it. I'm not sure if those theatrics were for my benefit or his. Mitty always licked the bowl clean after his little show of contempt for the meal. I guess he was my prisoner. In a way. At 6 o'clock, the screen lit up. It showed a large kitchen, dining area, with tables to seat about 100 people. It was empty, and the lights were dim. But I could see movement in the back, where the kitchen area was. I guessed someone was making breakfast for the prisoners. After a few minutes, the lights went on, and a door on the left opened up. A man walked in. He was crying and he seemed confused. I couldn't hear him. There was no audio. He didn't look like a hardened convict. He looked like some guy you live next door to that sells insurance and drives a Kia. He walked to the other side of the room and tried to open a window. I hesitated, almost pushing the button. Was this a violation? An escape attempt? I had no idea what I was doing. The door on the left opened again and more prisoners walked in. The first several ignored the crying man and formed a queue toward the kitchen area, where I noticed trays had been pushed out toward the dining area. Another prisoner walked in, a younger guy with long hair, who immediately noticed the crying man. He ran over to him in an obvious attempt to stop him from opening the window. He had a look of worry on his face and was shaking his head back and forth quickly, clearly telling the crying man to stop. I guessed this was a violation. I put my finger on the button and was about to push it when the crying man stopped, faced his would-be savior, and screamed. Then he shoved the younger guy away and started again at the window. I pushed the button, and the screen went blank. About a minute later, the screen resumed, my view the same. The first prisoners had gotten their food and sat down to eat. The younger guy with the long hair was next in line, and the crying man was no longer crying. He was lying on the floor near the window, curled up in the fetal position. He had pissed himself, and he looked like he was in shock. I felt bad about pushing the button. I'm not sure what happened, but I guess the on-site guards intervened and scared him really badly. He didn't look like he had been beaten up or anything. He just looked like he'd seen a ghost or something. More prisoners came in, got their food, and sat down to eat. They didn't seem to talk to each other, or look at each other, or do anything other than eat. The younger guy with the long hair, who I decided kind of looked like his name would be Sam, not sure why, the uniforms had no names or numbers on them, was seated with some other prisoners and was eating, glancing over at the crying man from time to time. I noticed that he was chewing his food more slowly than the other prisoners. I guess he wasn't hungry after seeing what happened to the crying man, who looked like he might be named Eugene. Yeah, Eugene, the boring insurance salesman. Sam was chewing his food, but he stopped and spit out a piece that must not have agreed with him. Probably a bit of shell in the scrambled eggs or something. I guessed. I mean, it's prison food, right? Can't expect it to be perfect. Then he looked right at the camera. Right at me. The look on his face wasn't defiance. Not exactly. But I think he was waiting for me to push the button. I didn't. What's the violation? Not eating your breakfast? That can't be wrong in any prison. So I didn't push the button. Then, Sam threw up what he had eaten onto his tray. Again looking at the camera. Looking at me. Waiting. I didn't push the button. What was the violation? Prisoners aren't allowed to get sick? This didn't make any sense. The other prisoners at his table stood up, taking their trays to the opposite corner from where they got them, dropping them off, and exiting from the door they came through. It looked like they had all eaten their meals completely. Maybe it was a rule that prisoners had to clean their plates. Well, shit, nobody told me. After a few minutes, the cafeteria emptied out, and there was only Sam and Eugene left. Eugene was still on the floor. Sam was still at the table, taking turns looking at the camera and looking at his new friend. Sam stood up and walked over to Eugene. He said something to him, and Eugene looked up at him, then glanced over at the kitchen, and then looked over at me. He nodded, then stood up and walked over to the kitchen, where there was a tray of food waiting. Apparently the prison made just enough meals for each prisoner. Eugene brought his tray over to Sam's table, and sat down across from him. Sam's tray, vomit and all, was still on the table. They talked, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. I'm not good at lip reading, so I was going off of body language. Sam was doing most of the talking, his gestures making me think he was explaining the rules to Eugene. Eugene must have been a new prisoner since he was the only one who didn't get in line, didn't eat in silence, and was foolish enough to try to open the window. After a few minutes, Sam gestured to the trays, then to the camera, me, then back to the trays, and finally to the door on the left. The message to Eugene was clear, and clearer still to me. It's a violation to not eat your meal. Eugene nodded, then slumped over the table and started crying again. Sam sighed, looking up at me, waiting for me to push the button. I didn't. Eugene might be breaking the rules, but it was his first day. What was I supposed to do? I waited, not sure what to do. I checked my clock. It was only about 20 minutes into my first shift on my first day. This place was crazy. Sam kept talking to Eugene, kept looking up at me. After a few minutes, he pulled Eugene's tray away from his side of the table. I didn't expect what happened next. Sam looked up at me, and he shrugged as he started to eat Eugene's food. He ate methodically, without any joy. It must have gotten cold while Eugene was busy trying to jump out the window. Sam looked at me the entire time he was eating. When he finished, he stood up, walked to the far corner to turn the tray in, and then he walked out of the door on the left. Eugene was alone in the cafeteria with Sam's tray, vomit and all. I didn't know what to do. I think Sam may have broken a rule by taking Eugene's food. But maybe the rules weren't that clear. I watched the nearly empty room for about an hour, and nothing had changed. Eugene had slowed his crying, but he was still slumped over the table. Without touching the button, the screen went blank on its own. It stayed blank for about 5 minutes. And when it resumed, Eugene was sitting at the table, eating from Sam's tray. He had pinched his nose shut with his left hand, and was scooping the food into his mouth with his right hand. He moved like someone who had gone into autopilot. The on-site officers must have done something to scare him straight. I didn't understand why I wasn't able to see them arrive to enforce the rules. All I know is both times the screen went blank, and when it came back, some sort of order had been restored. What I was watching was gross. But was it really so wrong? Rules have to be followed. Escape from prison isn't allowed. Failing to finish your meal isn't allowed. While Eugene ate, I considered the situation. Yes, it was weird. But maybe it wasn't wrong. After all, these were prisoners. They did something to end up here. Right? Prison isn't supposed to be fun. Eugene finished his meal. He stood up, looking worn out, shaky. He picked up the tray and walked toward the far corner. He dropped off the tray and walked toward the door on the left. The door opened before he got there, and a new prisoner walked in. An older guy with a mop and bucket. The older guy gestured to Eugene and then pointed toward the area by the window where Eugene had pissed himself earlier. Eugene shook his head and walked around the older guy, still headed toward the door. The older guy turned toward Eugene and said something else. Pointing at the camera, Eugene shook his head again and put his hand on the push bar to open the door. The older guy yelled something, and Eugene stopped. He turned toward the old man and flipped him off, then moved toward the door again. I pushed the button. About a minute later, the screen resumed, and Eugene was alone in the room. The older man was gone, but the mop and bucket remained. Eugene wasn't using them. He was on his hands and knees, licking the floor where he had pissed himself. When he finished, he walked over to the mop and bucket and started pushing them toward the door on the left. The bucket was mostly full, and he was careful not to spill anything. He got about halfway across the floor. Then he stopped and looked at me. He said something that I couldn't hear, but he spoke slowly, saying 6 words. He pulled the mop out of the bucket and squeezed the excess fluid back into it. Then he set the mop down, got on his knees, and stuck his head in the bucket. I held my breath, afraid to do anything, afraid he was going to die, afraid he wanted to die, afraid I was responsible for what happened to him. When I finally gasped for air, and I saw Eugene's head was still in the bucket, I realized there was nothing else for me to do. I pushed the button. I finished my first shift. But I have a ton of unanswered questions. What is this prison? Where is it? And who ends up there? Are they murderers and child molesters? Or are they some kind of political prisoners? I have no idea who really runs this place. All I know is I'm supposed to press the button when a prisoner breaks a rule. I don't even know what exactly is a violation. It's all guesswork. I had been watching a cafeteria inside the prison, and a guy who I decided to call Eugene, just to give him a name, had broken some of the rules. He tried to open a window, and he refused to eat his meal. Well, he refused to eat a meal when the cafeteria emptied out, and he was there by himself. He said something into the camera to me, and then he stuck his head in a bucket of water. I'm not saying he was a bad guy, but he was off to a rocky start, and I think he may have been trying to kill himself. Weird way to go, but maybe he was desperate. I didn't know what else to do, so I pushed the button. The screen went black, and when it came back, Eugene was gone and the lights were dimmed in the cafeteria. Nothing happened for the next couple of hours. I sat there watching the camera, wondering what I was supposed to do. I thought about walking away from the computer and maybe watching some television or something until the cafeteria opened back up. But it was my first day and I wanted to be on my best behavior. I'm glad I kept my eyes on the screen. After a while, the lights brightened, and the door on the left opened. An older guy who I had seen before walked in. He was pushing a mop and wheeled bucket in one hand, and he was carrying a smaller bucket in the other. The smaller bucket had some rags and a spray bottle, and he walked around the cafeteria, spraying and wiping down the tables and chairs. When he finished, he walked back to the wheeled bucket and then turned to face the camera. It was like he was looking right at me. He arched an eyebrow, and I thought he was checking to be sure I was watching him. He smiled, then pantomimed a belly laugh. Like he knew I couldn't hear him. He pointed at the bucket, and then pointed toward the floor, where Eugene had been lying after pissing his pants. The older guy laughed again. An exaggerated belly laugh to tell me that what happened to Eugene was a real knee slapper. Then he actually bent down and slapped his knee a couple of times. Prison must be pretty boring. Why else would this guy bother to make sure I knew he thought this whole thing was hilarious? It didn't make a lot of sense. But I just chalked it up to prison making people a little loopy. I knew he was crazy when he lightly slapped his forehead, a gesture of forgetfulness. He took the spray bottle and unscrewed the top. Then he poured the contents into the wheeled bucket. He turned away from me, and seemed to be unzipping his fly. I think he was urinating into the spray bottle. This had to be a violation. What the hell was wrong with this guy? I pushed the button. The screen went black for about 5 seconds. And when the camera view resumed, the guy was still doing his business into the spray bottle. He finished and zipped up, then screwed the top back onto the spray bottle. He turned again to face me, and he fucking winked at the camera. I was too surprised to do anything. Although I guess the only thing I could do was push the button again. I decided to call this guy Kenny, after a television character who just didn't give a fuck. I don't know exactly what his deal was, but Kenny seemed to have gotten away with a violation, since the button didn't change his behavior. He started doing a little dance around the room. Then he shimmied his way back to the wheeled bucket, where he scooped up some of the fluid inside with his hand and drank it. He looked at me again, and gave me a chef's kiss. This guy was off his nut for sure. He took the mop out of the bucket, as if he was about to start mopping. But then he paused again. He laughed without facing me, and I think this was a real laugh. Not a show for me. He turned toward the window and started running for it. He jumped, grabbed hold of the cage around the window, and started pulling like his life depended on it. I was so stunned that I didn't do anything for a few seconds. When my mind cleared, I pushed the button. Nothing happened. The screen did not turn black at all. Kenny pulled a few more times. Then he let go and dropped to the floor. He walked back toward the middle of the room, then faced me again and gave a dramatic bow. He then held out his left hand, palm up and flat, and, with a bit of a wind-up, he firmly pushed his right pointer finger into the palm of his left hand. He looked right at me and slowly shook his head. The message was clear. He knew I pushed the button and he knew it didn't do anything to stop him. He blew me a kiss and walked through the door on the left, leaving the mop in both buckets. A couple of minutes later, the lights dimmed, and the cafeteria stayed that way for the rest of the first part of my shift. Eventually, the screen went black on its own and a countdown timer had started, signaling that I now had a 6-hour break before the second half of my shift. I looked down and saw that Mitty was curled up at my feet. I scratched behind his ears. Then I got up and stretched a bit. I almost walked away before remembering I was supposed to push the other button, the power button, in between shifts. I pressed it, and the screen went totally off. My phone rang. and I realized I had spent the entire shift without looking at it once. I checked the phone, and saw that I was missing a bunch of calls and texts. Shayna was calling me now. She told me she was worried about me, and she wanted to know how the job was going. I apologized and told her I didn't hear the phone ring, and that the job was really weird. She snorted and said I was a goody two-shoes prison guard who turned off the phone to brown-nose the new bosses. I knew she was just teasing. Still, it felt weird to have missed all those alerts. I mean, what I saw on the screen was intense. But I don't usually lose track of things like that. I told her I had the next 6 hours off before my next tour. And I asked if she wanted to come over for lunch. She said she had to get back to her office for some big meeting with a bunch of sales reps from the different branches at her work. So she'd have to call me when she got done. I wasn't really hungry, but I made some tea and ate a few crackers. I wandered around my apartment, trying to think of something to do while waiting for my turn back at the new job. I sat on my couch and just sort of zoned out for a few hours, only snapping back when my phone rang again, this time from an unlisted number. I answered, believing it would be my contact from Human Resources. Ms. Tucker. It wasn't. You're doing quite well, so far. Best not to get discouraged on your first day. The voice was really hard to place. I think its owner was an older man. Maybe someone from outside the country. He had a bit of an accent that was hard to pin down. I thanked him and asked who I was talking to. He said, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. This is the warden. I wanted to check on you before you got back to your shift." I told him I was okay, but that I had a lot of questions. My mind focused on Eugene and Kenny. Instead of telling him I had invented names for the prisoners, I just said I had seen some stuff that looked unusual. He said, "We get a fair bit of unusual around here. New arrivals need time to adjust, and you'll have to excuse our trustees. They sometimes get a little carried away with the extra privileges they receive, and they may be tempted to play a prank or two on the new hires. Sometimes they even feel as if they are part of the staff." I asked the warden how he knew what I meant about seeing unusual things, and he let out a small laugh. "Please forgive me," he said. "Quality assurance always monitors new hires on their first day. It's standard procedure, and they report your progress to me. Once you have proven yourself, you will be monitored less frequently." I was being watched, evaluated, even. I knew I had to be on my best behavior. "I had better let you go," he said. "Your next shift starts in about 7 minutes. Toodles." He ended the call, and I checked my phone. Shit, he was right. Nearly time to start again. Where did the time go? I rushed to the bathroom, then to the kitchen for another cup of tea that I carried to my desk. I pressed the power button with 2 minutes to spare. The timer ticked down to 0. And then I was once again watching a dimly lit cafeteria. After a couple of minutes, the lights grew bright, and prisoners started to walk in through the door on the left. The prison must have been co-ed. These were women. They all wore the same boring beige uniforms, and they queued in an orderly fashion. There were no Eugenes in this group. The prisoners got their food, sat down at the tables, and quietly ate their meals. When they finished, they dropped off their trays and walked out through the door. This was the kind of boring prison experience I was hoping for. No fighting, no vomiting, No need to push the button. The lights stayed bright after the last of the women left. Nothing happened for a few minutes. And then I saw Kenny walk in with his mop and buckets. He put down the cleaning supplies and faced me, this time giving me an exaggerated shrug. He took the spray bottle and rag, and wiped down the tables and chairs. Then he took the mop and wrung it out over the wheeled bucket. And he mopped the floors slowly, deliberately. He wasn't in a rush. When he finished the right half of the room, he lit a cigarette and smoked it while waiting for the floor to dry. He flicked the ash into the wheeled bucket as he smoked. When the first half was dry, he moved the bucket on that side, and mopped the left side. When it was done, he waited again. I guessed he wasn't a big fan of leaving streaks on the floor, and that he was waiting for the left half to dry before pushing the wheeled bucket over it. All in all, it was an orderly production. A lot less eventful than the last time I saw him. Maybe someone had talked to him about his antics. He smoked another cigarette while the left side dried. And then he walked the wheeled bucket to the door without any fanfare. Kenny backed into the push bar to open the door, and he was carefully pulling the wheeled bucket. He got about halfway out when the door suddenly slammed shut, forcing Kenny back into the room as he tripped over the bucket. The bucket tipped over and spilled onto the floor as Kenny slid on his belly into the middle of the room. Whoever shut the door on him really slammed it shut. Kenny jumped to his feet to face me, and he held up both hands with a single, desperate plea. Wait, I know I said I wasn't good at lip reading, but this one was easy. It was only one word, and there was no pretense here. No joke. He was afraid, and he wanted me to help him. He took the mop and reset the bucket, and he started frantically trying to sop up the spill before he was caught. The only problem is, he was already caught. I saw what happened, and I knew it must have been a violation based on how Kenny responded. Seeing as he had no problem fucking with me, I had no problem pushing the button. The screen went black for about 2 minutes. When the view resumed, there was no mop, no bucket, and no Kenny. That is, unless you count the shoe that was lying sideways on the floor. I didn't get to see what happened, but I imagine the on-site officers had to drag him away for his punishment. And he lost his shoe. Poor prison Cinderella. Maybe he shouldn't have pretended to urinate in the spray bottle or fake like he was making an escape attempt. The rest of the shift was uneventful. Nothing happened. Nobody to watch. No buttons to press. The lights were dimmed for the rest of my shift. And when it was over, I turned the computer off and checked on Mitty. He was looking out the window. I put more food in his bowl, then looked at my phone and saw that my dad had called. I can't believe I missed his call too. I called him back, but it went to voicemail. So I texted him good night. Shayna had texted as well to say she was going on a date with a guy from work, and she would text me if she needed an emergency phone call. I had several hours before my next shift would start. Oddly, I wasn't tired at all. I thought I would be exhausted after being up for over 18 hours. But I felt fine. Maybe this submarine schedule had something going for it. I watched some television, did some online shopping, and tried reading a book. But I kept thinking about the new job. Weird as it was, I kind of liked it. The pay was great, and I think I must have been halfway decent at it if the warden would think to call me during my first shift. The next shift started, I was back at the cafeteria. And this time, the men came in. I saw some familiar faces in the first few prisoners. The long-haired younger guy the first called Sam, and the crying insurance salesman type 1 called Eugene. They sat at the same table but didn't even look at each other. It was very nice, very boring, exactly what I hoped to see. I noticed the last prisoner in line was Kenny. He had gotten his shoe back, and he stepped forward to get his tray. Kenny looked positively defeated. He walked to an open table and sat down. He looked at his food and started to look up, and I thought for sure he was going to look at the camera. But he stopped. He looked back down and started eating in that same robotic way the other prisoners did. I know prison food isn't supposed to taste good, but everyone here ate like they could barely stomach the meal. When they finished, the prisoners walked to the tray return at the far corner and left the cafeteria. It was very quiet, very orderly, and very uneventful. I was relieved. For the next shift, the women came in again. I hadn't given any of them names because they weren't doing anything that required recognition. But this time was different. One of the prisoners bowed her head in prayer, and another one took the opportunity to push some of her food onto Mother Teresa's tray. Knowing that I was being watched, I decided to push the button even though I thought it was kind of funny for someone to prank a prisoner in prayer. It didn't seem like a big deal, but this was still my first week. The screen went black for almost 15 minutes. When the camera resumed, the room was almost empty. Mother Teresa was lying on her table. She had some kind of a funnel in her mouth, and what must have been her food had been crammed into the funnel. Almost like she was being forced to swallow it. She wasn't moving. I thought she might be dead. But there's no way the on-site officers would let someone die. Right? I pushed the button again. But nothing happened. I stared at her body for several minutes. And she did not seem to be breathing. After a while, the door on the left opened, and two prisoners walked in. One was a balding middle-aged guy, and the other was a younger woman with a short afro. They walked over to Mother Teresa, picked her up and carried her over to the far corner. They pushed her body into the tray return, and then the man took her tray and returned it too. They walked out as if nothing weird had just happened. Something really fucking weird just happened. The lights stayed bright in the empty room for a few minutes. And then the door on the left opened. Kenny walked in with the mop and buckets. He looked like shit. He gave me no theatrics. No dancing. No pantomime. No cigarettes. He cleaned the cafeteria thoroughly. When the left half of the floor was dry, he started to leave. He almost made it to the door. But he stopped and turned toward me with tears in his eyes. He gestured. Hands together, please. Shook his head, don't. Then put his left hand out, palm up and flat, and pushed his right pointer finger into the palm button. Whatever. Man, he didn't do anything wrong. So I didn't push the button. The screen went black anyway. As a remote corrections officer, I watch prisoners on a laptop from home. There is no audio, but I see the video feed from a camera inside the prison. All I have to do is watch the prisoners, and press a button on the computer if they break a rule. The problem is, I don't know what the rules are, and I don't know what happens when I push the button. The screen goes black, and I can't see the punishment the prisoners receive. I have considered that this might not be a real prison. And it's all some sort of experiment to test me and see if I go on a power trip or get petty and abuse the prisoners. I didn't think that's true, but I decided to test it for my last shift. No matter what I saw on the screen, I wouldn't push the button. The punishments I've seen don't seem to fit the crime. So I figured it wouldn't be bad to give the prisoners a break. I haven't really been sleeping. The days are weird. A 6-hour shift followed by a 6-hour break. Then another shift and another break. That marks one full shift. 6 of those make a full rotation. And after that I'm supposed to get 6 days off. Oh, and get paid $3,000 in cash for my efforts. I should be exhausted after just a couple of days at this job. But I feel okay. I've had time to make some notes about this place. And try to be there for my dad, my best friend, and my cat. Speaking of Mitty, I put out his food before starting this latest shift. And His Royal Highness promptly ignored it and booked it for the window to watch some birds outside. Maybe he's spoiled, or maybe he wants to catch his own food. But he always makes a production out of not wanting to eat the food I get him. I guess that's something he has in common with the prisoners I watch. The gruel just ain't that appealing. I sat down at the computer with a cup of coffee and a banana. I started my shift, once again watching the cafeteria. I wonder what other areas there are in this place. Is there an exercise yard or some sort of workshop? Do the prisoners stamp license plates or what? I'm not going to lie. This job seems pretty boring. That is, when the prisoners aren't dancing, puking, or dying. I watched as the women came in and queued for their meals. I don't know if this was breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I have no idea where this place is. Since it's a remote job, the prison could be anywhere. Anyway, nothing happened during the meal. But when the first group of prisoners got up to return their trays, I noticed one of them jumped the line to turn her tray in and leave the cafeteria. I was previously told that I was being watched and evaluated as a new hire. But there was no way I was going to push the button over such a trivial offense. I observed, but I did not report. The women left, and a few minutes later, a trustee came in to clean the cafeteria. I don't think I had seen this person before. He was young, possibly still a teenager. He looked like he had no idea what he was doing. He mopped the floors first, and while they were still wet, he walked over them to spray and wipe down the tables and chairs. He then went to push the mop and bucket out of the room, leaving long wet streaks on the floor. I am pretty sure that's some sort of violation based on what I've seen. This place is ridiculously strict. But I didn't push the button. Fuck it. I bet nobody ever showed him how to do it. As he walked through the door, the kid looked up at the camera with a quizzical expression. Happy trails. Hard. The next couple of hours were pretty quiet. The lights dimmed in the room, and I couldn't see much on the screen. I kept my attention on the screen, just in case something kicked off. But it was hard to stay focused when there just wasn't anything happening. Based on the last few rotations, I figured there would be another meal service for the male prisoners before my break. My mind wandered, and I had some vague notion that I should be checking on Mitty. Before the idea could properly take shape, the lights in the cafeteria brightened. The men walked in. These fuckers must have known I was determined to not press the button. The way these guys were acting, you would have thought the class knew there was a brand new substitute teacher. I saw one guy tickle another one in line. At a table, one prisoner started drumming a beat on his tray. And I'm pretty sure the guy next to him was beatboxing. This was ridiculous. I started to think that this whole thing really was an experiment. And these guys were in on the joke, trying to goad me into pressing the button. I wouldn't budge. No button. No cry. Things came to a head when the last table had finished their food and was heading to the tray return. A tall, skinny guy tripped over his own feet and fell into the guy in front of him, who was pushed into the guy in front of him. It looked like some knockoff slapstick from an old variety show. That's how cheesy it looked. These guys were definitely acting. The third guy, who must have spent a lot of time at the prison gym, turned and punched the second guy square in the mouth. I didn't have a great angle on it, but the punch looked pretty real. The first guy was saying something to the athlete, possibly apologizing, but Muscles wasn't having it. He kicked the skinny guy in the ribs, buckling him over instantly. Muscles took his tray and brought it down hard on top of the second guy's head. The second guy dropped like a sack of potatoes. 2 down, and Muscles looked like he was ready to keep fighting. After a couple of seconds, he looked around the room like he was expecting the goon squad to come rushing in. But I held off on calling the cavalry. Muscles picked up his tray and returned it before walking out of the room. The tall, skinny guy helped up the sack of potatoes, and both of them returned their trays and limped out of the room. The cafeteria was empty again, but the lights stayed on. Maybe someone else has a laptop with one button that works the cafeteria lights. I heard a beeping noise coming from my computer, and I looked down to see that the button was faintly glowing, some sort of backlight. I guess. I wondered if it was a clue or prompt for me to push the button. Or maybe a test to see if I was still there. I ignored it. The door on the left opened, and the long-haired younger guy that I named Sam walked in. He didn't have a mop or a bucket. He wandered around the cafeteria for a bit, seemingly lost in thought, and then he walked toward the camera and looked right at it. Right at me. He lifted his eyebrows and his arms. And then he took a more obvious approach. He stuck out his left hand, palm up and out, and he pressed a finger straight into his palm. Where's the button? I had no way to communicate back, so I did nothing. He looked at me for a minute or two, and then he sighed, and I think he mouthed the word, "Okay." He took off his shoes and threw one at the camera. It bounced off and fell down, out of my line of sight. I did nothing. He threw his other shoe, but it went wide. Maybe this place was in another country. I think shoe throwing is an insult in some places. That had to be a violation. But I didn't care. No button. No cry. Sam took his pants off. Maybe he figured nudity was the next best way for a button press. I wasn't impressed. There's nothing he's got that I haven't seen before. He walked to the window and threaded one leg through the cage. Was he trying to escape? I didn't think it would work. I've seen a guy pull on that cage with all his might, and it didn't budge. I'm not sure what flossing a pair of pants would do to open the window. I didn't realize what he was doing until he squatted down with the pants looped around his neck. He was cutting off his own circulation. He was hanging himself. If this was fake, it was a fucking Academy Award-winning performance. He looked like he was starting to lose consciousness, and his feet started to slide out from under him, his socks gliding on the floor. I decided I could live with failing the experiment. I pushed the button. The screen went black for about 5 minutes. When the camera turned back on, the only change was to Sam's face. It had gone a purplish blue. His eyes wet and bulging. If he wasn't dead, he would be soon. I panicked and pushed the button again. Nothing happened. I pushed the button a third time, and the screen went black. A countdown timer appeared to tell me I had 6 hours until my next shift. I felt like I was going to faint. I started to stand up, but I ended up spilling out of my chair and onto the floor. I closed my eyes for a minute, and when I opened them, Mitty was inches from my face, loudly meowing at me. I had somehow ended up in the kitchen. Maybe I was trying to splash water on my face or start the kettle. I felt sick. I think Sam may have been dead, and I dreaded the thought of the opening view of my next shift being his corpse. My phone started ringing. It was coming from the couch. As I got up and walked over to answer it, I realized I had a funky taste in my mouth. I think I may have passed out and bitten my tongue. I know people say that blood has a metallic or coppery taste, but I've never found that to be true. I answered the phone. It was the warden. "Oh my," he said. "Quality assurance has told me you have failed to identify several violations today. I really thought you showed a lot of promise. Are you no longer interested in this employment opportunity?" He sounded positively giddy. Not at all what I would expect for someone who was chastising a new employee. "Perhaps we could find a better role for you in another capacity?" I apologized and told him I wasn't feeling well, that I liked the job, and that I really needed the money. He said, "How about we make a deal? I'll agree to forget your lapses in judgment today, and you'll agree to be more judicious in your review of acceptable behavior of those under your purview." I had a hard time concentrating on the conversation. I felt like hot garbage, and Mitty would not stop whining at me. It took me a couple of seconds to agree to the warden's proposal. "Excellent," he said. "There's hope for you yet. Say, you'd better snap to, old chap. Your next shift is about to begin." I asked him to hang on, and I told him that couldn't be right. My last shift had just ended. How could I be back in the saddle already? He sighed and said, "Not the brightest bulb, are we? Seems to me that someone must have pushed your button." As a remote corrections officer, I watch prisoners on a laptop from home. There is no audio, and the laptop only has 2 buttons: a power button to start and stop the view, and a single button in the middle that I'm supposed to press when I observe a violation. I still don't know what a violation is. I've gotten no training, minimal information, and I don't know anything about my actual employers. For all I know, this prison is located in Antarctica or even Atlantis. When my next shift started, I was once again watching the cafeteria. It was empty, the lights dim. I saw no signs of the younger, long-haired prisoner I called Sam, just to give him a name. I thought he might be dead after an apparent suicide attempt. The dim lights made it difficult for me to see, but I didn't get a sense things were amiss. At the far end of the cafeteria is what I thought of as the kitchen. I have yet to be able to see back there as the lights don't really brighten, even when the dining area lights do. I could tell there was movement in the back. What I presumed was the kitchen staff making the meals for the prisoners. The prisoners get their trays from the left side of the wall. Then they move to the dining area to eat. When they are done, They return their trays along the right side of the wall. Once, I saw two prisoners pass the seemingly lifeless body of another prisoner through the tray return. So maybe there's a morgue inside the kitchen? I don't know. This place is so weird. When I think I've got something figured out, something else bizarre happens and I'm back to scratching my head. The lights brightened, and soon after, a group of male prisoners entered the cafeteria. I watched the group, looking for familiar faces, like the troublemaker I called Kenny, or the sad sack I called Eugene. Hell, even the Three Stooges who got into a fistfight the other day would have stuck out to me. But I didn't recognize any of them. That was until I saw the last prisoner queue up for his meal. He was looking at the floor, and he had cut his hair short. But it was Sam. I was sure of it. He got his food, and went to a table, taking care to sit with his back facing me. They must have run out of actors and had to reuse a previous cast member. I was angry. No, I was fucking livid. This whole thing was some sort of experiment to see how much they could get me to push a button for some perceived offense that would be met with a disproportionate response. I was their little guinea pig for some kind of sick mind game. If the pendulum inevitably swings in the opposite direction, I decided my previous pledge to not press the button would have to be met with an outsized flip-flop. I was going to give my finger carpal tunnel syndrome from the amount of presses I was about to do. I knew the meal service wouldn't last more than a few more minutes before the first prisoners finished eating and left the room. So I had to act fast. I scanned the room, looking for violations. One guy had a shirt slightly untucked. Button. Another guy coughed without covering his mouth. Button. One guy crossed his feet under the table. Straight to button. One guy smiled a bit when he took the last bite of his meal. Believe it or not, button. I must have hit it at least half a dozen times in 3 or 4 seconds. The screen went black for a few minutes. When the view resumed, the cafeteria was still fully occupied, and nobody had moved from their seats, even though most of their trays were empty. The prisoners who I had been looking at when I pushed the button stood up and walked over toward the caged window on the right. They knelt down in front of it, their bodies sideways from my perspective, facing the window. From my angle, I could not see outside the window. I'm not sure what they were looking at, but they were completely transfixed by whatever was out there. The door on the left opened about halfway, and 2 claw hammers came sailing through the doorway. They hit the ground about 10 feet into the room and slid until they almost hit the line of kneeling prisoners. More theatrics. Was I supposed to think there would be some bludgeoning of the prisoners over smiling or crossing their feet? I called bullshit and waited for the screen to go black again. Probably to give the producers time to substitute fake corpses and spray fake blood. This place was getting predictable, and I was ready for the experiment to end. The screen went black, and a 20-minute countdown timer appeared. This wasn't right. My shift had barely started. Did I somehow lose track of time again? My phone started ringing, and when I turned toward the sound, Mitty jumped from the couch and sprinted out of the room. I guessed he was still mad at me. I walked to the couch and looked at the phone, expecting an unlisted number. It was my dad. He sounded awful. I asked him if he was okay, and he told me he was sick. He said he wanted to go to his doctor, but there were no available appointments today. I was going to offer to drive him to the hospital in town, but I was cut off by my call waiting alert. Wouldn't you know it? An unlisted number. I told my dad I had to go and I promised I would call him back soon. I switched over to the incoming call. I was happy to talk to the warden, determined to demand answers and solve the mystery of the absurdly theatrical experiment. What were the rules I was supposed to be enforcing? Are these real prisoners? If so, why all the secrecy? I had my fill, and I was going to turn all that energy against the warden. But it wasn't him. It was the human resources civilian, Ms. Tucker. Ms. Tucker told me that she had authorized the 20-minute break to allow me to prepare for my upcoming and-scheduled overtime shift. I told her I was done playing these games, and her voice focused with a sharpness that could cut glass. "You don't understand, Rook," she said. "When the warden offers an overtime shift, you do not turn him down." I was done. Fuck this job. Fuck this experiment. Fuck this cloak and dagger bullshit. I told her I quit. Ms. Tucker didn't say anything for a few seconds. When she did speak, her words were cold. "I think you understand by now that abandoning your post without being properly relieved is a violation. No matter how you feel about the behavior you've seen, the depths to which people will go to preserve some sense of autonomy, or the seemingly disproportionate way reactions are assigned to actions, you would do well to remember it's better to be watching from the camera than to be watched by it." The call disconnected. I decided to finish my first shift rotation to get the rest of the money. And then I was going to quit with $13,000 in cash and a story I could tell for years to come. I had better things to do than play prison guard. If I'm being honest, there was a part of me that was a little nervous at the idea of being selected to be a prisoner. Despite my innocence, and despite my belief that the whole premise was bullshit, the overtime shift was a sad little joke. I watched a group of women, none of whom I'd seen before. This one must have been a recording, since someone took the time to add digital effects to the video playback. One of the prisoners had a pixelated blob floating over her face, preventing me from seeing anything more than a blur. I bet they realized they forgot to have her sign the release for her likeness before they finished shooting the scene. And it was cheaper just to keep her in the recording and blurred out. Either that, or it was the prisoner I called Mother Teresa, whose supposed corpse was fed into the tray returned. I decided it was probably Mother Teresa since the blurry prisoner was vaguely familiar. Nothing interesting happened. Eat, sleep, repeat. No theatrics, no tests, no button. The women left, a trustee cleaned, and the lights went dim for a few hours. Yawn. The screen went black, and a countdown timer appeared to advise I had 7 minutes and 6 seconds until my next shift. Fuck. I guess the overtime meant I would have to pull 3 shifts together for 18 hours straight. I hoped that meant I would be able to get even more money out of this bullshit human behavior experiment. The only thing keeping me going was the money. I was surprised I wasn't falling asleep where I sat. There was no time to think about it. So I didn't. I jogged to the kitchen, filled the kettle, fed the kitty, and found my phone. I decided to bring it with me to my desk to record the screen. I wanted proof of, well, whatever I could record to document this insanity. I stopped in the bathroom, then returned to the kitchen to grab a mug and start the steep. When I got back to my desk, I sat down and pressed the power button to start my next shift. When the screen lit up, the view had changed for the first time I could recall. I thought I was still viewing the cafeteria. But the camera had panned to the left and zoomed in to a door. The door through which so many prisoners had passed was now in front of me. I waited for something to happen. Somehow mesmerized by the sight of a door. I had completely forgotten about my phone. My focus was finally broken free by a housefly that landed on my screen. I absently waved my hand to shoo it away, and my finger grazed the screen. The view changed as the camera panned to the right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Did this mean I could control the camera this entire time? I couldn't believe my luck. Or maybe my stupidity. After moving the camera, a small reticle appeared in the middle of the screen. I felt so stupid. So very, very stupid. I tested pinch to zoom. Yeah, that worked too. The warden was right. I was not the brightest bulb. I played with the camera for a few minutes, trying to zoom into the area where the prisoners got their trays. Hoping to see something useful, I zoomed out, looking over the entire cafeteria. It was spotless. I couldn't tell if this was a still frame, or a live feed, or a video playback. The lights brightened, and the door on the left opened. I decided to test out the reticle. I zoomed it in, focusing on the door, the reticle in the middle of the entryway. Once again, I went trigger happy with the button. About a dozen prisoners made their way into the cafeteria, and this time there were several men and some women mixed together. I decided each one of them would get a button press. I didn't even bother trying to justify a violation. If this whole thing was some dumb game, then I wasn't worried about breaking it. After the last button press, the door shut. The first prisoner was at the front of the queue, waiting for his tray, but no trays were pushed out from the kitchen. The prisoners didn't move for a few minutes. They stood and waited. I zoomed to their faces, hoping to recognize one of them, but I didn't remember any of them. There must have been some movement at the window, because the group turned to look at it. I wish I had audio to hear what was going on in the room. It looked like they started singing. That sounds a little silly, but I don't know how else to describe it. Their mouths open as if stretching out the words to fit some foreign melody. The prisoners walked toward the middle of the cafeteria, where there was an open column that separated rows of tables. They formed a sort of loose circle, although they stayed focused on the window, singing, or chanting, or whatever they were doing. When the song stopped, the ones closest to the window turned inward so they were all facing each other. Without a shred of modesty, they stripped naked. I didn't even think to press the button. This whole thing was so bizarre. I'll admit it, this little experiment had me as transfixed as those prisoners were by whatever was outside the window. The screen went black, while I was waiting for the video to resume. I finally remembered my phone. Well, I remembered it because I realized it was ringing. I looked down to see it was an unlisted number. I answered it, and I was surprised to find myself happy to hear the warden's voice. There's just something soothing about it, even when he's not being kind. This time, though, he was positively tickled. I knew I saw something in you. Kiddo, he said, you've come so far in such a short time that I've decided to give you a promotion. Be a dear and go answer your door. Be sure to bring your workstation. As soon as he said it, there was a knock on my door. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation, or maybe it was the way he talked, but I was moving without debate. When I got to the door, I opened it to find a delivery man with a cardboard box. The warden told me to take the box and hand over the computer. I did as he asked. Then I shut the door and walked back to my desk. "You'll want to open it before I leave you," he said. "As I understand it, you've been hoping for further instruction on your position." I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife to cut the tape. I kept the phone to my ear, afraid to miss anything from this delightful man. I nestled the phone to my ear as I cut the tape and opened the box. My fingers pinched high on the blade to ensure I didn't accidentally overpenetrate and damage the contents. I had a feeling there would be a reward inside since the warden was so pleased with my work. With the box open, I found a new computer and 2 envelopes, each stuffed with cash. A promotion means more than responsibility, the warden said. You'll find your compensation has been increased to match your contributions to the team. I can't believe I would have settled for $13,000 earlier. There must have been more than that in this one payment. I thanked him and asked about the further instruction he promised. You've seen that it's important to identify which of our guests is in violation. And you've learned how to pick them out of the crowd. Perhaps soon you'll see the steps we take to impugn their indignancy. We are counting on you to light the path to their atonement. Well, look at the time, he continued. You'll never guess when your next shift starts. I asked him if it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 minutes. He laughed, and I thought it was genuine. Kid, you might just make it. Je vous sais. He disconnected the call. I felt elated. I opened the computer and was about to press the power button when I stopped. I saw the power button and the punishment button, but this computer had a third button. There was a sticky note that said, "Do not press lightly." Beneath it was a small doodle. De rigueur for these endowments. To start my next shift. You'll never guess what I did. As a remote corrections officer, I watch prisoners on a laptop from home. There is no audio, and my old laptop only had 2 buttons. A power button to start and stop the view, and a single button in the middle that I was supposed to press when I observed a violation. With my promotion, I got a new laptop with a third button, but I had no idea what it did. I decided to try it during my next shift. I was running behind, with just enough time to use the restroom, make some tea, leave out some food for Mitty, and call my dad. The battery on my phone was drained, so I plugged in the charger and made a mental note to call him after this shift. I also thought I should text Shayna to make sure she's okay. I hadn't talked to her in a while, which was weird for us. I'd have to do something nice for all 3 of them when I finished my first rotation and got 6 days off. I now had plenty of money to really treat those who were important to me. I never knew my mom. She died when I was 2, leaving my dad to raise me. My dad and I are really close because we only had each other for years. He never remarried. Her passing was so shocking that he walled himself off. We don't talk about my mom much, but he always made sure to let me know that we could. And he always asked how I was feeling, like he didn't want me to bottle up my emotions. I once asked him if I was at risk of dying too, and he needed a few minutes to tell me it was possible, but also that he thought I would be okay if I had a good support network and didn't get hooked on drugs. I didn't have any pictures of her in my apartment, but I did see their wedding photos every time I stopped by the house to hang out with my dad. When I was younger, I tried to picture my wedding day, but it felt about as realistic as my fantasies of becoming an astronaut or a world-famous magician. If I'm being honest, my dreams were never that big. Looks like I ended up as a weird prison guard instead of a Nobel laureate. Sorry, Dad. Then again, maybe this was all some twisted experiment on me. And the prisoners were actors. I might be contributing to some great psychological research. See you in Stockholm, Ms. Tucker. My throat felt a little raw, so I poured some honey in my tea and stirred it as I walked to my desk. I powered up the work laptop and decided to try the new button straight away. No sense in waiting to see what it did. The screen lit up, showing a countdown timer with a minute to go. I had the previous 6-hour period off. No forced overtime. I don't think I slept. But I'm not really sure. My thoughts outside of work have been scattered. I often imagined myself still at my desk. Still watching. Still judging. I must have been sleeping at some point. Right? It's not like a person can go days without rest. Speaking of time, was I getting close to the end of my first shift rotation? I couldn't tell. I just knew the warden was pleased with my work, and he rewarded me with a bonus and a promotion. I don't know what I would do with 6 days off from this fascinating, frustrating job. The shift started. My view was the cafeteria. I tested the new computer, and I found that gestures on the screen still allowed me to pan, tilt, and zoom. The door on the left opened, and a group of women walked in and queued up for their meals. This was a smaller group than I was used to seeing. Only 5 prisoners. I picked one at random. The one in the middle. She didn't do anything wrong. But I was past the point of justifying my choices. I pressed the new button. The button barely moved, and nothing happened in the prison. I tried again. No dice. It's like something in the computer was physically blocking me from fully pressing it. I decided not to press the other button. The punishment won. Maybe I was getting soft in my old age. But I liked her curly hair. So I just watched as she and the other women got their food and sat at the same table. I remembered someone suggested I try to zoom in on the food to see what they were eating. So I did. It didn't look particularly gross. It looked like chicken curry with a side of rice pudding. When I zoomed out to see the whole cafeteria, I noticed a new prisoner had entered and was picking up a tray. Her face was pixelated. Did that mean this was a recording that had been digitally edited? I couldn't tell if this was the same one I had seen before with a pixelated face. It could be, but it was hard to tell when they all wore the same uniform and I saw so many prisoners per shift. She joined the others at their table and started eating. As each prisoner finished eating, they turned in their trays at the other end of the kitchen wall and walked toward the door. I held my finger over the punishment button, waiting for an excuse to prove my worth to the warden. But nothing really stood out to me as a violation. Pixie was the last to leave the room. She slid out as the door was closing, deftly gliding through without touching the door or the frame. A few minutes later, a trustee entered to clean the cafeteria. It was a young kid I had seen before. Someone who looked like he might still be a teenager. I decided to call him Jeremy after the pimple-faced cartoon character with the squeaky voice. His cleaning skills hadn't improved. Jeremy did everything ass backwards. First mopping the floor, then tracking over the wet floor to wipe down the tables and chairs. When he finished, he started pulling the mop and bucket toward the door. I remembered the warden was counting on me to light the path to atonement. So I pressed the button. C'est la vie. The screen went black, as it does. I heard a noise from the kitchen and looked over to see Mitty was eating. I tried calling him over, but he ignored me. I thought briefly about pushing his button, but I snapped myself out of it. What did that even mean? I loved that little asshole. Why would I want to punish him? Maybe I really was getting lost in the power of this job. As I was considering my impulses, the screen lit back up. Jeremy was gone, along with the mop and bucket. Something was left behind on the floor. A small bit of debris I couldn't quite make out. I used the camera controls to zoom in and try to make out what it was. I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. It was some sort of litter leading toward the tray return. And my mind flashed to a story about lost children leaving a trail of breadcrumbs. When I was 12 years old, too mature in my mind for that sort of story, I read it aloud to my dad while he was home recovering from a work injury. A hydraulic press had severed a chunk of his left hand, cutting off his pinky and ring finger along with a good bit of his palm. He got over the pain of the injury pretty quickly, but I don't think he ever got over losing his wedding ring. While he recovered, I would read to him when I got home from school. When I ran out of the books I wanted to read, I had to go lower on the shelf to find other stories. My dad joked that those were the deep tracks, the hidden gems that don't get as much airtime. He was still home when I read through all of the books. And he was still home when the cable got cut off and we had to find the bunny ears for broadcast television. Our budget was tight for a few months, so one of the luxuries my dad gave up was his Schlitz. When he eventually got a new job, the cable came back, but the beer never did. I blinked out of my stroll down memory lane and looked again at the floor of the cafeteria. At first, the litter looked like the disjointed bones from a couple of severed fingers. But that wasn't right. The trail of breadcrumbs leading to the tray return was made of teeth. Some of them broken as if pliers had snapped them in mid-extraction. I shuddered, wondering if these were really Jeremy's or some props from the experiment. Would a prop guy think to break fake teeth before tossing them on the floor? The lights went dim and nothing happened for a few hours. I used the time to consider how this cruelty, real or not, was supposed to guide prisoners to atonement. Was that really my mission? Someone whose teeth may have been pulled out, or who was possibly forced to eat another prisoner's vomit, or maybe was beaten with a claw hammer. How did that person grow to become a model prisoner, or even become reformed enough for their eventual release? It dawned on me that I was crushing them with every use of the button like a hydraulic press. A countdown timer appeared on the screen, the sign that I was about to start an overtime shift. I stood up and stretched, and I nearly jumped when I noticed Mitty was crouched on the windowsill behind me in pre-pounce mode. He looked like he was ready to jump toward me and slap me a few times before darting away. Just one of the charming ways he liked to show affection. Maybe it meant he was no longer mad at me. I made a mental note to play with him during my shift. Maybe I'd have time to grab the laser pointer for a game of Chasey Mousey. I put the kettle on and reached for a mug, but I couldn't find any in the cupboard. I checked the sink and quickly rinsed one, drying it as I shuffled to the restroom. I smirked as I thought I was on a schedule just like those prisoners. I've got time to get the bare minimum done to make it through the next shift. I got to my desk with less than a minute to spare. My throat still raw. I wondered if I was getting sick, and it occurred to me that I forgot to check on my dad. I was about to grab my phone when the timer hit 0 and my shift was supposed to start. I hesitated for a second or two before pressing the power button. Sorry, Dad, I thought. I'll make it up to you. Cafeteria. Lights on. Empty. The cage on the window had been pulled open, but the window itself appeared to still be closed. I watched as the door on the left opened, and a single prisoner walked in. The door closed behind him. I recognized the sad sack insurance salesman type 1 called Eugene. He took one look at the window and spun around, only to see that the door was already closed. He glanced at the camera, then turned and walked toward the kitchen and stood at the end of the wall where the trays were presented to the prisoners. No tray came out. I didn't do anything. I saw no violation, and I was feeling conflicted about whether to push the button if I saw one. I didn't understand why I kept changing my mind about this job. When I was talking to the warden and looking at the money, it was great, real or not, experiment or punishment. Looking at the implied consequences of my button push for Jeremy made me think it wasn't worth it. Even if this was an experiment, was I raised to be the kind of person who would gleefully crush someone, no matter if it was my job? No matter if they deserved it? Eugene gave up on getting a tray. He walked over to a table and sat down, his head low. I wondered what he was thinking. Did he feel like he was being set up? How did he end up here by himself? I wondered if he was chosen to be the sacrifice, or if he volunteered. Maybe the alternative to chicken curry and rice pudding was worse. I guess it didn't matter because Eugene didn't get his dinner. He got railroaded into a prison cafeteria with an open cage on its window and no officers in sight. He tried to escape before. Maybe the staff was baiting him to try it again. Maybe this time the window would open. I was absolutely fascinated with this dilemma. Would he make a run for it? Would he count on me letting him try? Would he try to communicate with me, even knowing it would be a one-way street? When we were kids, Shayna once stood up for me when a bully was taunting me over my dead mom. She knew she was facing a difficult choice: run for help and leave me alone with the bully, or confront him with the knowledge that she was risking her own safety. She stayed, and I loved her from that day forward. The minutes passed into hours. Eugene stayed seated, though he had shifted his position and was looking out the window. I decided to take a chance, hoping I could help him, hoping I could show him some compassion. I panned the camera over to the window and zoomed in so that the reticle was on the cage. I held my breath, and I pressed the button. The screen went black for about 10 seconds. When the view resumed, the cage on the window was shut. Eugene was still seated, his palms pressed flat on the table. His mouth was open, his breathing deep. With eyes wide, he looked over at the camera. At me. I told him not to mention it. Then I panned the camera over to the door on the left, hoping I could open it with the button to let him retreat back into the prison. As I was zooming in on the push bar to the door, my view was obstructed. I zoomed out to see Eugene pulling on the door, trying to keep it shut. He was shaking his head quickly as he looked at me. I zoomed out and panned away from the door. Eugene walked to the middle of the room and faced me. He shook his head, telling me no. Then he pointed at me before raising his left hand, palm up and out, and pressing a finger firmly into the palm of his hand. He then pointed back at himself. It looked like he wanted me to push the button on him. We were finally getting somewhere and he wanted me to punish him? What the fuck? I panned the camera left, right, center, hoping he could appreciate I was telling him no. No button. No cry. Eugene pressed his hands together. A pleading gesture. Then pointed at himself. I didn't feel like this was the right thing to do. How could I light the path to his atonement when he was the one deciding to be punished? Our stalemate continued. I don't know for how long. Finally, Eugene looked at me and said one word. I think it was, okay. He turned and walked toward the kitchen wall. And he started to climb into the tray return. I panicked. I had seen what might have been a dead body get pushed into the return. And I had just seen a trail of broken teeth leading to it. Whatever happens on the other side of the tray return, I knew I didn't want Eugene to experience it. I gave him what he wanted. I aimed the camera at him and I pushed the button. The screen went black. I felt a rush of air as a midnight-hued fur missile flew over my shoulder and splayed over the laptop. When Mitty was younger, I used to let him sleep on the keyboard. I read somewhere that cats like the heat that comes up through the keys. He got so used to it that I ended up buying an older computer just for his use so I could still browse cheeseburger memes on mine. That was back when I hoped I would marry Shayna and move into a beachside trailer with her. My dreams were never big, but they were more than this. Mitty swatted at me a few times, and I was so thankful he was playing with me that I didn't notice his other paw was squarely on the new button. He crouched to leap away from me, and I heard a faint click as the new button sank into the keyboard. The screen lit back up and I witnessed the extent of Eugene's punishment. As a remote corrections officer, I watch prisoners on a laptop from home. There is no audio, and I have limited options for communicating with the prisoners. I had a breakthrough and was able to help a prisoner I called Eugene, but he forced my hand into pressing the button that initiates a punishment. The screen went black, and I waited to see the aftermath. I was interrupted by Mitty, my cat, who jumped on my keyboard and pressed the new button, which apparently overrode the blackout, turning on the screen so I could witness Eugene's fate. Mitty ran off, so he didn't have to watch what happened. I wasn't so lucky. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen. Eugene was alone in the room when the view returned. Only he had turned toward the window and was staring through it. No matter how I moved the camera, I could not see what was beyond the window. Since the feed had no audio, I could not tell if he was hearing anything. When I zoomed out, I noticed a toolbox had been placed just inside the cafeteria, near the door on the left. Eugene walked backwards toward the door, his eyes never leaving the window. He squatted and picked up the toolbox, then walked to a table and set the box down. He opened it and pulled out a hacksaw. What I saw next will never leave me. My doubts about this place shifted. Whatever it was real. These people were not actors. Eugene kept his eyes on the window, but he took his right pointer finger and laid it flat on the table, the rest of his hand hanging free. He picked up his foot and pressed it onto his finger, locking it in place. He took the hacksaw with his left hand and went to work, severing the trapped finger in a dozen strokes. His right hand free, he absently wiped a bloody streak on his thigh before reaching back into the toolbox and pulling out a cordless drill. Still enthralled by whatever was outside the window, Eugene laid his left forearm on the table, his left hand free at the edge, his palm up, using his middle finger to activate the drill. Eugene placed the bit in the middle of his palm. The drill spun to life, easily chewing through his palm and driving through the other side. He pulled the drill free and held his hand up to the window, the fresh wound sending blood running down his palm and onto the floor. Eugene put the severed finger in his pocket, then knelt before the window, his eyes never leaving it. The door on the left opened, and two prisoners walked in. One was a big guy, the first once called Muscles. The other was a woman I didn't recognize, her ponytail swaying as she walked toward Eugene. Neither of them looked out the window. They walked forward with a purpose. And when they got to Eugene, the woman returned the drill and hacksaw to the toolbox. Then she pulled out a claw hammer and handed it to Muscles. He stood behind Eugene with a two-handed grip on the hammer. He raised it above his head, and he was about to bring it down when I snapped out of my daze and sprang into action. I had to try something. So I moved the camera to focus on Muscles and pushed the button. The screen didn't change, but the woman with the ponytail turned her head toward me and looked into the camera. She reached into Eugene's pocket and pulled out his severed finger. She waved it at me. A naughty gesture matching the twisted glee in her eyes. Muscles brought the hammer down hard. Eugene crumpled to the floor, twitching for a few seconds before lying still. He was dead. Muscles and the woman picked up Eugene's body and pushed it into the tray returned. The door on the left opened, and a trustee pushed a mop and bucket into the room. I couldn't make out her face. It was pixelated into a blur. Muscles put the hammer back in the toolbox. Then he and the woman left, taking the toolbox with them. The trustee cleaned the cafeteria methodically. When she left, I was looking at a spotlessly clean room. I thought this would be when the view from the camera would normally resume. If MIDI hadn't shown me how to use the new button. The lights went dim for a few hours. Nothing happened, but I watched the screen anyway. I had to know what would happen next. My shift ended, and a countdown timer appeared to show I had 6 hours before my next tour at the prison. I stood and walked toward the kitchen to pick up my usual routine. I couldn't find any tea bags. I looked high and low, but I had run out. I also couldn't find any cat food. I checked twice, but no dice. My phone rang, and I walked over to see it was coming from an unlisted number. Must have been another pep talk from the warden to make me comfortable with the ritual execution of helpless prisoners. I didn't answer it. I waited for the phone to stop ringing. Then I checked it to see dozens of missed calls and texts. I started to check those messages, but I was interrupted by a violent knocking on my door. The warden must have taken offense to me ignoring him, and he probably sent the goon squad to whisk me away to his prison. I hid behind my couch just as the door crashed open. I heard the heavy fall of boots on the floor as they searched my apartment. I held my breath, waiting to be caught and dragged away. They called out to me, calling me by name. When I was a kid, I once hid from my dad after I shot a squirrel with a pellet gun and knocked it out of a tree. It fell about a dozen feet before crashing into the sidewalk. I thought I had killed it. My dad had seen me, and he called out to me. I thought he was mad, so I ran off. He searched the woods behind our apartment for hours, but he never found me. Every time he got close, I closed my eyes and held my breath, a childish ward against consequences. Here I was, fully grown, but falling back on juvenile habits. This time, the outcome would be worse than being grounded for a week and receiving a lecture on kindness to those who are weaker. I heard another voice from the door. "Sorry for calling the police. I was worried when I couldn't reach you." It was Shayna. I leapt up from behind the couch and waved at her. She jumped back, then looked over at the cops and said, Hey, officers, over here." The police turned and walked toward me, but they kept their distance. I heard one call for an ambulance, telling the dispatcher they had a suspected mental health crisis. I looked at Shayna and asked her what was wrong. I told her I had just been busy for the past couple of days. "Couple of days? Nobody has heard from you in weeks. Where have you been? What is wrong with you?" I was stunned. I opened my mouth to speak, but she cut me off. "Where's Mitty?" I didn't know. "When was the last time you showered?" I didn't know. "When was the last time you ate?" I didn't know. The paramedics arrived and evaluated me. They wanted to take me to the hospital, but I refused. I told them I was tired and hungry, and I needed to clean up. But I was fine. So was Mitty. He was hiding under my bed, and he was also hungry. But he was fine. I found him after the responders left. Shayna stayed behind to order food and make sure we both ate. While waiting for the delivery driver, I took a shower. I had been camping over a long weekend a few times, and I remember how good a real shower felt after spending a couple of days getting grimy. This felt better. I felt like I was cleaning more than my body. When I got out of the shower, I found Shayna touching my work computer. "What's wrong with this thing? Where is the rest of the keyboard?" I told her I didn't know, and I didn't think I could handle more keys. When the food arrived, we ate in silence. I devoured my meal, and I ended up eating most of Shayna's too. Mitty got a nice piece of fish. Shayna insisted on salmon, and he had bits of my chicken too. When we were finished with our food, I told Shayna everything. The warden, the prison, the button, the money. She didn't fully believe me, but she thought I believed what I was saying. She asked, "What do you want to do?" I told her I wanted to get off this crazy train. She nodded, then picked up the laptop and smashed it on my desk. I couldn't believe it. Just like that, I was free. The police had kicked in my door, but I hadn't set the deadbolt, so it still worked when I tried to lock it. We left the apartment, and Shayna dropped the computer down the garbage chute on our way out. We walked to the corner store to stock up on cat food, tea, and snacks. We got back to the apartment and my phone rang. It was an unlisted number. I didn't want to touch the phone, so Shayna picked it up. "Whatever you're selling, we're not buying. Kindly fuck off," she said. Her face changed, a look of confusion washing over it. Then she held out the phone and said, "It's for you." I put the phone to my ear. It was the warden. "Don't bother apologizing. You really shit the bed this time." Sport. I told him I didn't care. I told him I quit. "When did you become a partner in this firm?" "I don't recall authorizing you to bring in outside personnel, or to discuss the workings of our operation. You've got 1 hour until your next shift. Open the door and take your new workstation." He disconnected the phone. I walked to the door and opened it, not surprised to see a cardboard box. I took it back inside. Shayna opened it for me, my hands too shaky to safely handle the knife. Inside the box was a computer. No cash this time, I guess I lost out on my bonus. This computer had a new button. A fourth one. There was another sticky note with a doodle. The note read, "You should see everything, even the deep tracks." My heart sank. I asked Shayna if she'd heard from my dad. I called him, but the phone went to voicemail. Shayna volunteered to drive to his house to check on him. I was afraid to go, unsure how much my employers could see, unsure how to get out of this mess without involving either of them, or without involving them any further. When she left, my phone rang again. The number unlisted. I answered the phone, afraid of further angering the warden. "I take it you've already selected your replacement and you've been training her on the machine?" It was Ms. Tucker, the human resources civilian. I told her that Shayna wasn't part of this, and that I wanted to keep my position. "That's nice, but you have tallied a number of violations with your little outburst. I'm not sure you can continue in your current position without some atonement of your own. Do you agree?" I told her I would agree to anything that keeps Shayna out of this mess. "A wise move," Ms. Tucker said. "Otherwise she'd be watching the camera and you'd be replacing a recently released guest. Let me check my records and see what I can do for you." She disconnected the call. I powered on the workstation and saw that I had less than a minute before my next shift. I called Shayna. She answered and said, "I'm knocking and ringing the bell. But your dad isn't coming to the door. Do you think he's—" The call disconnected and my screen lit up. My next shift had started. As a remote corrections officer, I watched prisoners on a laptop from home. When I saw a violation, I was supposed to push the button to start their punishment. I tried to leave the position, but I found my boss was not the kind to let his employees just walk away. I thought I had been doing the job for a couple of days, but it was more like a couple of weeks. I lost touch with friends and family, stopped taking care of myself, and got so absorbed in my work that the police ended up kicking in my door to check up on me when I disappeared. My last phone call with my friend Shayna was cut off when she was trying to get in touch with my dad. The call disconnected when the screen on my computer lit up. My next shift had started. My view of the prison has always been from a single camera inside the cafeteria. And so it was again. The door on the left opened, and some prisoners entered, queuing up for their meals. This was a mixed group of men and women. I did not see any familiar faces, but one of the women had her face blurred out. It was pixelated. I played a hunch and zoomed in on her face, figuring the latest button on my computer would remove the pixelation so I could see her clearly. I lined up the reticle and pressed the new button. Nothing happened. The button did not fully depress. It was locked out, just as the other one had been. The one that let me see the punishment for the prisoners. I zoomed back out and saw another prisoner had entered the cafeteria. This was a man whose face was pixelated. He must have been new to the prison. He didn't get in line with the others. He wandered around the room with his hands in his pockets. This was a violation, but since he was clearly new, I wanted to give him a chance to figure it out through social cues. He got some of it right, since he walked over to a group that was eating and sat down to join them. At his table was the woman with the pixelated face. How cute. Two blurry strangers meeting in a psychotic prison. She stopped eating and said something to him. He looked around the room, then saw the kitchen area where the prisoners got their trays. He walked over and picked up a tray, then sat back down at the table. He didn't eat. He just stared at the blurry woman. That was another violation. Prisoners are required to eat their food. I almost pushed the button. But things got interesting when the pixelated woman reached over to the new guy's tray and took some of his food. She started eating it. I had never seen that before. I once saw a prisoner eat someone else's meal when he had vomited over his own. That was a greedy gesture of self-protection. His goal was to meet the dining requirements so he could escape punishment. Another prisoner once pushed some of their food onto another's tray when she was deep in prayer. This was something different. It almost looked like an act of kindness. The new guy said something to his girlfriend. Then he reached over to her tray. He reached toward her tray with his left hand. And that's when I saw it. He was missing 2 fingers and part of his palm. My heart was pounding. My breath ragged. I couldn't accept what I was seeing. I didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to play any more of this prison guard game. I picked up the laptop and stood up. I closed it as I walked to the kitchen and prepared to throw it out the window. I couldn't bear to witness the prolonged torture of anyone else. Especially not anyone I loved. The phone rang before I threw the computer. I answered it immediately, hoping it was Shayna, hoping she would tell me my dad was okay, hoping it was all a mistake and I was looking at some other poor fool who lost part of his hand. It wasn't Shayna. I have some good news. And some bad news, said Ms. Tucker, the human resources employee. I managed to clear your violations with management. But I had to get creative with reallocating your atonement to a new guest. Management gave me the green light. So I went ahead and made the swap. I asked her if it was too late to make the atonement myself. Sorry, honey, she said, I can't undo the switch. But I can transfer this call to the warden if you want to take it up with him. I asked her to let me talk to the warden. Hold tight, she said, and good luck. The call was placed on hold. The waiting music playing the melody of a Sinatra song. The warden joined the call, cutting short the tune of Lovers at First Sight. Haven't we already gone over this? I gave you the opportunity to get back in my good graces. And you're already thinking about jumping ship? I was beyond livid. I was shaking with anger. I screamed in frustration, lacking the words to articulate what I was feeling. Easy, Chief. You don't want to give yourself an aneurysm. You'll lose your last chick. I told him I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't be responsible for the new arrival. I couldn't keep doing this job. Oh, but we've only just begun. If you think there's no way this can get any worse, I assure you it can. You should know I'm not completely unreasonable. I accept that new hires need a certain amount of conditioning to become good employees. If you wish, I can pull back the curtain a bit to help you understand your role in this outfit. I told him I wanted to know everything. I'll tell you as much as you can handle. Our detention facility is obviously more than a prison. I can't have the on-site staff interact directly with our guests for the same reason I can't tell you all that you want to know. Their minds would melt into a puddle, and they'd waste their time of atonement wailing in their own filth. Those who prove unsuitable for these initial efforts at atonement are transferred to a different facility for alternative interventions. My mind flashed to my first encounter with Eugene. How he tried to open the cage on the window. An escape attempt. My first button push. I found him lying on the floor. His pants soaked. Lantern. I watched his seemingly lifeless body get pushed into the tray return. Your predecessor did not live up to his potential. He violated the terms of our agreement and ended up a guest in the very facility he was assigned to monitor. I had higher hopes for him, but he was far more useful as a guest than an employee. My team hires people like you to watch our guests on behalf of the staff. As we've found, even observing them directly has a negative impact on their ability to endure their conditions. Finding the money to pay you is never a problem. I've made deals with any number of wealthy benefactors who can discreetly supply large sums of currency. I remembered the envelopes stuffed with cash. Cash with a faint odor I couldn't quite place. A secret organization supported by wealthy donors with money to burn. The last several months have been difficult, as our previous monitoring center was destroyed by a disgruntled employee. One of our interns suggested we start a remote viewing program to decentralize the operation and make it impossible for one lost soul to cause so much damage to our organization. If it weren't for this technological innovation, we'd have to go back to the old ways, with direct interaction between the staff and the guests. I thought back to waking up on my kitchen floor with a bad taste in my mouth. A disgruntled employee destroyed the old monitoring center? Maybe someone had their own button pressed a few too many times and wanted payback. When you initiate a corrective action on one of our guests, the staff encourage other guests to act on their behalf. Given the nature of our guests, minimal encouragement is usually required. When you first started, I blocked your ability to observe the corrective action directly. This was not to hide the nature of your work, but to protect your mind as you grew into the position. I believed then, and I still believe now, that you have the potential to join our organization in an executive role. While the pay so far has been great, I believe you'll find the fringe benefits at the executive level to be out of this world. If I were a gambler, and I am, I would wager your condition for joining hinges on the current predicament of our newest guest. I've activated the latest switch on your console if you prefer to remove all doubt. I knew where this was going, that the latest button would remove the pixelation. I aimed the camera at the newest arrival. I pushed the latest button, and I saw my father. So here's my offer. Sport, you agree to join the team, and I'll let him go, just like that. One day, you'll learn how uncommon it is for me to make such an offer. Our guests generally do not leave early. If at all, I didn't have to think about it. I just said, okay, splendid. Let's get the old chap on his way. Shall we? I'll let you do the honors. I aimed the camera at the window and pressed the original button. The gate swung wide, and the window itself opened. Almost every face in the cafeteria turned toward the window. I think dear old Dad will need a hand. Perhaps a volunteer will step forward. The other pixelated prisoner stood up. She walked over to my father and helped him to his feet. Then whispered something in his ear. He looked out the window. Then looked back at her. She nodded and guided him over. He looked at the camera for a moment, then climbed out the window. The screen went black, and a 6-hour countdown timer started. It's time for you to do your part. I gave you a few hours to take care of any personal matters. I trust you'll find a good home for Mitty. That adorable little asshole needs someone to look after him. I suppose I shouldn't have to tell you that breaking the terms of our agreement means I'll have to bring both you and Shayna here. One last thing. It doesn't matter how you choose to report for duty. I trust you'll select a reliable method. Adieu. The call disconnected. I didn't waste any time. I coaxed Mitty into a crate and took him over to Shayna's place. I called her on the way to have her meet me there. I told her I had to go into hiding for a while and that I'd reach out to her if I could. When I got home, I maxed out my credit cards on Amazon orders for the two of them. I'm not worried about the bills. I'm pretty sure I won't need to think about money ever again. I took the time to write up this last chapter because I didn't want to leave you in the dark. What can I say? I've taken a real shine to bringing the light. Maybe I will be a good fit for the executive staff. I live on the second floor of my building, which means traveling to my new job through the window won't work. I think I'll go with the kitchen knife I used to open the computer boxes. It's pretty sharp, so it should do the trick. Only thing left to do is draw a nice, hot bath. If you decide to take a position as a remote corrections officer, you should know that I might be your new boss. I promise I'll go easy on you, to a point. After all, everyone makes mistakes. Fixing them is as easy as pushing a button. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story. My past came back to haunt me. I never thought I'd be telling this story since. For a long time, there seemed to be no end to this situation. However, after some recent developments with my mental well-being, I am finally able to provide the world with this information I have been keeping to myself for nearly 3 years out of fear. For some context, my life has been hectic since I was a child. My older siblings are a set of twins, 1 boy and 1 girl, and my 2 younger siblings were adopted from abusive and otherwise traumatizing households. That meant that, for as long as I could remember, I was otherwise neglected by my parents since they spent all of their time with my other siblings. Jaden and Juliana, my older siblings, were always in some sort of fight which could only be solved by my parents either talking to them or making things even between them depending on the context. And then with my younger siblings, my parents spent the other half of their time making sure Cameron and Xavier felt safe, loved, and supported in our household and reassured them that no matter what, their biological parents would never regain custody of either of them. That all meant that I was responsible for my clothing, my meals, my hygiene, and all my necessities from the moment I was able to be independent. So, since I had no other option, I taught myself how to ride a bike and protect myself so that I could get to and from school or friends' houses or wherever I was going. As I got older and older, it started to feel like I was just some stranger in a family's house. No photos of me on the wall, no accomplishments of mine being displayed for all to see. None of my items strewn about the house. You get my point. Hell, my bedroom was even in the attic. Kind of like in Home Alone. It got so bad that my friends even pointed it out whenever they would come over. My best friend, Stephanie, commented on how my parents didn't even greet me when I get home. Wish me good luck on days when I had tests. Requested I stay safe whenever I went out. The gist is obvious by now. I was basically a ghost in a house I would call my own. As a way to get their attention, I would dip my toes in rebellion and do illegal things. I started wearing shorter and shorter clothing to expose risque parts of my body. I started smoking either joints or vapes with some stoners around my high school. And I committed petty theft and got arrested for Class C misdemeanor on a couple occasions. And yet, my parents only paid me any mind when they had to get me off thanks to connections they had. This got me angry. The fact that they were so far up my siblings' asses that they couldn't even see the issues going with me pushed me to do something that would change my life. I did something I would regret until the day I died. After some, admittedly, short decision-making, I packed a small bag full of my more scandalous clothing my boyfriend at the time had gotten me in. Along with said boyfriend and a couple friends, I headed off on a trip to the next state over. Our idea was that us moving to a new state would allow us to make some Pornhub videos as a way to make money and say a big "screw you" to our parents. As teenagers, the idea was the best one we could come up with. But I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you this because the horror movie X is surrounded by this concept. So, why am I talking about this then? Well, because the events that followed my eventual departure from this type of work have scared me. After about 4 years of doing this, I was a 22-year-old female with a job that was frowned upon and side-eyed whenever I mentioned it to people. I was someone who, after having sex with one too many people over the years, decided that they wanted to change and sharpen their life back up. So, after my birthday came and passed, I had finalized my choice of leaving my past and reshaping my life back to the smart young woman I had always wanted to become. And, after a long and tiring fight with my ex-boyfriend and people I used to call my friends, I packed my shit and left our house faster than any of them expected. I was finally freed from my past. Or, I thought that, anyhow. About 2 years after I started fixing up my life, I was sitting in the classroom and listening to my college professor lecture us on law and the different degrees of different crimes. Hence the Class C misdemeanor line from earlier. After a rather lengthy discussion on whether manslaughter or murder was worse, my professor mentioned that he sent us all a link to some study method he had conjured up via email before closing the meeting up. Mr. P, short for Mr. Professor, a fake name, noted that we had about 4 minutes left of class and told us to all go and see if we could open up the website he sent us. So, following his directions, I quickly opened up my email and started looking through the recent messages I had gotten. When I had done this, I saw an email from an unknown Gmail account that just said, Tatum Badeau, which immediately sent chills down my back. That was what I considered my old name. When I ran away to do that Pornhub job, me and the people I was with all decided to change our names legally. I hated having any sort of connection to my family since they never really acted like one. So I had decided to go from Tatum Badeau to Tatum Quinn. That meant every legal document or document that I had written stated my last name as being Quinn since that is what I wanted it to be. But now, I was faced with someone who was either a family member reaching out or someone who knew the old me. Either way, I was hesitant to open the message since I wanted no contact with anyone from my hometown. However, I knew I couldn't just leave it alone, so I eventually read what the sender had to say. The email read as follows. Tatum Badeau, that was such a pretty name you had. Connecting you to your French roots that in itself was connected to historians of great power. Blanche Monnier was an ancestor of yours, and yet, you jumped at the opportunity to no longer associate yourself with the people you once called mother. father, and brothers and sister. Why is that? Is it because they showed you no attention, no affection, no nurture? Or was it because of something horrible you had done? Was it because you did something so vile that you felt like you could no longer live in Cheshire? Who knows? Well, except someone does know. You and me. I was there that night, watching in the shadows as you committed a crime you never got punished or convicted for. Instead, you got to walk free because no witnesses or evidence. But what would happen if I went to the police and tell them that I someone you have no personal connection to? Saw what truly went down that night. The statute of limitations aren't going to end for another, well, lifetime. Nevertheless, I will give you some time to think about whether you will come to your morals and turn yourself in, or if you will leave it to me to come clean. Make your choice. Tatum. After reading the email, I was paralyzed in my seat. All I could ask myself was what exactly this person was talking about. What crime did I commit by myself that I got away with that someone knew about? The answer? None, because all the crimes I had committed were done in broad daylight, and each of my crimes had been done with friends. That's when I was hit with a realization. This person must have the wrong person. Despite the coincidence of someone also being named Tatum Badeau who lived in Cheshire being too close to be real. Regardless, I sent the person a quick email explaining that they may have the wrong person. If only I realized how bad this whole emailing situation would become. I would have deleted the email and would play no mind if I got another. When I had replied to their email that day, that sent off a chain reaction where every week at the exact same time on the same day of the week, I would get emails from the unrecognizable Gmail account slowly revealing details about the crime I supposedly committed or just taunted me up and down for their own enjoyment. This whole thing lasted about 6 months before the emails just stopped. Like randomly one day, I had checked my inbox at the time the messages usually came in and there was nothing. No new details. No burgeoning information. Just nothing. For the next week, I would constantly check my email, and every day, it would never be full of the messages I had gotten used to getting. To fill up that space, I would read through one of the old emails again and write down one details every day. This is how the list looked by the time I was done. 1. The crime happened at night. 2. It was a crime without a statute of limitations. 3. It was a murder. 4. The perpetrator was with a companion that night. 5. The murder weapon used was a hatchet that had been stolen from the local fire department. 6. The hatchet was never found after the fact. 7. The teen who died that night was a local girl named Sophia who was widely hated by other teenagers in town. 8. The unknown sender was the only witness to the murder. 9. Sophia's body was moved from the scene and hasn't been seen since. And 10. My family were still blissfully unaware of my absence. I didn't need some anonymous person telling me to understand that no one I once loved gave a flying duck about me no longer living with them. In spite of that tidbit and my own personal opinions on my family, I decided to check on their Facebook accounts just to see if the messenger was telling the truth. What if they were advocating for me to come home safe? What if they were having discussions about me in hopes I would see it and have a change in heart? In the moment I felt stupid asking these questions to myself and getting that excited feeling. But I still searched their profiles up. My mom's was the first one to catch my attention. So that was the first one I clicked on. I quickly took notice to the newest post of hers, celebrating different accomplishments from her children. I read through her caption. I read through the list swiftly. My older siblings were both 27. One married and pregnant with their first child and one engaged. And my younger siblings who were 18 and 17 respectively, with them both either graduating high school or being elected student council president. I admit, I had a good smile when reading through the various different triumphs until I reached the bottom. There it read, "And Tatum, my beautiful Angle, who has opened our eyes over the years and taught us how to be better parental figures." What was she talking about? I hadn't rolled back into Cheshire since I left, let alone had any contact with my family. No messages, no letters, no phone calls, no form of contact in any capacity. And I hadn't noticed it before. But when I scrolled back up to the picture, I noticed something. There in the middle of all my siblings was someone who looked identical to me. The same long, straight brunette hair with highlights. The same piercing blue eyes I had. The same piercings I had gotten over the years. The same tattoo on the right arm. Everything. Whoever was in this photo was me somehow. I didn't even have to try and rationalize this situation because there was no explanation. Someone out there took my identity, my looks, my tattoo, my story. Someone out there knew my body adjustments to a T and got them on their body to add some consistency. That way, if I ever went to Cheshire, my parents wouldn't know there was a difference between me and the unknown doppelganger. My first thought was that whoever sent me the emails was the one who became me. That would explain their aggression towards the idea of me changing my last name despite who it is connected to, and why they wanted to pin a crime they committed on me. The reason they were the only witness is because they were the one to murder that girl. If they even murdered her at all. Then I had a rather eerie thought. What if that girl that was supposedly murdered, Sophia, was the face behind the interpreter and the person who had sent me all those messages? Sure, the prospect was crazy, but just stay with me for a second. I had gone to the police's website for my hometown and had looked up Sophia, last name, with nothing coming up. No missing report or murder report. I had searched the internet for any articles for the girl with. Again, no results. And the number the emailer had given to me in case my email wasn't working one day was a 631 number which came from a town close to Cheshire. Either way, I knew I needed to go back home and check everything out for myself. Unfortunately, I won't be able to fit it all in this post since Reddit has a character limit. However, I promise to update everyone with the end of this story soon. Thank you to anyone who has read it all and will stick around for the rest of the story. Story. I worked on death row, and this was the case that ended my career. In the old days, those in my profession wore a mask. Some say that it's so no one comes for revenge. Others say that it was so God doesn't recognize it as a sin. Still, I have heard that it is so death doesn't come for the wrong killer. Long gone are the days of axes. And it has been almost 50 years since even France used a guillotine. Instead, in my home state, we prefer the electric chair. And I am the hand that pulls the lever. A modern-day executioner. What they don't often report on killing criminals is the toe that is inflicted on those who sentenced them. The lawyers, the judge, the jury, and none more so than those who pull the lever. There's the guilt for some executioners, the toiling abyss, and the uncertainty which plagued cases that weren't cut and dry. And even the most die-hard amongst us never know when something will trigger our subconscious. My colleague, Eddie Croquette, who pulled the big one over a mother who killed her 2 sons. She claimed they were demons because she only prayed for daughters. Had it happened to him, pulling the lever on someone like that normally didn't keep any of us awake. But it was what the woman said while she was sitting there screaming as 100,000 jolts lit her nervous system up like a Christmas tree. That got Eddie. It smells like cheeseburgers, he told me, before her body went limp. She said that, and sure, you know, there's a little smoke, but I thought that was that. Until a couple days later, Jane and the kids come home with some McDonald's. And I was fine when I ate a fry. Even had a bit of their milkshake. But when I started unwrapping one of the cheeseburgers, I suddenly smelled it, of that woman cooking. It crawled out of some cavity in my brain, and came out of my nose. I could even taste her in my mouth. He shakes his head. I haven't been able to touch the stuff since. Then there are the conferences. It started as a kind of support group. And after Leslie McNeil passed away, it kind of grew from there. Those who knew Leslie said she wasn't the same after bringing it down on this Satanist that had been convicted in the tri-state area. She had chosen Eddie as her alternate, who later confirmed that it was true, that a Satanist did indeed curse Leslie as he was dying. But it was after the fact. That caused the majority of the outrage from our community. When Leslie went to stop the juice, the electricity jumped and the amps became unstable. See, there's a safety feature on the newer models. A light that warns the executioner if the leads are hot, meaning that the system's been overcharged and has caused the lever to be live. But most states still got them rinky-dink ones built in the late 1800s. Without any of the fail-safes. Leslie's machine was one of those. And so we originally gathered to levy our grievances after her accident. To get those in charge to make a much-needed change. But most of our pushback came in the form of threats. That they'd tear the entire program down and switch to lethal injections. Put us all out of work. So we kept our mouths shut publicly. In want of a $3.29 Part 1 see often at hardware stores. The lack of that part sent Leslie to the hospital, putting her into a coma for 6 weeks. They also had to amputate her arm because of it. From the elbow down. And I personally think that what she said after waking up is why people believe she had been cursed. It was Eddie and then committee leader Joe Jones who heard it from her own lips. I can still feel it. She screamed, "Oh God, Joe, it's so scared." "What is?" Joe demanded. My hand. My hand." Leslie shouted. "It keeps signing from the other side. H-E-L-L. Quote. Wild theories after that one got out. A lot of at-home accidents from fanatic groups. As electricity use in occults started to resurge. And I try to stay away from the mysticism of it myself. EVPs, photographs, energy. But it's difficult not to have some sort of obsession with volts and amps. Or Tesla coils while in this field. For instance, when electric cars were commercialized, I embraced them. Watches, books on my tablet. It seems like such an odd thing to say for someone in such an archaic profession. But it is true. That was until it happened to me. What became the most important case of my career turned into one of pure terror. But I suppose I can't properly tell that story. Not really. Not without telling the last moments of Jennifer Tooley, as this story and hers intertwine. Although I don't know where the truth begins and the lies end. What I do know is that Jennifer Tooley was a budding journalist on this side of the Sierra Nevada. An all-valley kind of girl. Beautiful, young, and full of potential. And on the night she was murdered, she was covering an event for work. Her text messages didn't indicate anything out of the ordinary. Gossip, complaining about her dress, her boss, how much she enjoyed the food, and what she hated. Later in the night, she even sent her brother a photo of the cute guy she had just met at the bar. A photo that would turn out to be the only clear image of her killer prior to his apprehension. And I mean this when I say, it's as if before that photo was taken of him, the man never even existed. He's in none of the public records. And as of this writing, no one has come forth to identify him or claim him as kin. Jennifer Tooley's body would be found 4 days later in a nearby cabin. After her brother reported her missing, she was found along with all of her belongings. Among them was a napkin where she had written, "Tonight I met a man." Though he claimed to be something more. But isn't that what they all say? There was also a video that was uncovered from her phone, which was erroneously leaked to the public, causing quite the stir. In the video, it showed Jennifer Tooley swimming for her life. She's screaming a sound my heart will never forget, splashing, as she struggles to breathe after every stroke, far away from shore. And it's worth noting that Tooley was an excellent swimmer at the collegiate level, and had won multiple competitions. But that night, none of it seemed to matter, as shots pan to the shore where the man can be seen standing next to the cabin. Back to her out deep in the water. Back to the man who begins walking on top of the water towards her. She turns again, screaming, swimming, and looks back several times before the audio starts to hear the footsteps on the water getting closer and closer, until he's standing next to her, crouches, and says, "Do not be afraid." The video cuts out, and it's radio silence from the department. I feel as if that made it worse. The rumors that followed. It started with a few frat boys said they recognized the wanted man at one of their parties. They couldn't provide any proof. And after some digging, it seemed they were trying to ruin the name of a rival football team. But even after the truth was revealed, it didn't matter. The damage had been done. Next thing I know, there's sightings of the man at this ice cream parlor here, or a restaurant there. Locals even began reporting someone screaming Jennifer Tooley's name past sunset. Headless goats, UFOs, the swamp ape, and even red candles found in the shape of a fallen star deep inside the woods were subsequently linked back to the killer. So that by the time the man was finally captured and came to trial, everything was up in the air. No one could get a good grasp of the situation. For every 5 people who called the man for what he was, a stone-cold killer, there were hardcore zeitgeists who would claim that this man, the murderer, was the next coming, some even claiming that the man was actually Jesus. The trial finally quelled most of that noise, as evidence that hadn't been leaked was finally released to the public. And the entire picture of what he did to that poor girl, holding her under the water, dragging her back to shore, the way he chopped her up, hanging her on hooks in that old cabin. The look of life still in her eyes as he made her smile for the camera finally started to clear. The state didn't know what to do with him. They were afraid. And when someone suggested the man be sent to the electric chair, I knew that my time was coming. And in October, that call came. I had been eating well, getting a lot of sleep, really trying my best to stay in a good headspace before the execution. Although the day of, not a single thing went according to plan. Usually the families and guests are brought into the room first, then the officials, the priest, and the executioner. So there's limited interaction between us and the condemned, in order to lessen any psychological impacts. But this wasn't the case. Somehow the duties got mixed up, and the priest was running late. I was left in the holding hall with the murderer, alone. "Do you know what my last meal was?" he asked. "Bread and water." He chuckled. "Of course, when I drank it. Was it still water?" I tried to ignore him. "Say, it was kind of like the day they caught me. I was drinking wine." "Shut up." I wrapped the wheelchair they had strapped him to. "But they said it wasn't wine. The reports say it was blood." He laughed as if he could hear inside of my head. "Go on. Ask it." He leaned in real close. I could see his teeth. "Why did I leave all of that evidence behind?" He laughed again as he answered his own question. "So that they would know it was me." By the time everything was sorted out, all the people and paperwork, it was already an hour past noon. We were running late, and I was afraid the entire thing would be postponed, as if it were an act of God somehow. But I knew that if I were called to service again, that I couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to stand the man a second time. So when we were all mostly gathered, I pushed forward before anyone could get in a word. In less than 15 minutes, we had him strapped up and the machine was primed. The phone was still on the hook and all last rites were said. The prisoner had opted out of any last words, and I was given the nod to send justice straight through his brain down to his soul. I pulled the lever. His body contorted and snapped, shivering. His mouth opened. I could see inside it a gasping hole that was blacker than night, as blue and white lightning came in flashes. And for once, I didn't let my hand off the lever. Not until this monster's hair stood on end. When it was done, a few people clapped. But it was Eddie, whom I noticed first. He was looking straight at me, his eyes wide and telling. For he knew better than most what I had done, and exactly how I was feeling. How a killer only seemed to spread his madness from one person to the next. Even in the end, before anyone could move, the man opened his eyes and smiled. No one knew what to do. "What the fuck happened?" the chief yelled at me. "Was it primed correctly?" I could barely nod. Eddie agreed. "I checked it myself." "What should we do?" someone asked. One of the men in the plastic seats got up angrily. From the papers I knew him to be Jennifer Tooley's brother. He rushed forward, as two officers detained him to the floor. The man in the electric chair only laughed. The red phone suddenly rang, and everyone grew quiet, except for the man. The chief answered the phone on the third ring. I could see him shaking his head, and then after a brief exchange he turned to me and said, "Do it again." I pulled down the lever and this time I stepped back and watched. It went on for a whole 5 minutes before I turned it off. Everyone was silent this time, never taking our eyes off the burnt body. The chief somehow goaded Eddie in approaching the electric chair. He crept closer. I could see him smelling the air. See the shiver that ran down his spine as he comes face to face with the man in the chair. In an instant, blood spurted everywhere. Eddie fell backwards howling, clutching his face, as the man, the murderer, was grinning from ear to ear with a piece of Eddie's skin in his mouth. I could hear a few people screaming. Some were hurriedly trying to leave. I stood there in shock as I didn't know what to do. And after nearly an hour of commotion, the coroner was forcibly coerced into writing down a time of death as no pulse could be found. Although the body kept twitching. Eventually, the guards removed the man without a name and strapped him back into the wheelchair. And as long as I live, I'll swear that even as the door was swinging shut behind him, I could still hear that man laughing. Story. I listen to a true crime podcast about myself. Every night on my walk home from work, I listen to true crime podcasts. Even though my favorite podcast already released their episode for this week. The app said there was a new one. Excited, I hit play. It was a small town, the kind that still has mom and pop shops lining the street. The kind where everyone knows your name. But little did the residents know that they would soon be rocked by a horrible crime. I stopped at a traffic light. The red glowed in the darkness. Glinting off the wet street, a black SUV sloshed by. Across from me, eerie blue refrigerator lights glowed from inside a corner deli. The chairs all up on their tables. Feet in the air. The signal turned to walk. That chilly September evening was no different for the young student. She'd left her shift at the local store and walked back home, except she never made it home. Young student, local store. Damn, this was hitting close to home. I was a part-time student at Franklin Community College, and worked at the local convenience store. And, of course, I was walking home. I glanced behind me, looking at the alleyway behind Alessandro's Pizza, which was dark except for the neon light spilling from the sign. Her boyfriend reported her missing the next day. The town conducted a volunteer-led search, and after 2 days, they found something. Dread formed in my stomach, anticipating a body. But what he said next was so much worse. Washed up on the shore of Worthington Lake, they found a pair of size 9 red Converse sneakers. I stopped and looked down at my red Converse sneakers, damp from the rain. What the hell? My heart began to pound. The shoes were sent to a forensic analyst, who would compare its wear pattern to another pair of her shoes to try and determine if they belonged to the victim. A rumbling sound made me jump. I turned to see a dark SUV turning left at the intersection. Didn't I see that car a few minutes ago? Maybe it's following me. And the car passed me and disappeared into the darkness. Come on, Sarah, get a grip. Converse are popular sneakers, a little out of fashion. But still, 9 is a common women's shoe size. And what college student doesn't have some sort of a job? What, you think you're listening to some sort of prophecy of your own death? Yeah, right. After a few weeks, the results came back. The analyst was certain. The shoes belonged to none other than Sarah Campbell. The blood drained from my face. Sarah Campbell. My name. What the fuck? How? I didn't have time to think. I forced myself to move. I broke into a run. The small shops turned into a colorful blur. Searching the lake came up empty. Without a body, a crime is hard to solve. But police didn't give up. And finally, a witness came forward. Someone had seen a car parked at the lake that night. Around 2 a.m., a black SUV with darkened windows. No, no, no. What the hell is going on? I whipped around. The street was empty. No people, no cars, no witnesses, said the little voice in the back of my mind. The one that's watched way too many true crime shows. My eyes scanned the shops. All closed. There were 6 black SUVs matching the witness's description in the Franklin area. But one of them, in particular, caught Detective Nolan's eye. It belonged to John Kelly, a registered sex offender. The sound was so soft I almost didn't hear it over the voice of the podcast. I whipped around, and there it was. 2 blaring white headlights behind me. Coming from a black SUV. I forced my legs to pump faster. The car didn't speed up, it crawled along. Slowly. Taking its time. Like the driver knew he could catch me. No matter what, I glanced back, trying to make him out behind the darkened windshield, but the headlights were too bright to see anything. Kelly wasn't just a registered sex offender. He'd been convicted of assaulting a woman he worked with who had multiple piercings and short dark hair. Just like Sarah, the car crawled down the road, stalking me, like a lioness stalks her prey. I veered left, onto our dark residential street. Just a few more steps. Headlights flashed across me, illuminating my running shadow on the pavement. I didn't look back. I just ran, as fast as I possibly could. The little brown house with the yellow shutters came into view. I sprinted across the grass, grabbing my keys from my pocket. Click. I threw the door open, and slammed it shut behind me. Then I turned the deadbolt, collapsed against the door, and began crying. I heard the rush of the car passing our house, continuing down the road, but I wasn't safe. Gabe wasn't home yet. I was alone, in a dark house, with someone driving down the street who knew exactly where I lived. Still sobbing, I checked all the locks. Then I called Gabe, who assured me he was 5 minutes away. I made my way down the dark hallway and headed into the bathroom. Then I set my phone on the counter, grabbed a clump of tissues, and began to blow my nose. Click. I jumped, whipped around, but it wasn't coming from outside the door. My phone's screen lit up, the podcast was still playing. I must have hit it when I put the phone down. It had skipped several minutes forward. According to the play indicator. What do you think happened to Sarah? The baritone voice asked. I reached for it, to turn it off. Well, she'd told me she wanted to run away before. I stopped dead. It was Gabe's voice, clear as day, coming from the speakers. She did? Why? The voice asked. She wasn't happy with her grades, her job, her parents. She told me sometimes she'd dream of just moving to some random state and leaving it all behind. I froze, staring at the mirror. I never said that, never. Gabe was lying? I mean, that was hurtful to me as her boyfriend. You know, I thought we were going to get married someday. But apparently she didn't feel the same way. My heart pounded in my ears. So you think she just skipped town, and is happily living her life out somewhere else, rather than being abducted or murdered? A pause. Yes, That's exactly what I think. That's all for now. Thank you to our listeners. The outro played. I stared at my reflection. Everything coming down all at once. My mind trying to race and catch up with what it meant. The front door creaked open. Footsteps sounded outside. Sarah, I'm back. I backed away from the door. Sarah? My eyes fell on the window. I ran over to it. Turned the lock. Push, I popped the screen out. Then I swung a leg over. Pulled myself through the window. And ran as fast as I could. Story. I visited a psychic in New Orleans. She gave me terrible news about my future. Have you ever felt an overwhelming sense of apathy toward everything? There was a point when I had a good career, an amazing partner, and financial security. I have always had a background noise of carelessness toward existence. My inability to be present became overwhelming. My wife, Rita, often thought of my disposition as emotional unavailability. Still, she understood my persistent melancholic mood lent itself to such a state. She rarely held it against me. Rita had a remedy to it all. She was the first to present the idea of us going on vacation to New Orleans. She wanted us to see the Jazz Museum, the St. Louis Cathedral, and Jackson Square. I was less than enthused about a plane flight to see monuments we could look at in documentaries. She managed to soften my narrow-minded cynicism one day. She reminded me that Sazerac cocktails would be available everywhere there. An excuse to do nothing but drink for a week straight made the trip seem much more worthwhile. Asterisk. We stayed at a place called the Trident Inn. We had our fill of seafood within the first hour of landing. We visited the French Quarter, and I was far more smitten with the place than I could have ever anticipated. The pure freedom in those streets is palpable. I want to go back to the hotel, Rita said as she tugged on my jacket. I gave her cash for a cab and told her how I saw a few lined up 3 streets back. You can't be serious, she said. Let's go together now. I'm cooped up all day in my job. This is the first time in a while I have the chance to get some fresh air and see new sights. Let me enjoy it. I'll be back in the room in an hour. I want to hit up a few more bars. She agreed with reluctance and walked away following the directions I had given her. I wandered down leaf-strewn streets lined with Creole and Greek Revival-style buildings. I found a small entrance at the bottom of a flight of stone steps in an alleyway. The threshold was luminescent. I entered it. A small crowd of people holding highball glasses commiserated. They looked at me with a bit of apprehension. A stranger in their domain. The interior had the scent of pumpkin candle wax. The place looked like a 1920s speakeasy. Advertisements on the counters were of vintage products. Pictures on the wall were of the swing era. The telephones in the corners were gold-laden and had a mechanical dial. I sat down. A bow-tied and mustached bartender greeted me. I ordered an old-fashioned whiskey. I looked around between sips and saw a booth that stood out amongst the others. A neon sign which said "Psychic" in bold letters faced me. I decided to pay for what I presumed was a theatrical parlor trick. I got comfortable in a chair across from her. I had never done this before, but the liquor made me feel a little loose. How much for a reading? She gave me an estimate of $50. I left my bills on the table and she took them. The act of divination she performed next took me by surprise. She pulled out a piece of what I realized was animal bone. She brought out a small oil bowl and lit its surface on fire. The staff and patrons acted nonplussed despite my terror. What would you like to know about your imminent future? Is my real estate business going to boom within the next half year? I asked. She retrieved the bone with a long pair of pliers. As she took it out, she gazed at it for 30 seconds. Your business is going to fail because you are to die within the next 2 months. She said, I don't know how, but that is the time frame given by the spirits. Asterisk. I tried to tell myself that the woman was more than likely a con artist. A smoke and mirrors touring road magician. Rita and I walked through Louis Armstrong Park. We got to Congo Square when she decided to comment on a change she had noticed in me. You seem on edge, she said. We're on vacation. You shouldn't be so uptight. What's bothering you? I did not want to tell her how my interaction with the clairvoyant last night had unsettled me. I was never the type to believe in the paranormal anyways. I knew Rita would have been in disbelief that I had even put myself in that mystical situation. I'm fine, I lied. We were half a block away from our rental vehicle when I saw a man in a suit. He did not look like a vagabond or a homeless person due to his exquisite fashion. Still, his hair was greasy and unwashed, and his beard looked as though it had been growing out for a while. He stood next to a tree and stared at us like we were wildlife traipsing through his backyard. I caught him making eye contact with us. He picked up the pace and moved towards us. I immediately had the sense that something was off about him. A scar rested above his upper lip, the obvious byproduct of a bar brawl sometime in his past. I grabbed Rita's hand and we picked up a much more hurried movement. You have an early ending, he said behind us. His tone was caustic. A specter of death is following you. I can sense it. You need to listen to me. If you ignore it, it will be at your peril. I wanted to turn around and confront him on his random gibberish, or what I was trying to interpret as such. Deep down, I felt he was correct in his assessment. He was roughly the same size as me, so the fight would have been even in that regard. Yet I was not willing to take any risks as far as what he may have been concealing beneath his coat. I did not have anything on me that I could use to defend myself. We got to our car. I unlocked the doors. Rita stepped into the passenger side, and I got behind the wheel. The man had followed us all the way, and he was now 20 feet apart from where we sat in the vehicle. As I pulled out of the lot, I looked in the rearview mirror at the man. He started to sprint after us. I saw him reach to his waistband and pull out a blade. Did you make any new enemies last night? Rita asked. Don't be ridiculous, I said. I've never met him before. As I pulled out of the lot, I looked in the rearview mirror at the man. He sprinted after us. I saw him reach to his waistband and pull out a blade as I brought us to the highway and we escaped. Asterisk. While in bed that night at the hotel, she wrapped her arms around me and squeezed my body tight. What happened today bothers me, she said. Try not to worry about it, I said. We did the right thing in removing ourselves from the situation. If I had engaged him, he would have stabbed me or you or both of us. He seemed so confident in what he was saying, like he knew something we didn't. That's what crazy people do, I said as I looked into her eyes. He would have said the sky is purple with equal conviction. Don't let him rent space in your head. He's a random psycho. She never told me I had calmed her down. but her demeanor indicated that my pep talk worked. We both fell asleep in our embrace. Asterisk. We went to Lake Pontchartrain the next day. We stepped out of the car and took in the sights. We knew we had about a mile to walk before we could set up our picnic supplies. I stared at Rita as she grabbed the basket and blankets from our trunk. I took in the sight of her flowing dark hair and emerald eyes. It occurred to me at that moment how stunning she is. My anhedonia and the fast pace of life made me take her natural elegance for granted. A car sped towards us and hit her. It was a cream-colored Cadillac that came from behind where I stood. Its metal glinted in the sunlight as it revved into high gear and clipped Rita in the side. She managed to escape into our vehicle. She crawled into the fetal position and scrunched up tight enough to fit into the trunk. She released a scream. The Cadillac hit the main road again. I was full of anger, adrenaline, and terror. I did all I could think of at the moment, which in retrospect seems pathetic. I took off my shoes and threw them at the fleeing car. I looked at the driver's seat. It was the same man in the suit. Asterisk. The local police came out and took a report. They asked me if I had managed to catch the license plate, which I had not. They also told me there was no surveillance in the area since it was remote. Of course, there were also no witness testimonies. I gave them the best description of the individual I could. I hoped they would tell me they had a regular troublemaker matching the description. They give me a blank expression as they had no idea who I was talking about. The paramedics assessed Rita and found that she had a crushed foot. They took her to the hospital. They offered an ambulance ride, but I drove her after they gave me a map. All I could think about was finding the man and beating him into oblivion. Asterisk. We returned home with my wife's foot in a cast. I felt as though I had failed her as a man. My guilt overcame me, especially when I had to push her wheelchair. We were on the plane and in the air. I looked around at the other passengers to make sure the man in the suit was not sitting anywhere. When we got back to her house, she looked at me with sadness. "We should never go on vacation again," she said. I let her words hang in the air. I could not bring myself to disagree. Asterisk. I paid attention to the date of my prophesied death. Those numbers hung heavy around my neck. I always wondered how a free criminal must feel when he knows there is a warrant for his arrest. I always ruminated on how that must be an extreme way to live or feel. I held the notion that the outlaw had it easy compared to me. By then, I already had resigned myself to any potential destructive fate. Then the date passed. When I got home from the office, I looked everywhere online for the phone number of that speakeasy. I searched for different psychic services in New Orleans. I sought out pictures matching the semblance of the person I encountered. There was no one. I lied to my wife. I told her the company needed me to look at another property out of state and that I would be gone for 3 days. She did not question me, which made me feel worse. I went back to New Orleans. Once I landed, the first thing I did was go to a utility supply store and buy a couple of mace canisters. I wanted to be ready in case the man in the suit stalked me again. Asterisk. The psychic had a line of customers when I went to see her for the second time. I sat down across from her and gave her a little bit of time to try and recognize me. Once she did, I spoke. "I'm still alive. I knew you would be," she said. "I wanted you to feel the excitement and appreciate your life for once." story. Today, I was fired for inappropriate touching. I lost my job today. I was terminated with cause. And without severance. Now I've got only my meager savings to live on. And a pile of student debt looming over me. How I wish those were the worst of my problems. But what am I thinking? You don't care about all that. You want to hear the salacious details of my crime. Right? To be the next to pass judgment on the creep. Well, indulge me a few minutes. I'm getting there. What you need to know about me. First, is that I was raised old-fashioned, I guess you'd say. I left a lot of that behind in college. Though, and even more when I moved to the city for work. Some of it stuck. I still serve, and, ma'am, people I don't know. I hold open doors for women. Help people carry things when they look overloaded. And stand up when an elderly person comes in the room. It wasn't some big point of principle for me. It's just how I was raised. And it never occurred to me that it was worth making the effort to break the habit. I wasn't hurting anybody, right? I never got any complaints about it. Lisa, for example, she was one my coworkers never seemed to be offended. When I'd open a door for her, she'd actually give me a little smile, which I'd return. Angela, though, in retrospect, I think Angela was always leery of me. When I did the same things around her. Maybe I should have noticed. But why would I be looking for animosity in response to being polite? I'm rambling. Now, sorry, I'll get down to it. It started last Tuesday. In the stairwell, Angela was carrying a stack of empty binders down to the supply room, not heavy. Obviously, but very awkward to lug around. I could see the tower of folders was wobbling precariously. Hi, I greeted her, with a half smile, taking half step towards her and extending a hand. Can I help you with duh? No, she snapped, twisting sharply away from me. I've got it. I was startled. Okay, I replied, my brow furrowed. I'm sorry. She didn't reply. She just shouldered right past me. I guess she must have stepped wrong. And lost her balance. In the process, time seemed to slow down as she started to topple backwards, windmilling her arms, the precarious pile of binders tumbling through the air as she fell. On pure reflex, I snatched at one of her flailing arms and grabbed hold, arresting her fall with a jerk as I gripped the railing with my other hand. I got you, I grunted, as I held her forearm fast, relaxing my grip once she seemed to have gotten her legs under her again. As the sudden flash of adrenaline faded, I became aware of the feeling of her skin touching mine. It felt wrong. No, not wrong in the sense of culturally or morally forbidden. Wrong as in what the hell am I touching right now? Her skin felt cold, ice cold, and it was slick to the touch like some kind of rubber. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked down at where I held her arm. And my eyes followed hers, where I held onto her. My fingers seemed to pass through her flesh cleanly, as though the skin I saw wasn't really there at all. I didn't have time to process this before she jerked her arm away from me with surprising strength. And glared at me, her teeth clenched. I've got maybe 5 inches and 75 pounds on Angela. But that glare made me take a step back. Just then, the door to the landing above us opened, and we heard a group of people enter the stairwell from the next floor up, casually chatting with one another. She glanced over my shoulder and then scowled darkly at me again. before hastily gathering up her binders and continuing briskly down the stairs. Without another word, I just stood there, and I was still staring after her mutely as the group from above passed me, merrily going about their business as though everything was normal. After that, Angela avoided me, and I her, for the next week or so. But I couldn't get what had happened out of my head. Who, or what was I working with? I'd see her from a distance, across the office, and the more I saw her the more I noticed it. There was something subtly off in the way she moved, in the shape of the shadow she cast on things. If I looked at her hard enough, in just the right light, I'd swear I could see the faint outline of something else, just under the surface. One time, she caught me looking, and my heart stopped as she shot me that same withering glare she'd given me in the stairwell. That look had hate in it, hate so strong that it didn't seem human. She held my gaze, and I found I couldn't stand that glare. Not for long. I left my desk, and then I left work early. I went home and locked all my doors and windows. For the first time since my dad bought it for me a few Christmases ago. I loaded the hunting rifle I kept in a locked case in my closet, and leaned it carefully against the wall next to my bed. I didn't know exactly why or of what, but I was viscerally terrified of the thing that hid behind the innocuous illusion of Angela. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well, and the next day I thought about calling in sick. I knew I couldn't call the police. I didn't know who you could call about something like this, without getting locked up in a mental hospital. But I was also raised to face my problems head on, and not back away from them. And even deeper than my fear, I had a deep down need to understand what the hell was going on. When I arrived back at work, I had schooled myself to calm determination. I had vague plans of trying to document the weirdness surrounding Angela somehow. But more importantly, I felt ready to deal with the problem one way or another. I was not ready for the email on my workstation, informing me I had a mandatory meeting with the director of our. I was informed that there had been complaints about me from an anonymous source, that I had been leering at some of my female coworkers, and had potentially touched one of them in an unprofessional manner. I was allowed to declare my innocence, and I was assured that my version of events, which is given to our, obviously, did not include uncanny shadows or cold, alien skin, would be considered. But I could hear the lie in her words that spelled out the real truth. I was already convicted. And this was my first and only warning. I left the director's office outwardly calm, but inwardly fuming. Bizarre elements aside, I guess anyone faced with that kind of accusation would be, especially when it's not true. What can you do in a situation like that? Deny it vehemently. Protest your innocence, and they'll use your anger as proof of what a bad person you are. Don't protest, and they'll take your silence for assent. You try all your life to do the right thing, to be a good person, and someone can just take all that away from you with a lie. I passed through the break room, and I could feel eyes on me. Though HR proceedings are supposed to be confidential, it's a small office. Word gets around. I set my jaw, and resolved to cross the room without making eye contact with anyone. But then I spotted Lisa. She'd been one of my best friends at work. I smiled at her and began to raise a hand in greeting, but this time she didn't smile back. When she saw me, she frowned and looked away. She looked disappointed. That hurt. I'd known Lisa the longest of anyone here. We'd even hung out outside of work a few times. I thought she knew me better. My heart was heavier than ever as I left the break room, trudging down the hall to the stairs. To return to my desk, I froze as I entered the stairwell. Angela was there, her hands clasped behind her back, her expression neutral. I carefully forced down my gut reaction to finding her here waiting for me. No confrontation, that would be what she'd want. I forced my face to a neutral expression, and made to move past her, resolutely refusing to make eye contact. As I passed her, I suddenly felt cold, slimy, digits close around my forearm. "Don't worry," an inhuman voice gurgled. "I got you." I was suddenly jerked back off my feet, and probably would have broken my neck falling down those stairs if my reflexes hadn't kicked in once again. I snagged Angela's arm with my other hand, and though my grip initially slipped down the cool, slippery length of her forearm, it stopped at the bony knob of her wrist and jerked her down with me, forcing her to grab the railing and catch us both, or else fall down the stairs herself. She gurgled and hissed in anger as I staggered back away from her onto the landing. I reached out towards the door, but my fingers barely brushed the handle before she lunged at me again. By this time, however, my adrenaline was surging, and I wove out of the way of the hands clawing for my throat. Then I threw my weight into her, driving her back against the opposite wall. I raised my forearm across her throat, pinning her against the concrete as she growled and squirmed. The unwholesome squelching sound her flesh made writhing against my hold turned my stomach. But I gritted my teeth and held on. "What the hell are you?" I asked through gritted teeth. She bared her teeth and turned that hateful glare on me again. And I twisted my head away from her, afraid she might try to bite into my face. Then, all of a sudden, her face was calm again, and she spoke in her normal, human voice. "Me? I'm just a poor, helpless woman," she said, sincerely, and then she screamed, not the inhuman, gargling hiss of moments before, but the pain, terrified scream of an ordinary woman, a scream that, under any other circumstances, would have grabbed onto my heartstrings and sent me running towards it to offer help. Stunned and confused, I stepped back from her, looking around wildly. Before I realized what was happening, half a dozen of my coworkers had burst into the stairwell. I imagine you can guess what happened next. I don't care to relive it in detail. Long story short, security escorted me to my desk minutes later, and loomed over me as I was permitted a scant few moments to gather my things. The HR director told me in clipped, disgusted tones that I was lucky Angela had begged her not to call the police because she just wanted her trauma to be over. But that if I ever showed my face there again, she'd have me arrested in a heartbeat. She didn't have to bother, I wasn't ever planning on going back there. I've noticed some people are still staring at me when I walk by. Though, not because of what they think I did, of course. These aren't people I know, maybe not people at all. Suffice it to say, the HR director clearly wasn't the only one Angela told about me. And Angela clearly isn't the only one of her kind, which is why I felt strangely reassured when I shook hands with the guy at the gun store today, after making my purchases, and felt nothing but a firm, honest grip. They say that humans started the custom of shaking hands in ancient times, as a gesture of friendship. simply to show that they were unarmed. Now, though, I'm not sure if that's the real reason behind it. Maybe our ancestors knew something we've forgotten. I still don't understand everything, but I know enough to take action. One thing I am sure of, though, I'm done being polite. Story. We've just discovered the most bizarre virus. Alright, long story short. My name is Cam and I'm a virologist. If you've never heard of that title, it's just a person who studies, researches viruses and any biological agents resembling them. It's a decent job, pays well and keeps me interested. I've never really thought about pursuing anything else. That was until last night. We've discovered something very bad. I was part of a 5-person team in a small lab situated up in the mountains of a Western European country. I'm not going to give too many specifics here. The project was spearheaded by a particularly exceptional microbiologist. Let's call him Hathaway. Now, Hathaway had been on vacation for a while in South America. Everybody who worked closely with him or knew him well thought this was incredibly strange. I mean, the guy never took a break. However, it all made sense when he came back. He looked like absolute shit. There were heavy bags under his eyes and scratches all over his face. He was jittery as all hell and could barely string together a coherent sentence. As we would learn later, he was never actually on vacation. I guess you could say that it was more like a business trip of sorts. Apparently, he'd been in contact with a colleague of his based in Chile. He'd been informing Hathaway about some peculiar events occurring in a small village near the coast. Something to do with a potential unknown disease. The specifics remained a mystery to us at the time. All Hathaway said was that it was worth looking into. What worried a lot of us were the cuts on his face and forearms. When asked about it, he simply claimed that he'd fallen down a few times while hiking. Without knowing what else to believe, we just bought it. Besides, the prospect of studying a new virus was incredibly intriguing. This might have been something big. We got to work right away. As the 5 of us, me, Hathaway, Jake, Beth and Colin, congregated in the main lab. Hathaway carried in what appeared to be a fortified glass tank containing a single bird. I think it was an Andean condor, native to Chile. I'll be honest, I was a bit worried at that point. We didn't even bother asking how he got it past border security. Tell me this isn't some derivative of the bird flu? Jake asked. No, Hathaway responded. I have no idea what it is. Actually, we all collectively raised our eyebrows at this. You see, it's definitely not airborne. You can also touch the bird as much as you like. Nothing'll happen to you. It's transmitted some other way. That's when I noticed that the bird was actually blindfolded. I don't know why I hadn't earlier. Why nobody had even pointed it out. I guess my subconscious wasn't expecting such a bizarre sight. Don't tell me it has something to do with that, I asked, pointing to where its eyes should have been. Everybody else seemed to catch onto the strange detail. Hathaway stayed quiet for a second, staring at the ground before finally nodding. Are you kidding me? Jake inquired. How does that work? Wait, what the hell's even wrong with the bird? I found myself blurting out, although it was a fair question. Upon initial glance at it, nothing at all seemed to be off. The only somewhat strange thing was that it hadn't moved much. Hathaway sighed. Not at first, right? He dug around in his bag and pulled out another, smaller tank. It was filled with beetles. "We'll do a demonstration here." He walked over to the bird tank and dumped all of the beetles in. Jesus Christ! I heard somebody mutter from behind me. Once Hathaway was finished, he turned back to us. His expression at the time was dead serious. In the gravest tone that I'd ever heard come from him, he spoke to us. "I'm about to take the blindfold off of the bird. Whatever you do, don't look at it. In fact, just leave the room. I'll tell you when you can come back." I think that we all hesitated for just a second when he said that. What the hell was going on? Eventually, we all just did as we were told. We stood out in the hall in absolute silence for maybe about 3 minutes. At that time, I couldn't understand why it took so long for him to take a damn blindfold off. But then the noises started. I can't even find a way to describe them. They couldn't have come from a bird. That's for sure. Or at least, they shouldn't have. If anything, it was like a screech. Except extremely deep and guttural. And also, somehow discombobulated. A few seconds later, we heard Hathaway screaming expletives. It sounded like he was in pain. We stood there frozen, not knowing at all what to do. Eventually, we were called back in. Hesitantly, I went first. As soon as I stepped in there, I saw Hathaway disinfecting his hand, which was now cut open. As he started wrapping it up, I turned my attention to the bird. It looked the same as it was before. The only difference was that it was covered in beetle guts. So were the glass walls of the tank. After we'd all settled down from the initial shock, Hathaway tried to explain what the hell had just happened. Here's what I think. Somehow, this virus is transferred upon direct eye contact with an infected specimen. What the fuck? Jake interjected. No fuck that. It makes absolutely no sense. You think I don't know that? Hathaway interrupted back. Just listen, alright? Anyways, there aren't any immediate indications when something's been infected. They'll act exactly the same as they were before. At least at first. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when they start changing. I'd say maybe 3 hours. Tops. But once they do, you notice. The best thing you can do is to blindfold them. That way, you can't get infected, and the subject loses all of its symptoms. Well, I suppose that the best thing to do is to actually blind them, but I had to demonstrate first. Now we just have to figure out what the hell's actually going on. After that brief and albeit somewhat unsatisfying explanation, we went to work, but shit only kept getting stranger. After we'd blinded and killed the bird, Hathaway instructed us to start dissecting the brain. At first, we were tentative. After witnessing what had just happened, we were scared as hell of contracting whatever the hell it was that the bird had. Besides, we weren't even trained surgeons. However, Hathaway insisted that the only way this virus could be transmitted was by eye contact. As strange as this all was, we just went along with it. His reasoning for dissecting the brain first was that he'd made the assumption that this virus must be affecting the host on a mainly psychological basis. As it turns out, he was right. Once the brain was exposed, we noticed something truly inexplicable. Something was moving around in there. We all turned to Hathaway, hoping for further explanation. "It's a parasite?" Beth asked, looking mortified. Hathaway shook his head, looking incredibly confused. No, it shouldn't be. The bird's been alive for weeks after infection. I see no signs of physical deterioration. No nutrient deficiencies. None of that. We were all absolutely baffled at this point. What kind of fucking virus is large enough to be visible? We just stared at it, not knowing what to do. Then out of nowhere, the brain started bulging outwards. Hathaway's face dropped. It must know that the host is dead. It's trying to come out. Thinking quickly, I went and grabbed a nearby beaker. I managed to trap the thing just as it burrowed its way out. I really didn't know what the hell to expect at that point. But it didn't stop me from being completely surprised at the appearance of the thing. It looked absolutely alien. It nearly resembled a bacteriophage, except for the fact that it seemed to have tiny suction cups covering it. The head also appeared to be partially mechanical, with tubes protruding out and connecting to the legs. It was about the size of a black widow spider. I heard a cacophony of screams ring throughout the room, while Hathaway shouted at me to not let it out. As everything started settling down, we managed to transport it into another glass tank, this time smaller and more fortified. We spent the next 12 hours observing and analyzing it. The conclusion that we came to? It made no fucking sense. We couldn't classify it nor make sense of its various parts. Hell, the thing was too fucking huge to be any kind of pathogen. We would have written it off as some kind of undiscovered jungle creature. But the fact remained that it seemed to affect the behaviors of its host organisms. Eventually, we decided to just secure and leave it, planning to continue our research the next day, even though that was unlikely to yield any solid results. Most of us even considered just turning it over to the government. We sure as hell didn't know what to do with it. However, Hathaway declined that proposition. We'll figure out what it is, he claimed, sounding somewhat unconfident. This is big, all right? I'm not letting it go just yet. Tired as hell and not wanting to get into an argument, we all decided to head off to our separate temporary dorms in order to get some rest. What a big fucking mistake that was. We should have burned that thing right then and there. I remember lying in bed that night when a troubling thought creeped into my head. If the way that this virus was transmitted was by making eye contact with an infected organism, then wouldn't looking directly at the virus itself cause something similar to happen? How the hell would that even work? Did it replicate through our thoughts? Or did it need to control optical nerves in order to spread? How could that even make sense? But then again, none of this really did. However, I did recall Hathaway claiming that symptoms would surface 3 hours tops after the initial infection. It had been a hell of a lot longer than that. Being somewhat reassured, I passed out. I woke up about 4 hours later. I groggily rubbed my eyes, wondering what could have taken me out of my slumber. I'm usually a very deep sleeper. As I awoke back into reality, I heard it. Somebody was mumbling down the hall. It sounded like Jake. I got up and opened my door, planning to confront him. I stepped out and saw his silhouette, shrouded in darkness about 20 meters away. His back was turned to me, so I prepared to call out. That's when I felt somebody cover my mouth and pull me into an adjacent hallway. Reeling at the initial shock, I looked behind me and realized that it was Hathaway. I was about to shout at him once he let me go, but he motioned for me to be quiet. I also saw the desperation in his eyes. I stayed silent as he gestured me back towards the lab. I realized that we were fucked as soon as I saw what had happened. The reinforced glass tank where we had been holding the virus was empty. Whatever this thing was, it was out. Don't look into his eyes, Hathaway told me, in reference to Jake. We weren't careful enough. It must have infected him. Did he open the fucking tank? I asked him. He shook his head. No way. You need a password for it. It's not even written down anywhere. Only I know it. I looked back at the tank in abject confusion. There weren't any cracks on it or anything. There was no feasible way out. How the hell? I began to ask him. But he cut me off. Look, I don't know. Maybe there's a lot more about this thing that we can't understand. He sighed, throwing his hands behind his head. My mind started racing. If this virus, or whatever it was, could have escaped at any time, then why didn't it make a move earlier? This thing must have been smarter than we'd anticipated. I guess it somehow knew that it had a better chance of escaping when nobody was monitoring it. But how did it escape? My thoughts were interrupted when we heard a knocking coming from outside the lab door. Hello? A voice called out. It was Colin. I got up to open the door, but Hathaway pulled me back down. What the hell? I barked at him. Let him in before he sees Jake. What if he already has? Hathaway responded. And then I thought about it. It takes around 3 hours for the symptoms to manifest. So even if he's been infected, he wouldn't know it yet. The hell are you guys doing in there? I can hear you. Let me in. Jake's being really fucking weird. It's actually kind of scary. Weird how? Hathaway asked. Well, he woke me up when he walked past my door. Actually, I think he was standing right outside. Yeah, he was mumbling something. I opened the door and asked him what the hell he was doing. It was dark, but I could tell that he was just staring at me. And then he started rambling. It was absolute nonsense. He was stringing words together, but none of it made any sense. After a while of him not responding to a word I said, I gave up and walked past him. That was like 5 minutes ago. Look, are you guys gonna come out or what? What are we supposed to do? Hathaway and I exchanged worried glances. If Jake really was infected, then so was Colin. We didn't move. For fuck's sake. What are you doing? Colin went on, sounding more agitated now. Is there a reason that you won't let me in? That was followed by silence. A few seconds later, we heard him mumbling something. Shit. Tell me that Jake wasn't infected. I guess our silence was enough of an answer. No fucking way. So what happens next? Hathaway. What the hell am I supposed to do then? Hathaway just sighed and shook his head. I don't know. I'm sorry. We heard him shout some more expletives before walking away. Fuming. We sat there for a while after that, having no idea what to do. Is there an emergency escape in here? I asked him. No, but it wouldn't matter anyways. We can't let those guys out of here. I've yet to see what effects it has on a human. But it can't be anything good. And don't even ask me about a cure. I don't know. So what are you saying? I asked him, dreading the answer. Best case scenario is that we blindfold and restrain them before they show any signs of aggression. He sighed, looking down at the ground before continuing. And then we hand them over to somebody else, somebody who can deal with this. We sure as hell can't. I know who he meant by that. I guess he just didn't want to admit it. Hathaway pulled out 2 rolls of duct tape as well as what appeared to be 2 tranquilizer guns. I didn't bother asking why he had them. Slowly and quietly, we opened the door and walked out into the hallway. The lights above were dimmed, so we could see, but not that well. I was terrified at this point. I kept thinking about that damn bird. I didn't see what it actually did, but the results spoke volumes. I did not want to witness how that translated over to humans. We walked down various corridors for about 5 minutes before we heard a soft voice to the hallway left of us. It was Jake. This is roughly what he was saying. In time? Where in time? It doesn't make sense? I know that it doesn't. So what do? I can't stay like this. Obviously. This made no sense. What was even weirder was his tone. It wasn't devoid of emotion. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He sounded genuinely confused and afraid, barely making any sound. Hathaway peeked past the corner, his vision aimed at the floor, presumably trying to avoid eye contact. However, as soon as he did this, he screamed and jumped backwards. I asked him what he'd seen, but he wouldn't turn to face me. A second later, I found out why. I saw him. I saw his face. When I peered over, he was lying on the floor, staring right at me. Fuck. I stumbled backwards, horrified at this sudden revelation. Don't worry, he told me. I'll take care of Jake, and then I'll take care of myself. Just go find Colin, and be more careful than I was. Without needing further conviction, I turned and ran the other way. As I did, I heard the sounds of a struggle and Hathaway screaming out in pain behind me. There was also laughter. For some reason, hysterical, deranged laughter. It sounded nothing like Jake. I ran across corridors, making sure to only look to the walls, so that I could just see in front of me from my peripherals. I nearly jumped out my skin when I heard somebody call out from behind me. It was Beth this time. I'd nearly forgotten about her in all the panic. However, I wasn't taking risks. I raised the tranquilizer pistol towards her general direction. "What's going on?" she asked, sounding terrified. I responded curtly and directly. "Have you looked into anybody's eyes since we left the lab?" She let out a near whimper. No. Why? Oh God, don't tell me." "Yeah, it's out," I told her, still aiming the weapon at her. "Fuck, well, I haven't made eye contact with Colin. All right? Now, I suppose that most people would have let up in this situation. She obviously wasn't infected, right? But there was something wrong with what she just said. Why did she mention Colin specifically? Why didn't she just say that he hadn't made eye contact with anybody? In addition to that, something about her tone was off. It was like a bad actor trying to deliver a line. I didn't know how to react, so I just froze there. Eventually, Beth started speaking again. "Is that a tranquilizer gun? Because that won't do anything." Before I could even react, she lunged at me. I closed my eyes as I felt her nails dig into my skin, and then into my face. She was trying to forcefully pry open my eyelids. Luckily, I had about 90 pounds on her, so I managed to throw her off of me. The whole time she was assaulting me, she was letting out some kind of extremely deep, throaty chuckle, as opposed to Jake's boisterous, hysterical one. Beth got back up in an instant and lunged at me again. This time, I managed to put her into a chokehold. However, she wouldn't go unconscious. I must have held her there for about 3 minutes. But her relentless scratching eventually made it a task too difficult. I pushed her away and started running. As I bolted out of there, I could hear her coming after me, still letting out that disturbing chuckle. The weirdest part was that I could also hear her palms hitting the floor. Was she fucking crawling? I didn't try and find out. I ducked into an adjacent lab and locked the door behind me. I heard her clawing at it from outside, so I just lied down of the floor for a while in order to catch my breath. God, she was still fucking laughing. What the hell was going on? Wait a minute, I thought. The laughing was too loud. It sounded like it was coming from in the room. Hesitantly, I checked the door. I nearly had a heart attack at what I saw. She was halfway through the damn door, but it was still closed. I could see her arms and face poking through the metal. Safe to say, I left immediately. Thankfully, there were 2 doors in the room, so I ran out into an adjacent hallway. I just wanted to get out of there. I started running frantically, trying to search for an exit, or a window, or anything. At that point, I was quite disoriented. I couldn't place where I was in the building. I still remembered to stay cautious. However, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest when I saw an illuminated exit sign. I followed it and was finally led to the door I entered through. However, Hathaway was blocking the entrance. He was hunched over, covering his eyes with his hands, and they were dripping blood. You know, I just feel weird right now. Not like myself. You now? I heard him utter out. I tried thinking about it. Had it been 3 hours since our encounter with Jake? Surely, it hadn't been. I guess he eventually heard me, because he shifted himself towards my direction. Cam, is that you? He spoke, in a soft but somewhat threatening tone. I don't know what happened. I tried killing Jake, but he just wouldn't die. I think it's coming now. I feel weird. What's happening to me? Can you tell me, Cam? Right after he said, a loud roar emanated from some corridor behind me. It was followed by what sounded like rapid crawling towards our direction. Don't worry about me, Cam. I always make it. Hathaway kept going. I always make it. I won't make it. He then fell to his knees, sobbing hysterically. I took the chance and bolted out the front door. As soon as I got out, I grabbed a bundle of nearby sticks and jammed the entrance. I'm pretty sure it won't last long, but it was the best I could do. I got into my car and sped down the mountain trail, back onto the highway. I got home about 30 minutes ago and I have no idea what to do. Should I call the police? Are they even going to listen to me? What about the FBI? Surely that's the best option here. I'll probably end up doing that soon. That virus cannot spread more than it already has. God, when I saw Beth's face coming through the metal door, I don't think I can ever forget that. And her eyes, they looked like something straight out of hell. Her pupils were replaced by what looked like this dark purple vortex. It was all so fucked up. Wait, I made eye contact with her. Didn't I? Shit. Story. I won the lottery. Now I'm trapped in eternal terror. I didn't believe it at first. The numbers rolled out on the screen, one after another, matching the ticket in my trembling hand. 9, 11, 25, 29, 35, 36, 45, 87. The Eterna jackpot. The impossible prize. I shouted in disbelief and threw my beer can against the wall. Foam exploded across the room. But I didn't care. I had won $50 billion. Enough to buy everything I ever dreamed of. I spent the night wide awake, shaking with adrenaline. Mansions, yachts, islands. I mentally bought them all. I even bookmarked a few listings online, just to make it feel real. My wife always said it was a waste of money, that nobody ever really wins. But somebody does win. Every few years, someone claims the prize. And this time, it was me. I memorized every step on the lottery's website for how to claim a jackpot. The process seemed simple. I rehearsed what I would say, how I'd react when they handed me the oversized check. The next morning, I walked into the Eterna Lottery headquarters, my heart pounding with excitement. The building was disappointingly plain: glass doors, white walls, a receptionist desk. No fanfare, no confetti. I approached the desk, still buzzing with pride. "I'm here to claim the jackpot," I said, holding out my ticket. The receptionist's eyes narrowed slightly. I noticed it immediately. Something in his expression changed. For a second, I thought he looked afraid. "Congratulations," he said quietly. "Follow me, please." I told myself he was just jealous. Maybe he didn't like seeing someone else's life change forever. He led me to a sleek office, where he asked me to wait. I paced nervously, already imagining the headlines. "Ordinary man wins $50 billion. My face on every front page. The door opened, and 4 men entered. 2 wore tailored suits. The other 2 were armed guards. I froze. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice cracking. One of the suited men stepped forward. His expression was blank, cold. "You won the Eterna jackpot, Mr. Fowler," he said. "And that's impossible." Before I could respond, the guards grabbed me. I shouted, thrashed, but they dragged me from the room as my vision blurred with panic. I woke up strapped to a hospital bed. Thick chains secured my wrists and ankles. Wires ran from my chest to machines beeping steadily beside me. "What the fuck is going on?" I screamed, yanking at the restraints. A man in a white coat stood at the foot of the bed, clipboard in hand. His voice was cold and emotionless. "Mr. Fowler, you've been convicted of time manipulation. Your claim to have won the Eterna jackpot is undeniable proof." "Time manipulation?" I barked. "I don't even know what that means. I just bought a fucking ticket." He raised an eyebrow, as if he'd heard it all before. "The odds of winning the Eterna jackpot are 1 in 186 billion. It is mathematically impossible for any human to win by chance. Only a time traveler could have knowledge of the winning numbers." "Time traveler?" I stared at him, my mind spiraling. "We developed time travel technology in 1944. He continued, his voice steady. "By 1927, it was banned. The manipulation of time became a criminal act punishable by eternal banishment to the void." The void, a place outside time, outside space, endless nothingness. I shook my head violently. "You've got the wrong gun. I don't even know how time travel works. I'm just a fucking accountant." He didn't react. They never do. Moments later, I felt the prick of a needle in my arm. I thrashed, cursed, begged. Then the world went dark. At first, I thought I was dead. But death doesn't feel like this. I'm falling. I don't know how long I've been falling. Hours. Days. Centuries. There's no light. No ground. No sound except my own breathing. Ragged and desperate, I scream. But the sound is swallowed by the endless black. My mind is unraveling. I can feel it. At first, I tried to keep track of time, counting seconds. But eventually, numbers lost their meaning. Everything lost its meaning. Memories flashed through my mind like fragments of a broken mirror. My wife's face, the taste of beer, the numbers on the ticket. They haunt me. 9, 11, 25, 29, 35, 36, 45, 87. I'm not a time traveler. I'm not. But they don't care. Once you win the Eterna jackpot, you're guilty. No trial. No appeal. No mercy. I'm writing this now from the last flicker of sanity I have left. I don't know how I'm doing it. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. Maybe I'm writing to myself, trying to remind myself that I once existed. I can feel my mind slipping away. I see things that aren't there, shadows, faces, whispers, or maybe they are there. Maybe this is what the void does to you. Please, if you're reading this, believe me. I'm not a criminal. I'm not a time traveler. I just bought a fucking lottery ticket. Story. I chose the blue pill. My early 20s were some of the worst years of my life. At the time I was working a job with no future, had little to no social skills, and my time was very much wasted every day. This added up to a heap of depression, followed by very dark thoughts. Still, I was keeping myself going from the droplets of gratification that came from gaming, watching movies, and mindlessly browsing the internet, which kept me going for a while. But I never felt complete whenever there was quiet time in between. This is when I finally admitted to myself I needed help. At first I didn't know where to start. I had an irrational disliking to finding some public help group. I don't know why. I think at the time I still had that special snowflake vibe, that I felt my problems were more unique and too different for a cookie-cutter help group to solve. With this in mind, I took to the internet and blazed through until I started hitting the back pages of the search engine, looking for a hidden gem. My eyes were glazed over, skimming all the titles until one shook me from my catatonic state. Do you feel like everything is hopeless? Do you feel like the drones around you can't help you? Do you need a way out that's different? Click here to find out more. In my mind I immediately answered yes to all three. Those questions perfectly hit the nail on the head describing how I felt. Before long I was given a number to call to arrange a home visit. In the call I told them of all of my problems, and how I felt, adding the caveat that I felt too different for any ordinary service to help. They seemed to be interested in my case and gave me a date for a visit a week on Friday. The time couldn't come any faster. I found myself practically counting the time away for that home visit. This was it, I thought to myself. This was what was going to be the beginning to the rest of my life. Friday rolled around, and I made sure I was doing nothing. I didn't start any games. I cleared up a spot on my otherwise messy house for us to talk. I even laid out some snacks. When the guy showed up, he wasn't what I was expecting at all. He was a very serious-looking man, in an all-black suit and tie, carrying a very formal briefcase. He looked like he should be bodyguarding someone of importance, not messing around with a slob like me. I offered him food and drinks numerous times throughout the appointment. However, he denied each time. He was just here for business. And he was serious. The speech he gave me was astounding. He rattled on about how I was the driving force for everything that's happened in my life. That all the bad that's happened to me was either directly or indirectly due to decisions I've made throughout my life. That all my decisions has led to this point, and how my future decisions will either pull me out or keep me going on this downward path. I was taken aback by how mind-blowing this all was to hear. And it was all true. I often felt like a mess. Yet I kept my house messy, which reinforced that ideal. I felt horrible when wasting time. Yet I purposely chose to waste the free time I had. I was always tired. Yet I chose to stay up all night and barely get any sleep before work. I really was the primary reason for everything wrong in my life. This was all perfect, and everything I needed, until the last point. He started to go on about one last decision I had to make. This is when he pulled out his briefcase, something which he hadn't drawn attention to at any point prior. He opened it on my just about cleared coffee table, and turned it around. In the case were 2 pills, each on a soft bed. They almost glowed in the light with their glossy opaque coat. I stared at them. One was the most intense warm red I'd seen in person before. The other was a cool, chilling blue. I stared at them in disbelief, furrowing my brow in anticipation of what this was all about. I had already half figured it out in my head. I mean, who hasn't seen The Matrix? I was more just curious about the direction he was going to take this. Your life is a series of decisions. Decisions which has lead you to this one key moment. Will you take the blue pill? See your life carry on as it is? Or will you take the red pill and grasp the opportunity to end that cycle? He said all this with a straight face. So I reciprocated by taking it seriously, putting on a concentrating look while I eyed each option. My mind first came to the thought of the red pill. I mean, it sounds like the correct decision, right? This whole session was about making decisions to forward my life, and to stop choosing to be stagnant. But then reality kicked in. If there's something I've learned from failed diets and life-changing schemes, it's that there is no fast fix in life. If you want to lose weight, you have to work hard with diet and exercise. If you want to get rich, you can't just magic opportunities. You have to be proactive. And I figured that this was the moral of the session. I'll take the blue pill, I retorted. This was the first time I saw him react, and his serious gaze was briefly dropped when he took in what I said. Are you sure? I've sat here telling you that to take control of your life. You have to make proactive decisions, he said, trying to sound persuasive. However, no matter how persuasive he was, I had it all figured out in my head. No, I'll take the blue pill. I know I have to make good decisions from now on, which I will do, but I also know that there are no magic fixes in life. Right now I'm making the first big decision of my new life. I'm choosing to take the hard way so I can grow. At first he scowled a bit, but then he smirked, and left me one last remark. Okay, you have made your decision. He handed me the blue pill as he carried on. However, I will leave you the red pill. If you ever feel like you need an escape, this is always an option. And with that, he left. I took the blue pill and swallowed it with the dregs of coffee I had left. Smiled and had a new outlook in life. From here, everything went uphill. I started by identifying issues in my life. I had all the common things you can think of. I was terrible in social situations, especially around women. I put in about 40% effort at work. At most, I lived a messy life and ate terribly. I would stay up all night and be slowed down for the entire day after as consequence. At first I went overboard. I forced myself into a healthy diet. To my body's protests, burnt myself out on my work, leaving me with a new kind of exhaustion. I made a fool of myself in front of others. This sent me spiraling back to square one, and in a way, made me feel worse than before. A new rock bottom. However, no matter how many times I hit this point, I would look at the red pill. This would make me call back the meeting and bring back the emotional overflow which inspired this new journey of mine. I would remember my convictions, get up, and try again. After researching some helpful tips online, I found an interesting Japanese philosophy called Kaizen. It's the principle of changing so little in your life that you barely notice it. This helped a lot, as what always sent me back was my psyche getting too shocked from sudden change in status quo and reverting back to my toxic default. I started very small. I swapped out a few unhealthy eating habits for a few good ones. I did the dishes whenever I used them, and I started simply taking notes at work. Once all this became second nature, I added to it. I started saying, "Hello," and "Have a nice day," to cashiers whenever I shopped. I cleaned a different room every week. Rather than trying to tackle the whole house, I started seeking small tasks to do at work. And you know what? People took notice. Coworkers suddenly had an interest in me. I was striking up conversation with various staff at shops, and I was starting to be praised for my efforts at work. All this led to an amazing rush of dopamine each time, and my positivity ramped up. I was now making friends. I was now being approached for conversation, rather than being forced to for work. I was even getting a bit of attention from curious ladies. The red pill, once a symbol of my lowest low, was now a symbol of how far I'd came. I kept it in a little clear box on my bedside cabinet, and told anyone who was interested of its story. This is not to say I never almost caved in. Failed dates, poor performance at work, mess piling up in my home. All of these would start to pull me back to my low. And each time, I'd eye the red pill. Curiosity growing of what it did. Temptation clawing at me for its promise of an easy fix. However, I'd use these feelings to remind myself of its message. The message of the thankless stranger who blessed me with this motivation all those years ago. That last thought hit me one day. I never thanked him. This was something I wanted to amend, now that I was flying through life. First I tried looking up the site. However, the link was dead. A common thing for most old independent websites due to the rise in presence of a more central social media-centric nature of the internet. I dug out my old phone and tried calling the number I was given all those years ago. However, the number was seemingly not in use anymore. I had all but given up. The last thing to try was to start searching Google to find if it rebranded itself elsewhere, or see if I could find traces of it in the back pages somewhere. The latter seemingly an ironic way to find it. If that worked. But this would never be the case. As I searched, the first few links were to major headlines on news sites. My heart sank as I clicked one of them. The article went into detail about the group that ran the service. How they were fanatics dedicated to mass murder. And how they had persuaded many people in similar situations as me to commit suicide. At first I thought it might have been a different group under the same name. An easy alibi, as things like that have happened before. I made every excuse under the sun to deny their involvement. Until I saw how they did it. First, they would find people who were in a low point of their life. Then they would offer them a choice. A blue pill, which was a simple placebo. Or a red pill, which was filled with a lethal dose of cyanide, which if ingested, would result in a person's death within minutes. My stomach sank reading this. It went on to say there were no survivors. That everyone involved were either arrested or found dead on scene, having taken one of the red pills themselves. This was contradictory, as I am living proof that there was a survivor. Not that they could ever find out, since they never kept a strong paper trail. I was in shock. Everything I had based my life around was, in a way, a lie. They weren't a help group. They were a bunch of mugs, lusting for murder. A murder cult which took advantage of people in a dark point of their lives. A concept that helped push me to where I am today. I had to take a break from my computer. So I went to my room to sit on my bed and look at the red pill. My prized possession, now a symbol of death. But that's when I had my epiphany. The red pill had always represented the easy way out. An option that was always there. Yet one that never truly fixed any problems. It was as it always represented suicide. A message which they believed was the perfect solution. However, to me it's a misguided message. Suicide is always an option. However, it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. The blue pill represented nothing. The choice to have no magic fix intervene in your problems. But the choice to take them on yourself. A message which was not lost on me. In the end, I made the decision to stop thinking about whether they really were some sick, twisted help group with a good message, or a bunch of savages. Because to me, in a way, it didn't matter. What they did for me was the best thing that ever happened. And the message, though now more morbid, had never really changed. To make sure it couldn't hurt anyone, I took the red pill out of its easily opened box, and put it in a sealed, clear frame, and hung it on the wall. I still tell the story of what it means. However, I always leave out the last part of its true origin. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story. Story. My grandpa's unsolved case that still haunts him. I've heard a lot of stories from my grandfather. He was a detective for 27 years of his life. And I grew up listening to the tales of he and his fellow lawmen. As a child, he obviously amended the stories quite a bit to make them age appropriate. But as I grew up, more and more of the true stories came out. Starting about 2 years ago, my grandpa got sick. He's been on a slow decline ever since. And while it's been one of the hardest things I've ever had to deal with, His illness acted as the catalyst for a set of stories he'd never before brought up. He said he kept them, filed away deep in the folder he doesn't like to open. He calls them the impossible ones. But this last one, the one he told me last night, he says it's the one that still keeps him up some nights. The one he thinks about every day. He said he's looked over the case files more times than he can remember. Done a full re-examination of it all more times than he can remember. And it never makes any more sense. He said he only told me now because he can feel in his bones that he doesn't have a lot of time left. I recorded him telling me the story. So what follows is my transcription of the case. Verbatim. I've only excluded his coughing fits and any off-topic remarks made during the telling of the case. The case was a murder, kidnapping. At least that's what it looked like. And it was me and Olson. I've told you about him. There was a family. The Nebels. There was Benjamin, the husband, Jennifer, the wife, and Katie, their 6-year-old daughter. One of their neighbors had gone out for the paper around 6 a.m. and saw the Nebels' front door wide open. When she went over to see if everything was okay, she saw the wife's body. The neighbor called 911 and eventually we were sent over there. Now, when I say there was no outward signs of a struggle, I mean it. There was no sign whatsoever that anything had happened. Well, except for the dead body. But even her body, there were no wounds, no marks of any kind. I'm getting ahead of myself. On our way to the house, it came over the radio that the husband and daughter were unaccounted for. If you're thinking, the husband did it, we did too, obviously. Problem was, both the family's cars were still in the garage, so we think they might be on foot. Some officers canvassed the neighborhood, and no one had seen them, including 2 neighbors that were on their porches for hours starting in the early morning. No one had heard any kind of commotion coming from their house either. I mentioned the wife's body. She didn't have a hair out of place. She was on her back in the kitchen. About a third of her upper body was under the table. We found out after the autopsy that, well, she just died. There was no cause that they could find. She'd been a perfectly healthy woman. Didn't smoke. Didn't drink. Ate right. Exercised. It was like she'd just blinked her eyes and gone from alive to dead. Anyways, we searched the house. We went through it with a fine-tooth comb. Basement to attic. Found nothing. No evidence of a struggle. No weapon. Nothing. So we left. We'd spent hours in that house. Thought maybe we should come back in a day or two with some fresh eyes. We went over to where Benjamin worked. He was a supervisor at a lumber yard. According to his co-workers, he'd shown up at work that morning just before 5 a.m. When he got in, he worked on this narrow crate thing he was building in his office. Something he'd told his co-workers was a project for his house. According to the other morning's supervisor, he'd only built about half of the thing. Around 6:15, he said he was running to the bathroom. And that was the last anyone saw him. They never saw him leave. While we were at the lumberyard, I realized I'd left my notes at the house. We drove back over there. And we got there while they were taking the wife's body away. As soon as we walked in, the stench hit us like a bus. It was, well, it was what a newly discovered but long dead body smells like. We knew it obviously couldn't have been the wife. We asked a few of the officers and forensics folks that were still at the house what the smell was. And they told us that it had only started a few minutes before we'd gotten back there. I'm not exaggerating when I say the smell was everywhere in the house. I've smelled some dead ones before, but this smelled like every wall in the place was lined with corpses. Pretty quickly, we found that the smell was strongest leading up to the attic. Now, I told you before, we checked the attic. I checked it myself probably 5 times. But we went back up. Me and Olson. I was up the little pull-down ladder first. And when I poked my head up, I saw something. I saw a piece of wood. Like a box. You know, a crate. It was shaped kind of like a rifle case. Maybe 3 feet tall, 2 feet wide, maybe 6 inches deep, rectangular. It was standing straight up, and there was blood leaking from it. We called the photographers and all the people in there. They all do their thing. And finally they pull out all the nails and open the box. Out falls the husband. Think about that. This guy was maybe 5 feet 10, 140 pounds, and he was put in a 3 foot by 2 foot by 6 inch crate. His bones were just a mess. His insides, all his organs, they were flattened. They were just wet, squishy pieces of fabric. Almost. He was stuffed in there like, I don't know what like. He was just a rectangle of blood, skin, and parts. His skin had the discoloration of a body that had been dead for about 2 weeks, which obviously didn't make sense since they'd seen him at work that morning. He was also missing his eyeballs. We were standing there trying to rationalize the whole situation when something caught everyone's ears at the same time. A little girl's voice, calling out for help. What followed was a sequence of all the people in the attic, and the rest of the house, and the people out on the lawn, and the few people that were standing on the other side of the yellow tape, all saying some variation of the phrase, "It sounds like it's coming from over there." Problem was, every single person swore they heard it coming from a different direction. Me, I heard it from right above me. No kidding. The first time I heard that little voice say, "Help me," I looked straight up, right up to the rafters. Of course she wasn't there. It was just my brain's response to where it perceived her voice as coming from. We had to listen to every one of these people tell us where they thought they heard her voice coming from. People swore up and down they heard it coming from the kitchen cabinets, the bedroom closets, the refrigerator, the tank behind the toilet, for God's sake. People on the street said they heard it from underneath cars, behind trees, on the sides of the houses next to the Nebels. Everyone heard her voice for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops, and then it just stopped. About 2 weeks after that day, the wife's sister had a funeral for Jennifer. It went fine. They buried her, all that. The husband's remains were cremated not long after that and put on display in a different part of the cemetery. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but at some point over the few weeks after he was cremated, someone stole his urn. It was missing for about 6 months. And then one day we get a call. Find out a groundskeeper at the cemetery had called in. The wife had been dug up and posed like she was leaning against the grave, just relaxing. She had the urn in her hands, but it was wrapped in skin. Well, they tested it, and it was the husband's skin. They'd pretty well reconstructed the man after he poured out the crate. And he hadn't been missing any skin. And remember I told you his skin was discolored? Well, this skin was perfectly preserved. And inside the urn, with his ashes, there were 3 eyeballs. Only one of them was the husband's. It's been, what, 22 years. I still hear that girl's voice calling out sometimes. And I don't mean my memory or mind is playing tricks on me. Ask your grandmother. She's heard her. The same 6-year-old voice. And then, I remember it was May 12th, 2007. I was going to pick up a pizza for us. I saw that girl. I saw Katie Nabel. I don't mean I saw her grown up. I don't mean I saw a little girl that looked like her when she was young. I mean I saw that fucking kid. She was standing outside the Walgreens right by our old house. Crying. I pulled over and got out of the car. And I started to walk up to her. I can't explain how I felt in that moment. I was nauseous. I was so afraid. Terrified. More than I've ever been. She looked right at me and said in that same voice, "Help me, please. I don't know what the hell happened. But she just disappeared. I never took my eyes off her. She was just there 1 second. Gone the next. I thought I was losing my mind. I was seriously worried about my mental health. But then, about an hour after I got back home, the phone rang. It was Olson. Hadn't talked to the son of a bitch in 5 years. And he called me that night. Said he saw Katie Nabel sitting on a bus stop bench. Crying. He lived on the other side of the country. ... Killed himself the next day. My grandpa took a deep breath after that. There's never a good ending to these stories. I know. If there was, they wouldn't be the impossible ones. I'd have figured them out one way or the other. And I know I've told you some others. But that girl's voice still wakes me up in the middle of the night. Sometimes I hear it from downstairs. Sometimes from the bathroom. Ellipsis. Sometimes I'll be laying on my side, facing away from your grandmother. And it'll sound like it's coming from her mouth. We never found a trace of that girl. Nothing. I told you what they do with those cases. God damn it. I'm sorry. That's it. That's the worst one. Some of the other ones might sound worse to you. But that's the worst for me. Okay. Back before me and Olson were partners. I was with this guy man. He was a weird son of a bitch. But he was good at the job. He'd been on about a decade longer than me. And he taught me quite a bit. As a matter of fact, he's the one that told me there would be times when I wouldn't be able to solve the case. He said it wouldn't be because of me or lack of skill or anything like that. Wouldn't be the evidence. Wouldn't be the witnesses. He said there'd be times when, how'd he put it? You'd have all the pieces of the puzzle. You know what the puzzle should look like. But for a reason you don't know and can't understand, they just won't fit. Back in the late 80s we drew a suspected homicide at this apartment building. Real pile of shit. Neighbors had complained about a smell coming from one of the units. So some officers went to check it out. Ends up we get called. The girl was found wrapped completely in dental floss. I mean each of her fingers and toes were individually wrapped, as were each of her limbs and her torso and her ears and the rest of her head. And then another layer went over everything. It was wrapped so none of her skin was visible. Can you imagine that? How long that must have taken. There were no weave patterns either. They just wrapped it around once. Then continued with each new wraparound touching the one before it. How much floss you think that took? Hundreds of rolls. If not more. Thousands maybe. Never seen anything like it but that one time. Anyways, they identified the girl. She was some kid. 17 years old she was. From a couple states over. If I remember right, her name was... what was it? Kelly. That's it. Now, the guy who lived in the apartment hadn't been seen around the building for a few days. We talked to the neighbors. People that lived on the same floor. A few others. Maybe. Apparently. This guy. His name was Lucas. He kept to himself. We went to talk to the neighbors. None of them knew his name. And a few of them. They'd go, "Oh, you mean the guy from whatever unit he was in. 512, I think. Whatever it was. Guy is an asshole." Or something to that effect. He never talked to anybody. Never nodded in the halls. Nothing. He'd lived in the building 6 years. But for about the last year, 10 months or so, no one had seen him. His rent was paid by check through the mail, and he'd had his mail forwarded to a P.O. box. So the scene. His apartment was dark. We'd shown up there in the morning, about 9 a.m., but his apartment made it feel like it was midnight. He'd painted the windows black. The same with the walls. But on the walls were, you know, those cliché ransom letters, where all the words are made up, different letters cut out of magazines. It was that, but over every inch of every black wall in the place. The messages were disturbing. I don't remember what it all said verbatim, but they were just these long, sort of vague confessions. "It's almost the end. He's coming for me. Please stop." That type of stuff. It was a 2-bedroom apartment. And floor to ceiling, wall to wall, it was just hundreds and thousands magazine letters making words that formed this guy's pleas for help. Fingerprint folks came in and did their thing. Like I said, this guy lived alone. Never had a noise complaint. No one ever saw him with anyone else. Neighbors in the next units over and across the hall never heard a peep from his apartment. Not even a TV or radio. But somehow, there were no less than, what was it? 90-some odd different fingerprints all over his house. Weirder than that, is that all the fingerprints were all carefully placed. Like one person went up to the table, wall, refrigerator, door, whatever, placed their thumb down. Then another person came up, placed their finger down, and so on and so forth. The entire apartment, every surface had these fingerprints. Intricately placed, evenly spaced. We found out that the only ones they identified 2 sets of fingerprints. One belonging to Lucas, and another to a woman who had died in West Virginia in the early 60s. A few years before he was born. So the girl that was found dead in the apartment, she had no connection to Lucas that anyone could find. She also had no fingerprints on her. But it didn't look like anyone had intentionally wiped her down. They said she'd been dead about a week, and that the cause of death was, get this, suffocation by dental floss. And in the course of the autopsy, they found that a few of her organs were also wrapped in floss the same way her body was. Her heart, liver, a lung, her kidneys, her spleen, all wrapped up in dental floss. And her stomach was bursting at the seams with it. Just like her esophagus. Anyways, we had our suspect. This Lucas guy. We started digging. Looking for associates. Places he spent time. Things like that. Pretty soon we find out he did some off-the-books work at a landscaping company. Guy there tells us he hasn't been to work in 3 days. And that he figured he'd quit. We pulled a few more threads. But nothing seemed to pan out. It looked like this guy killed Kelly and then went off the grid. Then about a week and a half after we got the case, we put Lucas's picture everywhere. And if I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups told us all to tell everyone it was for a robbery. We started getting calls from different businesses saying Lucas had come in, stopped for gas, got a burger at McDonald's, picked up shampoo at a grocery store. All these menial tasks. Probably 15 different things. Problem was, he apparently did all these things at locations that spanned the whole city. And he did them all at the same damn time. 10:48 a.m. Something like that. All the security camera footage matched up. His credit card records matched up. All the purchases happened at the exact same time. And I'll be damned if it wasn't him at the locations. Not look-alikes, but him. Now, a lot of this stuff I'm telling you, it's weird, yeah? When it all happened, that's really all it was. It was just weird, odd. It was never really all that scary. Some things were, of course. But generally it was just stuff that boggled the mind. When we watched those security tapes. Though, it's hard to explain it. Me, man, and anyone who was in the room at the times we watched these tapes. Every time. I think there was 11 places we had to watch the tapes. And every time, he'd stand for a few seconds. 5 to 10 seconds. And he would just stare at the camera. Stone-faced. And it was like he was looking into my soul. I can only describe how it felt for me. But I know for a fact the others felt the same way. It felt like someone was squeezing their fist around my heart. The breath left me. I started sweating. It was the worst fear. Pure terror. 2 of the security guys had to leave the room. One started hyperventilating. Another threw up. It only lasted as long as he was looking straight at the camera. When he'd look away, everyone would breathe a sigh of relief. It was, anyways. Man, he came to me the last day of us going over the security cameras. And he told me he had something. Son of a bitch had gone over the pictures from the apartment, of all the magazine letters. And he found a pattern. There were certain letters that were written in a particular font. He put those through a cipher. What did he call it? Caesarean shift. If you moved the letters around. I don't remember how many. 4, 5, something. It made a name that kept repeating. It was the longest of long shots. But we started looking into Bruce Hiller. Turns out Bruce Hiller has another apartment over in town near our own. We talked to the people there. They tell us he's the nicest guy in the world. They don't see him much. But whenever they do, he's polite, conversational, real good guy. His apartment is immaculate. I mean, it looked like he went over the entire place with a Q-tip every day, every hour. The building itself was it was decent, kinda run down, but his place, for what it was spotless. We go though everything, and pretty soon it's time to go check the basement storage unit. The way they were set up was they were just partitioned off with little wooden and wire doors. You could see into everything. In Lucas's, or Bruce's, whatever his damn name was. In his, it was packed floor to ceiling with stuff on either side of the door. But we could see through the door. And there he was. towards the back of the unit with his back to us, reaching up onto a shelf. We could barely see him. Just kind of make out his silhouette. The only lights down there were single bulbs hanging from the ceiling with pull strings. We shine our lights in his unit, pull our weapons, tell him to turn around slowly and keep his hands up. He doesn't move, he just stays there, reaching up on the shelf. We move forward a bit, keep telling him to turn around, show us his hands, blah blah blah. But he doesn't move an inch. The building manager had a rapport with him, apparently, so we get him and he tries pleading with him to turn around. But Lucas just kept standing there with his arm up and his back to us. Manager unlocks the door. We get him out of there. Now, this was a year or two before tasers really started catching on. So we didn't have that option. We inch our way towards the guy. And as we get closer, it becomes clear that, when I say he's not moving, I mean he's not moving. He's standing as still as a statue. Pretty soon we realize he's not breathing. We kept our weapons up, kept our lights on him, kept yelling all that shit. Did it by the book. But we got up to him and confirmed that wasn't breathing. We call in the troops. When it was time to move the body, they had to tip him. It was like rigor mortis had set in while he was reaching up to the shelf. It was his face, though. It was the most anguished, terrified look I'd ever seen. Picture yourself screaming at the top of your lungs. And think about what your face looks like when you do that. That was his face. We asked the people who lived above his storage unit if they'd heard anything. Of course they hadn't. When Mance saw the guy, it did something to him. I mean, I saw Lucas's face. It scared the Christ out of me. No two ways about it. Gave me that same feeling as when we watched the security tapes. But man, the guy never said another word. Ever. Never spoke to me. His wife, his kids, never said another word as far as I know. Last I heard he was living in an old folks' home. Poor son of a bitch just looks out the window all day. That was some years ago. Though, I hope for his sake he's dead. Terrible as it sounds. They did an autopsy, and, well, it was something with his heart. Blood pressure. Something. But what it came down to was that he was literally scared to death. I didn't think it was real. But they assured us it was the only explanation. That was it. He died. We never found anything else on his connection to the girl. Why he had an alias. Why he had a second apartment. Nothing. We did find what the tip of his finger was touching when he was reaching up on that shelf. Though, there was a ball of dental floss. Maybe the size of, I don't know, a racquetball. You know, one of those bouncy blue ones? Got a call a day or two later. They told us that inside that ball of floss, 7 human teeth. Far as I know, none of them have ever been identified. It was, 1993, I think. You know, after a while these things start to blend together. Dates, some names, and I'm an old man now. That doesn't help. But I remember the important things. I don't know if it's that I just have a good memory or if these things were just burnt into my mind. Ah well, no matter. We drew a body in a department store. Kohl's department store. You know, the one right up there on North Avenue? Well, this one started off weird right off the bat. Someone placed the call for the body at about 2 in the afternoon. This is a department store that opened at 9 in the morning. 8, whenever. But it had been open. People walking around the place. For hours. So we think. Okay, maybe the body was hidden somewhere in the building. Nope. The body was right inside the main entrance of the place. Right by the first checkout. Someone must have dropped the body there and took off. Right? These are all things we're thinking on the drive over. The body was posed. There was no way someone had been in a rush when they did it. And there's no way that people just didn't notice someone doing it. It would have been impossible to miss. Did I mention it was a kid? Yeah, he was maybe 10, 11 years old. The pose was. Remember we watched The Exorcist? When the girl comes down the stairs, bent over backward walking on her hands and feet? That's how this boy was. But, you know, not moving. His back was arched, stomach facing up, just looking up at us upside down. His face just pain. Just pure pain. All he had on was a pair of white briefs. This kid, God, my grandpa was visibly distraught, so we get there, and the first thing we ask is, well, what did the guy look like? Someone had to have seen him. But no one could recall seeing anything. Not even the lady who'd been standing at the register that this poor kid was posed in front of not 10 feet away. Now, it's weird enough. You know, the way this body is positioned. The position is weird enough. So we think rigor must have set in. The forensics folks get over there. They take the pictures. All that. Then. Christ. Then they, you know, they get ready to lay the body out. Take a closer look at him. And as soon as the forensics guy, Benny, I remember his name was. As soon as Benny lays a finger on him. And I mean the moment. The second. The microsecond. The exact instance his finger touches this kid's shoulder. The body just instantly crumples. Like a deflated balloon. I feel bad saying it. That poor kid. But it was just a puddle of a person. A puddle of skin. We find out later that this kid's bones. They were dust. I don't mean that figuratively. Either. His bones were ground to just a fine powder. The only mark on his body was a handprint around his neck. And the cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Christ. He was a goddamn kid. So anyways, we had our work cut out for us. This was a case where there were 40, 50, 60 witnesses. We checked the security cameras. And it was the most bizarre, surreal thing. The whole thing was caught on tape. At about 10:30 that morning. A person wearing all black. Who kept his head down the whole time so we couldn't see his face. Came in holding the kid's hand. They went over to where the body was found. And the kid gets into the position we found him in. The guy then chokes the kid for about 40 seconds. Killing him. People are just walking on by. Walking around them. Looking at them. But ignoring what's happened. The lady at the counter looked over a few times. Didn't do a thing. Just kept checking people out. Doing her job. The guy finishes choking the kid. Stands up. And the son of a bitch bows. And the part that really got me. People in the store gave him a round of applause. Then he just left. We were fuming. I remember I yelled at some of the employees and people that were in the store when we got there. What the hell were you doing just standing there? What the hell's the matter with you? You sons of bitches? You know? but not a one of them couldn't really explain their reaction to what had happened. They said they remembered seeing the guy, the kid, all of it, but when it was happening, it didn't feel like anything wrong was going on. They said they all saw it, but instead of being like, what the hell? It just seemed like a normal thing. We asked everyone what the guy had looked like, and they were all 100% sure in the descriptions they gave of the guy's face. By what the witnesses gave us, the guy was either white, black, Hispanic, or Asian, with brown, black, blonde, red, or gray hair, blue, green, or brown eyes, perfectly smooth or extremely wrinkled skin, a big or a small nose, and he had a picture-perfect set of pearly whites. Or he had a mouth that looked like he ate nothing but junk food and rocks and hadn't brushed a day in his life. It didn't make any sense. And with everyone having no real idea what they saw, none of what they gave us was a help at all. Remember I said the body was called in around 2 in the afternoon? And yeah, that means people were coming in and just ignoring, not realizing, I don't know, whatever the hell was happening. But no one did anything about the body for almost 4 hours. We went to listen to the 911 call, and we find out it came from the payphone right across the street from the Kohl's. At the McDonald's there used to be a payphone. Now, I heard a gravelly, deep voice, but Olsen, he heard someone more high-pitched. Doesn't really matter. Just another weird thing about this. Operator goes, 911. Yada yada yada. Guy says, did anyone call yet? Operator goes, I'm sorry? Did anyone call about the body yet? What body? Guy gets all frustrated. Starts huffing and puffing. Goes, there's a body at Kohl's. North Avenue. Do your fucking job. Your goddamn job. Whatever he said. Then he goes, I don't have all day. We end up looking at the security tapes from the McDonald's there. And right after the guy did what he did to the boy, he walked over to the McDonald's and sat at one of the tables outside. And he just sat there, staring at the Kohl's, just waiting. Didn't budge an inch from about 10:35 until he called around 2. Just sat there like a statue, staring. Then he got up and made the call. After he hung up, he stood at the payphone, not moving, watching the Kohl's from there. Watched the black and whites show up. Watched us show up. Then finally around 4 he just left. Took off down the street. This was one where we didn't really find anything. Never found out who the boy was. No one ever reported him missing. Certainly never found the guy that killed him. Get this, though, a whole mess of people that were in the store when he did what he did. They ended up killing themselves. 6 or 7 of them in the months immediately following that day. Then, I found out when the case was reopened. Guy who took it over. Young guy named Smith. He went to re-interview some of the witnesses. And 16 more had committed suicide. Guy didn't just kill the boy. Whatever he did, whatever he was, he took a whole lot more people with him. That boy, though, I'll never get that sight out of my eyes. The way he was posed. I thank God I never saw anything like that again. Some of the other cases might have affected me more overall. But that was a sight that was the one. It's not always people, you know. The impossible ones weren't limited to just people. Back in the late 80s, Early 90s maybe. We caught a call. A suspected murder had taken place. Mail had filled up the mailbox. Eventually someone called the police for a wellness check. Some uniforms go to check, look through the window, and they see blood on the living room carpet and ceiling. They go in, clear the house. We get called. I remember the phone call. It was the same as the calls for the impossible cases. Yeah, Grandpa's name, it's another one. We could always tell how shitty our day was going to be by the tone of voice of whoever called us. It was me and a temporary partner I had. This guy Malloy. He'd come over from across the state. But like every detective, he was familiar with the impossible ones. Though he said at his last shop, they were referred to as the unexplained. Different name, but the same mind-boggling bullshit. Anyways, we pull up to the house and find everyone standing outside it. We get out of the car thinking they're just trying to preserve the scene. But then we see that everyone is real on edge, jumping when we shut our doors. Staring at the ground, just acting real antsy. We ask them what's going on. But no one will say a word. We go around asking if the house has been cleared. And finally a uniformed, looked like his first day on the job, nods his head a little bit. Malloy and I go in the house. And, it looks normal. Just a normal suburban house. There was a stain on the living room carpet. And it was very clearly blood. It was made all the more obvious by the fact that there was blood dripping from the ceiling. You ever seen a ceiling with flood damage? Where it looks like dropping a feather on it from the other side is gonna make it come crashing down. That's how the spot above the stain was. It was dark red and looked thin as wet tissue. So obviously, we think there must be a body upstairs. Based on the call we got and how the folks outside were acting. We were expecting something real, something real gruesome. We go upstairs, figure out which room the stain is below. But when we walk in, there's nothing. Room is normal. Not 2 seconds after we opened that door. That's when we first hear it. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. The best way I can describe it is like they tapped their pinky. Then a half second later their ring finger. Then middle index thumb. Boom boom boom. Real fast. Malloy and I both spin around. It sounded like someone was tapping on the wall in the room across the hall from the one we were in. Now, the door to that room is closed. We'd been informed that this woman lived by herself. Didn't have any kids, no husband, not even any family that lived in the state. So there shouldn't be anyone else there. Malloy and I draw our weapons. Start doing the whole, open the door. Show us your hands. Yada 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 thing. But no one responds. We stand there long enough with our weapons pointed at the wall. I was pointing at the door. Malloy had his trained on the wall. We stand there long enough and don't hear anything back that we start wondering if we just heard something from outside or something. The unis had cleared the house. And they'd never done us wrong before. But with how weird they were acting, we wanted to be sure. Just as I start to take a step to pass Malloy and move toward the other room, we hear it again. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. Only this time, it sounded like it was in the room on the other side of the wall from the one we were in. On the same side of the hall. Just a door down? I yell out, police. Step out into the hallway with your hands up, and again. No response. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. This one comes from the opposite wall from the previous one, which would put whoever was doing it on the steps leading upstairs. Malloy was still standing in the doorway, so he took a step and leaned over to take a look. Then looked over to me and shook his head. There wasn't anyone there. The next set of taps. That same pattern. They came from above us. Like in the attic. Then higher up on the wall by the stairs. Then down the hall. Then from underneath my feet like someone was tapping on the ceiling in the living room. Then back on the wall in the opposite room. Over and over and over and over and over and over. Sounded like a miniature stampede was happening all around us. It lasted about 30 seconds. Then as quickly as it started, it just stopped. Malloy and I stood there for a good 10 minutes. Guns up, arms aching, wondering what the hell was going on. When we both finally calmed down enough to act rationally, we went through and cleared the house again. Attic, top floor, ground floor, basement. We did it ourselves just to make sure it got done thoroughly. And there was no one. House was empty except for us. So then we have to deal with the fact that the ceiling in the living room is leaking blood. But there doesn't seem to be a source. The bedroom where the leak should have been. Where the body should have been. There was a throw rug in there. You know, over the hardwood floor. So we moved the rug. There's a little, door, type thing. I guess you'd call it. A little door in the floor. Maybe the size of a pack of cigarettes. With a hinge that's flush with the floor. I open it, shine a flashlight in. But there's nothing there. No source for where the blood could be coming from. And even after we had some guys come in and take out the floorboards. I took out the insulation and it was dry. The material that made up the ceiling. While it was soaked with blood on the bottom of it, it was completely dry on top. Which, I mean, it's impossible. It's like the source of the blood was in between a half-inch thick piece of plaster. That was a hell of a long day. I'll tell you. So, it's late now. Probably 2:30 in the morning. Malloy and I are still at the house. Looking around. We finally got a few people to come in. You know, fingerprint folks. Photographers. They're getting their jobs done. Me and Malloy are standing in the kitchen when he goes, "Did you hear that?" I hadn't heard a thing. He goes, "There it is again." I'm straining my ears trying to hear what he's hearing. And when I turn to look at him and ask what he thinks he's hearing, I won't lie to you. My heart skipped a beat. Malloy was standing there, staring straight ahead into my eyes. But it was like he was looking through me. His face had gone completely limp, slack, and his eyes looked like they'd been turned off. Like there was no life behind them. His mouth hung open like he was just totally brain dead. "Malloy?" I say. He just stared through me. To the point that I looked over my shoulder to make sure no one was behind me. When I turned back around, Malloy was pointing to the basement door. I looked over and saw that it was closed. When I looked back again, Malloy was pointing, but the life had returned to his face. He looked normal. I asked Malloy what the hell had happened, and he just said, "You didn't hear that?" I told him I hadn't. He said we needed to check the basement again. We head over and open the door. Only now the lights wouldn't turn on. They'd worked fine the entire day. But all of a sudden now, nothing. We get our flashlights out and head down. I asked him why we're checking the basement again. But he just kept saying, "We need to check the basement again." You didn't hear that? We get down there, and everything looks the same as it had all day. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. The taps sounded like they were against one of the metal racks that lined the basement walls. We shine our lights all around. There's nothing. No one. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. This time it sounds like it's on a cardboard box. You didn't hear that? Malloy says again. The tapping starts all around us. It's on metal, cardboard, plastic, wood, drywall, plaster. It gets to the point that it's deafening. I shine my light all around and it eventually lands on Malloy, who had at some point moved to the corner. He had that same dead look on his face again. And he was pointing towards the ceiling. Just behind me. I consider myself something of a brave man. But in that moment, I was about as scared as I could have been. I did not want to look behind me. It felt like something was there, looking at me, waiting for me to turn around. You didn't hear that? Malloy said again. You didn't hear that? 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 He just kept repeating it, over and over and over. Then he started slurring his words, like he'd sound if he was drunk. I'm yelling out at him to shut his mouth, scared out of my mind. And so, there's already been a lot of this that makes you scratch your head. You know, say, what the hell? But then, I can tell my grandpa is reliving this in his head. I worked up enough courage to turn around. Malloy was still repeating that over and over. But I turned around and looked up towards where he was pointing, and there was a spot of the plaster in the basement ceiling that was newer than the rest of it. The same size as that little door in the floor on the second level. We'd been through the house more times than I can remember. And neither of us had noticed that door until now. Which seemed unlikely. The tapping seems to be getting louder. Faster. I got Malloy yelling over and over. And I'm so afraid. I think I might piss myself. It gets so loud that I cover my ears. Start hunching over. I mean, it sounded like you could have heard it on the other side of the neighborhood. Then it all stopped again. I looked over to Malloy and saw him sobbing into his hands. Then he walked up the basement stairs without saying a word. I wanted to get the hell out of there. But at the same time I didn't want to skimp on my duties. I yelled up the stairs for a few of the construction guys to come down and take down the entire piece of plaster that spot was on. They unscrewed the screws, and when one side of the piece was lower than the others, a little bag slides out and falls to the ground. The bag had fingers in it. 3 fingers. If I remember right they were. It was an index, ring, and pinky finger. We eventually went back upstairs. And when we did, there were spots like the one in the basement all over the place. The ceiling in the living room had stopped bleeding. But now we had more of these spots. Must have been 5 or 6 on each level of the house. Inside each were bags of fingers. From pinky to thumb. We had them all tested. And far as we could tell, at least some of them belonged to previous owners of the house. Going back decades, turns out that everyone who'd lived in the house had died. One of them was a suicide. But the rest were natural causes. It was odd, because all the fingers were in perfect condition. Like they'd just been removed from the body and decomp hadn't started yet. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Malloy. That poor bastard. He quit the job the following day. Refused to talk about what was going on in his head during that day. He tried committing suicide twice that I know of. Now he lives with his daughter in Monterey, California. In the few years after that day, I tried to check in on him from time to time, and he would apparently have these fits where he just screams. You didn't hear that? Over and over. I was supposed to go back to that house a few days later. I showed up, and when I got to the front door, I just couldn't do it. That fear set in again. Made me feel like I was gonna pass out. I knew right from the jump this one didn't have an answer. I still did my due diligence. Did what I could to find some answers. But I refused to go back in that house. Oh, and the woman, one who lived there, a neighbor down the street, had seen her walking the morning we got the call. So several days after she'd stopped getting her mail for whatever reason. Even though she was apparently home, she'd walked down the street and onto the main road. We'd tracked her security tapes. But she turned the corner from North Avenue on 92nd Street and just vanished. Poof. Into thin air. Wondered for a long time what happened to her. Then one day, almost 7 years later, we get a tape in the mail. It had been sent to the precinct, addressed to both me and Malloy. It was a security tape from a gas station. The time stamp was the day after we'd been to her house. So the day after she'd vanished. About 2 hours after. Across the street from the gas station. Some folks were doing some tree work. That woman had walked up to the area these folks were doing the work. Set her purse down with her ID on top of it. Leaned forward, and went head first into a woodchipper. Messed up, right? Well, even more messed up than that? The tape came from a gas station in Florida. About 1.200 miles. Never did figure out how she got from the corner of 92nd and North to Tampa Bay, Florida in under 2 hours. So the very first one. The first impossible one. That was, what? 76, 77 feet? Somewhere in there. Around a year after I made detective. Anyways, I'm sitting at my desk when the sergeant comes up and whispers something to my partner. This guy Manth. I think I told you about him before. You know what happened to him. So Sarge whispers to Manth and heads back to his office. Manth just kinda hangs his head a bit. I ask him what's going on, and he stands up and tells me to follow him. We go to the car. And on our way to wherever we're going, he gives me a little speech. Now, I'm paraphrasing here. I've been a detective 11 years now. Steve, my grandpa, said it was fine if I used his name. I've solved a lot of cases. I'm not the best detective there's ever been. But I'm damn good at my job. Generally speaking, if there's a murder, I'll get the guy. Or gal. One time it even ended up being a dog. But you get what I mean. But sometimes, he says, sometimes there's cases you can't solve. No matter how good you are. Sometimes things just won't make a lick of sense. The clues will take you to a dead end. The evidence will just raise more questions. You know, when you do a puzzle, sometimes you'll have the box there so you can see what you're supposed to be putting together. It's like you're doing a puzzle. You know what it should look like. You got all the pieces on the table in front of you. But they just don't go together. There's no reason why. They just don't. The department doesn't like word of these getting out. You're not under any obligation to not talk about them. Don't think I'm trying to scare you or anything. They suit prefer to keep them quiet. Don't wanna scare the people. You know, we got a name for M around the department. Just a dumb little name. We call M the impossible ones. 'Cause that's what they are. No two ways about it. They're impossible. You might have heard someone mention them before. I had. I'd heard the term, impossible one, in passing. Never really knew what it was about. So Steve says, we're headed to one now. I knew it was just a matter of time until we caught one. Sarge got the details from some of the unis down there. We drove out to Oak Creek. You know, the farmland out there? We had to drive down this long dirt road between two giant plots of corn stalks. And finally this house comes into view. Got the black and whites parked all around it. Yellow tape. The whole deal. We pull up, and the lieutenant was there. Which, you know, I wasn't used to that. Manth tells me, whenever we get a weird one, they send out a higher up. LT just shakes his head and tells us, good luck. So, you know, we walk past the tape. Everybody's out there doing their jobs. There's a group crowded around this big flag pole they have. We're walking up to the house to talk to the responding officers. And I overheard some folks talking about how it just doesn't make sense. You know, how is it possible? Stuff like that. So right away, I'm getting that something is off. But I still don't know why we're even there. We get in the house. And a few unis are standing in the foyer. This house. It wasn't a nice place. There were no walls. Or, well, no drywall. It was just the slats. Like someone had started building the house but given up halfway through. We go up and ask for a rundown of what's happened. And two of the officers tell us to follow them upstairs. One of the unis says, I've been on the job about 2 years. I've seen some messed up things. But this has got to be the worst. They take us up to a bedroom on the second floor. And before we turn to go in, the uni says, brace yourself. I don't remember what I was expecting. Exactly. Probably a whole lot of blood. Gus. You know, something like that. But there wasn't any. There was no mess. The room was absolutely immaculate. Like they'd gone over it with a toothbrush just before we walked in. The bedroom was empty except for a small, almost like a TV tray. You know, that stands up? Yeah, there's one of those. And there's medical supplies on it. You know, bandages, wraps, scalpel, scissors, sutures, all of them clean as a whistle. But the body, there was a body on the floor, sort of halfway leaning against the wall. The feet had been sewn on. They were much paler than the rest of his body. You know, like the feet clearly came from another person. Again, there was no blood, but at the same time, there was evidence that the operation, if you want to call it that, happened in that very room. Weirder yet, one of his hands had also been stitched on. But just one of them. This body's right hand, it belonged to its original owner. And it had a stitching needle and thread in it. Like the son of a bitch had been doing this to himself. Problem was, his feet and hand, the ones that actually belonged to him, were nowhere to be found. As, you know, as freaky as this was, it was the smell that was the worst. It was the most rank, putrid dead body smell I've ever encountered. And I've smelled quite a few. Now, later, they did an autopsy. The cause of death couldn't be determined. But the level of decomp on the outside was, hours. By the time Manth and I showed up on the scene, I don't remember what the call was. Or, how it was found out that there was a potential murder there. But when we showed up, the body was still fresh. They did the autopsy not long after that, and the decomp on the inside of the body. His organs and all that? At least a month. Like he'd been sitting against that wall for a month. Now, I don't know how much you know about human decomp. Hopefully not much, but it happens in stages. Right after a person dies. First few days, not too much happens. Then they'll start bloating and all that. After about a week, the skin will start to turn black. And like I said, none of this had happened yet. But on the inside, a little after a week, things will start breaking down. Maggots, bugs, insects, all that. They'll start laying eggs, feeding off the organs. And the organs, they'll start breaking down, leak out of the body. Sounds gross, I know, but, so the outside of the body was fine, as far as decomposition, but the inside of the body was just, I don't know how to put it, it was just, flakes. Like dried fruit. His lungs, spleen, kidneys, bladder, stomach, it was all decomposed, covered in creepy crawlers. It didn't make any sense. It was, drumroll, impossible. And even more than that, you know how I said the room was perfectly clean? Not a drop of blood? It's because the body had been completely exsanguinated. I mean completely. The body shouldn't have looked the way it did on the outside considering what had happened on the inside. If I wouldn't have seen it with my own eyes, I would have sworn to you it was like a wax statue or something. But that's not the weirdest thing. Not to me at least. So, outside, when we pulled up, there was that group of unis gathered around the flagpole. When we were done, looking around the inside of the house, trying to make heads or tails of what happened, the folks that brought us into the house told us to follow them out. We get down to the flagpole, and this thing is big. Must have been 25, 30 feet tall, big as the kind you'd see at a school. We walk up and kinda get everyone to clear a path for us so we can see what all the commotion is about. Manth was walking ahead of me, and I just hear him say, "Jesus fucking Christ." I look around him and I see what everyone is looking at. There is a body at the base of the flagpole. I don't mean next to it. I don't mean near it. The flagpole had gone through the man's lower sternum. Blood had pooled around the area. And by the looks of it, the man hadn't been dead longer than a few hours. Now, after the fact, we had learned that the flagpole had been on that property since the 1960s. At least on paper. It hadn't been replaced or anything since then. There were two flags at the top. An American flag and our state flag. Both of them were blowing in the wind. And they were clean. Besides the normal weather where a flag gets. They were both clean. And so was the flagpole. A little dirt here and there. Maybe. But for a body to have impaled by it. And for it to have slid down the flagpole. Both it and the flags should have been covered in blood and guts. And there was no way anyone had lifted the flagpole from the ground and then dropped it on him. There was just no way. craziest thing about that one? Guy had died from a brain aneurysm. Ah, and before I forget, the guy on the flagpole was the owner of the property. The guy inside, sewing on new hands and feet for himself? Never identified, and neither were his new extremities. All right, I got one for you. In my whole career, I only ever dealt with one serial killer. You know, not that we were hoping there'd be a serial killer on the loose. Of course not. It's just, those are the cases that make careers. This was about 2 years before I was planning to retire. So, what, 99, 2000? Somewhere around there. If I could bag a serial killer, it would be the cherry on top of my whole career. I should have known right from the jump it was gonna be an impossible case. But, well, I don't know. Hope and the benefit of hindsight, I suppose. In the department, just amongst ourselves, we called this sick son of a bitch the backwards man. Ah, hey now, we never claimed to be creative types. We called him that because we caught him on camera a few times. A bunch of times, actually. He'd approach his victims, but he'd walk up to them, backwards. He'd stand with his back to them, and he'd talk to them. He always wore the same thing. A long black coat with a big hood pulled up over his head. Winter, summer, didn't matter. Always wore the same thing. Always walked backwards. Now, if you're walking down the street and you see someone walking backwards towards you, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get out of the way of the weird son of a bitch. Right? Not with this guy. He'd walk up to these people and they'd stop. They'd talk to him. Talk to the back of his head. After they'd talk for a bit, 20, 30 seconds, he'd take off in the opposite direction. And they'd follow him. We tried following him on the cameras. And this is where it gets real weird. Downtown, you know, they have all kinds of cameras on the streets. There was one, middle of the day he took someone. We got the footage from 6 different cameras. He walked up to this guy. Guy talked to the back of his head for a minute. And they started walking. Now, you're thinking that if he walks up to them backwards, then starts going in the other direction without turning around, he's just walking normally, right? Well, on all of the cameras, his back was to it. Camera was facing east on Juno. His back was to it. Camera was facing west on Juno. His back was to it. Walking backwards. Camera was facing north on Water Street. His back was to the camera. Sounds like it doesn't make sense, right? If he was walking east on Juno and you're looking at him from the south, you'd be looking at him in a profile, right? No, sir. His back was to the camera. And he was walking sideways, crossing his feet one over the other. Didn't make a single shred of sense. All the cameras had the same timestamps. But we were watching this guy walk in distinctly different gates at the same time. Once they turned enough corners, they'd just disappear. We'd always check the nearby buildings, but there would never be any evidence of them having been there. We would eventually find the victims, but I'll get to that. Anyways, because of the whole camera thing, we obviously never saw his face. Not once. Chased this guy for 2 years. Interviewed, hundreds of folks who were in the areas this son of a bitch would take his victims. They all said the same things. I only saw his back. His back was always to me. I just thought he was a weird guy walking backwards down the street. No one we talked to ever saw his face. Except for one lady. We'd sent some unis out canvassing after the backwards man had taken a 13-year-old girl with him in the 3rd ward. They went door to door to a few apartment buildings. And there was one lady. She was in her 40s. Name was, what was it? Catherine something. It doesn't matter. So about a week after this girl had gone missing, we go to meet this woman. This Catherine. And it's hard to describe. But it was like she was ripped off the page of one magazine and pasted onto another. Her apartment was immaculate. The 3rd ward isn't a cheap place to live. You know that. She had big fancy bookcases. Big TV. Pristine furniture. She was a lawyer. Judging by the apartment and the pictures she happened to be in that were around her house. She was a real professional type. But the woman herself, she'd seen better days. In those pictures she was an attractive woman. She was dressed sharp. Hair was nice. Big, sparkly white smile. When we talked to her, she looked like she hadn't seen a shower in weeks. Her hair was all messed up. Her teeth were dirty. She was a mess. And she was afraid. She sat in a chair in the corner and watched the door while we talked. She was shaking like a leaf. We sat down to talk to her. Asked her what she'd seen. Her voice was all shaky. And she whispered, like there was someone in the room she didn't want to hear what she was saying. Now, I'm paraphrasing here. But he walked up backwards to the girl. I watched him do it. He walked up backwards to her. And just stood there. I wasn't too close to them, She was stuttering. You could tell she was terrified. She goes. But I could see the girl talking to the person. I was walking back to my office and I walked a bit closer, and as I walked by I threw my coffee in the trash beside them and he was just saying something over and over and over. The same thing. And she was talking to him like they were having a conversation. I ask her what he was saying. And she just starts hyperventilating. Freaking out. Takes us a good 10 minutes to calm her down. But we need to know. We have to know what this guy was saying. She goes. He was saying, is a house really a home if you aren't there? And he'd sniffle a little bit like he was sick. Then, is a house really a home if you aren't there? And another sniffle. Is a house really a home if you aren't there? And a sniffle. And then, she started crying real hard. Had to give her a minute to calm down again. Then she says, then I realized that it was a perfect copy every time. Like it was on repeat on a recorder or something. It did something to me. Hearing that, I thought I was gonna drop dead right there. I don't know what it was, but I thought I was gonna die. Then I asked what the girl was saying. It's like she was hearing something different than I was. She was just going on. Oh yeah, me too. I love it there. Oh yeah, what about you? That's great. It didn't make any sense. Then I kinda got down close next to her. As comforting as I could be. And I asked her again. Did she see his face? Her eyes well up with tears again. Her hands start shaking. I can tell she's just about to break down again. Then she whispers, his face. His face. His face. Then she starts yelling. His face. His face. We try to calm her down, but then she just stops. Goes dead silent for a second. Stares off into nothingness. Then it's like she composed herself in the blink of an eye and she goes, "Will you excuse me? I need to use the restroom." Before I tell her to go, I ask her again if she can tell me what the guy's face looked like. She's cool as a cucumber now. And she just says, "If you'll give me a moment, I'll collect myself and be right back with you. I'm very sorry. I just need to calm down for a second." I didn't really know what else to say. I mean, her change in demeanor it was jarring. Kinda left me and my partner stunned. And I couldn't tell her, no, it was her house. She had every right to get up and go. And she did. My partner and I just kinda stood there and talked for a minute. Kinda going over what the lady had said. When she'd gone to the bathroom and closed the door, we'd walked over nearby just to keep an ear on her. She seemed unstable, but not to the point that we thought she'd try to harm herself. As I'm telling you this, I realize what it must sound like. Like this woman was on the edge, and we just let her go to the bathroom. But she was afraid, and it just seemed like shock. In that line of work, you have to be able to read people. Well, we were reading her, and neither of us felt she was at risk. The water had been running, and we'd heard a creak. Like she'd sat down on top of the toilet or leaned against the counter. Something. But that was it. No crying. Didn't sound like she was moving around at all. I knocked on the door, and we didn't get a response. Knocked again, but in a hurry. When she didn't answer, I tried to open the door, but she'd locked it, so I busted the handle. She'd taken the blades out of one of those single-use razors. There were 2 blades. I know what you're thinking. She tried to slash her wrists. Right? Wrong. She'd cut out her tongue. There was blood everywhere, all over the sink, the floor, the mirror, on top of the toilet. The tongue itself was sitting on the counter next to the sink, right next to the cup that had her toothbrush in it. Catherine. I think her name was Catherine. That's gonna drive me crazy. But she was sitting on the edge of the bathtub. Totally silent, still as calm as she had been when she'd gotten up to go in there. Every few seconds she'd spit out a mouthful of blood into the tub. It was horrifying. My partner called for medical, and I did what I could to help plug up the bleeding. Which wasn't much. Oh, and on the shower wall, she'd written in her own blood the words, "his face." Which, I don't know what that was supposed to mean. Still today don't know what it meant. It wasn't an indicator of what it had looked like or anything. I don't know. She ended up in the hospital, of course. Then was remanded to a psych facility for a few days. I remember my partner at the time. He looked her up a few years after I was out. And, she was living with her sister. And by that time she'd been arrested. Twice. For heroin possession. Her life really fell apart after that. My grandpa was thinking for a moment, and had a look of remorse on his face. Anyways, so that was odd enough. The whole thing with the guy walking backwards. Whatever his face looked like. The weird things he was saying. But that wasn't it. So he'd take these people. We'd follow them on cameras when we could. But eventually we'd lose them. Sometimes the victims. They'd be missing for days. Sometimes weeks. The longest any of them was missing was a guy. About your age, I'm 30. He was missing for about 6 weeks. But they'd always turn up. And they'd always turn up in the same way. There'd be a call placed to 911. And the call would always essentially sound the same. We just got home. And there's a dead body in our house. So there were 7. 7 of these murders. That we know about. 3 had already happened by the time I got put on the case. The lead before me hit his 20 and left the force. So I dealt with 4 of these. The girl from the 3rd ward. She'd been missing for what was it? 2 days shy of a month. Towards the end of August. She showed up like all the others did. They were always in surrounding areas. Never anywhere near where they'd gone missing. This poor couple, the wife had come home from work about 2 minutes before her husband. And she'd walked in the house to find this 13-year-old girl's body propped up in a reclining chair in the living room. This girl's body, she'd been frozen. And when the unis got there, maybe 10 minutes after the call was made, she was still ice cold to the touch. Like she'd just been dropped there right before the wife had gotten in. Had just barely started thawing. Her skin was black, like she had the worst kind of frostbite over every inch of her body. There was dried blood coming from her nose, ears, eyes. You could barely see it. But it was there. She'd been posed. She had one leg over the other. And she had one hand held up. And the son of a bitch had put an empty champagne glass in it. But the worst part, her face. This was a pretty girl. Or she had been. But, well, her face was solid black. But she was, shit. She was smiling, lips curled up, toasting like she was celebrating something. That was the worst part about it. To me at least. The other ones were. They were different but equally as twisted. One of them was the guy the first mentioned earlier. On Juno. He was found at a house in Brookfield. Burnt to a crisp. And he was still smoldering. 2. Like he'd just been put there the second before the people got home. He was posed too. He was in their rec room. And he'd been set up like he was tossing a dart at their dartboard. And then one day, they just stopped. It just never happened again. The only thing related to the backwards man that happened after that last murder was, well, I shouldn't say the only thing. I don't want to diminish it. It was very unfortunate. What happened? I should say that the last thing related to the backwards man that I dealt with. And as far as I know, the last thing to happen with him in our city was this poor girl. She was in her early mid-20s. Going to graduate school. She had just had a baby maybe 6 months before. And she'd been walking from the local college campus to the parking garage. And somewhere between those two, he'd shown up. Whole thing was caught on the security cameras. And again, no matter the angle, his back was always to the camera. They talked for a minute. And this time, he turned around. Her faced her. We couldn't see it. Because, whatever the hell happens with the cameras. They talked for just a second after that. But instead of her following him, he just left. Just walked away. She stood there for about 10 minutes. Still as a statue. Just looking into the distance. Kind of a 1,000-yard stare. She eventually went back to her car. Stopped at the store. Picked up diapers. Started cooking dinner for her husband and son. While whatever they were having for dinner was cooking. She sat down at their kitchen table. wrote something down on a piece of paper, folded it over once, and set it down on one of the end tables next to their couch. Then she went into her closet and hung herself from one of the bars. Her husband had been playing with their son and hadn't noticed her put the piece of paper down. The smoke alarm went off. And he went looking for her. Found her in the closet. The note just said, his face, as many times as she could fit on the piece of paper. My grandpa was drained after this one. Reading these transcriptions is one thing. But when I sit down with him and he tells me these verbally for me to record and transcribe, it's apparent how all these cases affected him emotionally. And keep in mind, these are just the impossible ones. Besides those, he still has nearly 3 decades worth of normal, explainable cases weighing on him. My grandpa then said something despite his clear exhaustion from the memory of this one. And even after my insistence that he is under no obligation to share any of this with me if he doesn't want to. Let's make that call. Get you on the line with my pal in Arizona. I know he's got a story or two that'll really kick your ass. After my grandpa told me about the last case, the one about the backwards man, he told me to make the tentatively planned Skype call to a colleague of his in Arizona. Connectivity issues on both sides didn't allow us to have the call when we'd initially planned. And schedules then got in the way after that. That said, we all eventually found the time, got the call connected, and my grandpa and I were soon talking to a detective in Arizona named Adam. A man my grandpa had met at a conference years prior. Little small talk was made. My grandpa quickly got to the point. I know we talked about it a little. You know, about those cases. The kinds that don't make any sense? My grandpa said, "Oh, yeah, what did you guys call them? The impossible cases? The impossible ones. That's right. That's right. Down here they're called the inconceivables. Like the movie." My grandpa joked. They laughed for a moment, during which time Adam said that they did indeed get the name from The Princess Bride, and then he went into one of his very own impossible cases. There's a lot of desert down here. A lot of long, empty roads with nothing but open land on either side. A few skinny trees here and there. Some cacti. But no real structures or anything to speak of. I got called out to a crime scene in had to be around 2002. It was right after 9/11. I remember. Not that one has anything to do with the other. Anyhow, I drive out there, and this is in the middle of nowhere. Like, I had to drive 20 minutes off the road just to get to it. Middle of nowhere. It was the middle of the night when I got there. 2, 3 in the morning. So they had these big floodlights set up outside the tape. And the tape was set up way farther out than I initially would have thought necessary. Real wide around the focal point of why I'd been called out. But I'll get to that. There were a few little pathways that we could take to get to her. And I was led in by one of the officers. Standing there in the middle of this big-ass area was a woman. Looked maybe about 30? She was standing mid-stride, like she was just walking through the desert, and 1 second she just boom, died. Her foot was pointed up like she'd just taken a step, and then she'd just frozen. We had the techs out there trying to figure out exactly where she'd come from. That was one of the weirdest things. The footprints. So, leading up to where this woman was, there were no footprints. Ground didn't have any imprints whatsoever. Not in the slightest. Not leading up to where she was standing. It was like she'd just floated down right out of the sky. But around her, maybe 15 yards or so, there were these. I actually don't want to call them prints. Because they weren't. But these tracks? I don't know what to call them. They were like something had been shuffling around. Something big. I mean, they looked like they stepped lightly. But when they were pointed out to me, I could plainly see that they'd left depressions in the ground. But they weren't shaped or structured like footprints. They were these kind of collections, I guess you'd say, of spirals. Spirals. Groups of 5 or 6 of them of different sizes and angles. Where if you drew a line around them, it would look, I guess maybe like a rhombus. I remember there were 4 separate collections of these. So 25 different sized spirals. Some circular, some triangular, some square-shaped. 20 to 25 total. If you drew a line around the collections of rhombuses, rhombi, if you drew a line around those, it made almost a perfect rectangle. There's no real way to put it into words. And I know this is for the blog. Whatever Steve said you were doing with these. We took a short aside, during which time I told Adam about no sleep and how I felt it was the only place there was a real chance a lot of eyes could get on their tellings of what goes on in these impossible instances. Where was I? Ah, shit. Okay. So it was the desert. It was cold, maybe 40 degrees, give or take. But parts of this girl's skin were frostbitten. If it would have been her whole body, I might have thought she'd been walking naked through the Arctic after getting out of a swimming pool filled with ice water. You know that dark purple, black color? But they're just these patches all over her. Big section of her thigh, tops of her knuckles, side of her neck, her shoulder blade. Like these spots of her had been dipped in sub-zero temperatures or something. But just those parts. I don't know. The tracks. That's what we were talking about before. So, like I said, they made a big circles about 15, maybe closer to 20 yards out from her. Each one of the rectangles, the ones with the 4 rhombuses in them, they must have been 12, 15 feet apiece, maybe 6 feet wide. Fucking huge. These things. I know you might be thinking, it sounds like someone drew them. But the text said that the depression pattern in the ground indicated that the symbols were most depressed on the ends. Not so much in the middle. Like someone stepping heel to toe. Obviously someone could have done this on purpose. But why? They went in a circle around this woman. And they overlapped each other a whole lot. Like someone was just doing laps. I suppose it's worth mentioning. We didn't realize all the spirals and the shapes and everything right away. It took a few days before the techs put it together. I mean the shapes were apparent right away. But I just mean the patterns and all that. When you first looked at it, it just looked like a bunch of nonsense scribbles with no rhyme or reason to it. Craziest thing about those tracks? Maybe 200 yards away, there was another big circle of them. Same circumference, but like they'd just made one circle. No laps. And the depression on that one was deep, like it had stomped down. About 200 yards after that one was another one. Depression even deeper. And that was it. They said it was like whatever had left it had dropped out of the sky and landed. Boom. Then jumped. Boom. Another one. And jumped again. and landed lightly on the last one. Then circled this woman. No idea what it could have been. Obviously. Usually with the weird ones. Some people speculate, not with those. Though, no one could come with any kind of explanation. Back to the girl. She didn't have any ID on her. No wallet, purse, nothing. She was wearing a tank top and shorts. How I said she was frostbitten. Well, her face wasn't at all. It was as dry as I've ever seen a face in my life. Her lips were cracked all to shit. Skin was sunburnt, flaky. That's why when the ME, medical examiner, told us her cause of death was drowning, we couldn't believe it. By all accounts, drowning should have been the last possible cause of death. But the ME said she would stake her whole career on it, that any subsequent analysis of the autopsy results by other MEs would yield the same results. And it wasn't a dry drowning. It was like she'd been held underwater until she died. Her stomach contents. I remember. There was water, of course. But there were also blades of grass. So initially we think maybe she was starving. Tried eating some grass. Yeah, it was sod. Fake grass. There wasn't a whole lot of it in there. You know, she didn't have a whole front lawn in her stomach. But there was enough that you could cover maybe the bottom of a water bottle with the grass standing up. You know what I mean? Oh, even more fucked up? Get this. She'd put the time of death as being about 8 hours after I'd shown up in the desert. No kidding. She'd apparently been alive the whole time I was skulking around checking it all out. I'd been right up close to her, inches away, and I didn't see her chest moving. I didn't feel any breath coming out of her. Nothing. Didn't make a shred of sense. And that was just the time she recorded. She said there were multiple factors that contradicted one another. How I said she was standing. Rigor mortis had somehow set in instantly. ME said it was impossible. But that's what it was. But despite the rigor mortis being an indicator of TOD, her stomach contents made the ME think it hadn't been that long. Same with the fact that no insects had other little creepy crawlers were anywhere near her. But then there was the fact that a few of her organs were deteriorated. Like she'd been dead for days. It was just... I still can't wrap my mind around it. Alright, anyways, we had to find out who this woman was. We started looking at recent missing persons reports. Far back as 6 months. Didn't turn up anything. Checked with the surrounding states. Nothing. Her fingerprints. Well, that wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. She had 2 sets of fingerprints on each finger. That's a bad way to put that. On each finger. She had half of one fingerprint on the left, and half of another fingerprint on the right. The lines just didn't connect like they should have. Again, it would be easier to show you what I mean. But you can't really show what I mean through the written word. But it was bizarre. We had a specialist come in. Try to reconstruct the prints. But nothing came of it. Then about, maybe 3 months after she was found out there, a call was placed to 911. Word for word, a man's voice said, "The woman in the desert, Amber Lee." Then they hung up. The call was placed from a payphone outside a convenience store in Massachusetts. One that had been out of service for about 2 years. Never mind the fact that the phone didn't even work. But how the hell did someone dial 911 and get connected to dispatch across the country? We called over to Massachusetts State Police. Sent them over the woman's picture. Had them go through their databases. Missing persons. All that. There was nothing about her there. There was a woman with the name Amber Lee that lived in a suburb outside of Cambridge. But she was alive and well. We never found out who Amber Lee was or how she wound up in the desert. And, you know, that's tragic. This woman, whoever she was, she might have had family. People who loved her. Even if not, she deserved better than what happened to her. But for as tragic as what happened to her is, it's not what fucks with me. What fucks with me is the fact that there's something out in the desert. Something that even if we knew what it was and how to find it, I don't think we'd be even halfway equipped to deal with it. After he was done telling us the story, he offered to put us in touch with both his son, a current Arizona homicide detective, and a colleague out in Colorado who he knows has some crazy stories. So hopefully we'll hear from them soon. After we hung up, he called back about 2 minutes later. Tell your friends on the blog that there's not much of a story to this one. Just something that happened that we never figured out. Never had a single clue on. Never found out who it was. Who did it? How it was done. Nothing. There's about 100 things wrong with this one. But it'll be funny to make them scratch their heads trying to figure it out. Because it really just doesn't even sound possible, logistically or otherwise. Some folks were bowling, and right in the middle of a game. This little girl throws her ball. Then she's standing at the return waiting for her ball to come back. And out comes a human head. Male, maybe 40 years old. Take care, boys. I had a good career. You know, these weird cases were few and far between. And when I wasn't chasing my tail looking for clues that wouldn't lead anywhere even if I found them. I feel like I really made a difference. Scary as hell. Sometimes. Yeah, but I wouldn't change a thing. Your grandmother. I don't know. I don't want to scare you. I've been putting this one off since I started telling you about these damn cases. My grandpa was very apprehensive about sharing this particular case. More so than any of the others. When he said he didn't want to scare me, I suggested that with everything he'd already told me, the chances of that were slim. Even still, he was particularly worried that the contents of the case would affect me. Nevertheless, I assured my grandpa I would be fine. And he begrudgingly continued, "All right. Well, God. This one hits home. So by the time I made detective, I'd been with your grandmother for a while. A long time. In 1981? Maybe 80. One of the two. My partner and I caught one. Now, this wasn't immediately apparent as being an impossible one. There were little hints of odd things. But, I could tell my grandpa was questioning whether or not to continue telling me about this case. So, the case was a double homicide at a real nice apartment building downtown. You know, a high rise, overlooking the lake, all that. Now, the apartment belonged to a man and his wife. I remember the man's name was Scott. Scott something. Scott was one of the two victims. He'd been. I don't want to be gratuitous. Your folks on the website don't need to hear all the nasty business. But, okay. Picture someone laying down on their back, arms at their sides, starting at the tip of his right shoulder and going diagonally downwards to the bottom of his left elbow. He'd been cut. I don't mean someone had slashed him with a knife. I mean, God, he'd been cut clean through. like someone took a giant axe and hit him at that angle. He'd been cut there, and then from his right hip to just above his left knee. And then again from his right knee to his left ankle. The cuts were so clean that we didn't realize at first he'd been vivisected. He was wearing a suit and tie. And the cuts were so clean that he just looked like a normal dead body in a pool of blood. You can imagine our surprise when the coroners went to move the body and he fell into a whole bunch of pieces. Shit. So, yeah. There was another body. Scott was married, but the body wasn't his wife's. It was this. This old lady. Must have been in her 90s. Nothing was done to her. She was determined to have died from natural causes. We initially thought maybe the wife had been abducted. And, of course we had to look at her for the death of her husband. But, this old lady, she'd been reported missing from a nursing home the day before. A nursing home in. Shit, where was it? Sunset, Sunrise, Florida. We spoke to the staff over the phone. And there was one nurse there. She'd just walked this woman back to her room and given her her medications. She was supposed to mark down on a form when she'd last taken her meds. But she'd left her pen in the common area just outside the room. She stepped out for about 5 seconds, as she put it, and when she stepped back in, lady was gone, vanished into thin air. That was at about 4 p.m. Meanwhile, about 4:15 p.m., maybe 5 minutes away from the nursing home, a woman was detained after behaving erratically, taken to a mental health facility. That woman was Scott's wife. She'd been at work that day, and towards the end of the day she disappeared. Everyone thought she'd left the office early for the day. She didn't buy a plane ticket, a bus ticket, a hot air balloon ride. Her car was still in the parking garage at her office building. They'd just switched places. Kind of. Not an exact switch though. We don't know how the old lady ended up in Scott and his wife's apartment. Oh, and Scott's wife. Amanda. That was her name. Amanda. She'd been picked up screaming at the top of her lungs. But after that, she went catatonic. Completely. Stone cold catatonic. God. Damn it. So the whole thing is strange. Unexplainable. All that. You know by now how these things go. But, shit. This one though. We start going through the apartment, trying to figure out who these people are. I mean, we know who they are. But, trying to figure out what might have led to this point. My partner happens upon some photo albums. And, my grandpa started tearing up at this point, and had to take a few moments to collect himself. He finds some photo albums. And there's pictures of us, of me and your grandma. Pictures from our wedding, from games we'd gone to. The first picture we took when we bought our first house together. Even pictures from when we were kids. Long before we knew each other. I'm trying to reason it out. I think maybe Scott or his wife is someone your grandma knows. Or someone in the family knows. But it's only pictures of us. No one else in the family. And your grandma didn't have any clue who they were. It was all logged into evidence. We kept working the case. Never figured out who killed Scott and we never figured out how he was cut so cleanly. Doesn't even seem possible. Anyways, about a year after that, your grandmother and I are sitting at the dinner table, Your mother too. And the phone rings. Your grandma gets up and answers it. And, fuck, you know. She says, hello, and the color just drains from her face. Like she saw a ghost. Then she bursts out in tears. Just hysterical sobbing. And you know your grandma. She's a strong woman. The strongest. I get up and take the phone from her. And it's just a dial tone. I kept asking her, who was it? Who was it? And she just cried and cried and cried. I asked what whoever it was said. And she just shook her head. She's never told me what was said on that phone call. Even to this day, she wouldn't tell me who it was. Either. For a while. About a month after the call. It was the middle of the night. And, you know that feeling you get. Like you're being watched? I remember I felt that. Except I was asleep. I opened my eyes and your grandmother was standing on my side of the bed. Just staring down at me. I didn't know how long she'd been there. But I damn near pissed myself. The hell you doing, Pat? I ask her. And she just looks at me and says, it was Amanda on the phone. After she said that, she took these weird, choppy steps back to her side of the bed. Like she was only moving one part of her body at a time to get where she was going. Her toes, then her foot, then her leg, and so on and so forth. It was goddamn. My grandpa tears up again. It was goddamn horrifying. I didn't go back to sleep that night. The next morning, when your grandma woke up, she had no memory of it happening. When I asked her if the person who had called her a month earlier had been named Amanda, she got real worked up and said she didn't want to talk about it. And then she got sick, physically sick, ran to the bathroom, threw up. Then that night, I woke up again in the middle of the night and your grandma was out of bed. The light in the hall was on. And the stairs to the attic were down. I went up there, and your grandma was. She was sleeping on the floor of the attic. And it looked like she'd gone through a bunch of boxes. There was a whole bunch of stuff we'd stored up there all thrown around. And she was sleeping next to some photo albums. Most of them were our old ones. But there was one, and it was pictures of Scott and Amanda. From their wedding day. From when they were kids. There was no reason we should have had it. And the album was in with a bunch of stuff we hadn't touched in years. I woke your grandma up. And she didn't remember going up there. By that point I was obviously onto different cases. And this one was just filed in with the other impossible ones. But, and I didn't notice this until years later, every year on May 12th. Your grandmother gets sick, real sick. It's gotten worse as the years have gone by. Remember last year, when she was in the hospital for a few days? Dehydrated? It was that. May 12th is Amanda's birthday. I've gone over everything more times than I can remember. Hundreds of times. Trying to find a connection. There isn't one. The closest thing to a connection between us and them that I could find was that my dad's brother, Alfred, he owned an apartment building on the east side where it was one of them. I think it was one of Scott's great aunts had rented. Something really far back and really meaningless. I've told you about a lot of these. And I know I've said that one or another was the one. The one I could never get out of my head. The one that still, after all these years, really gets to me. But this one. This is the one. This is the one that I still look into every year. I call over to the precinct and see if they've come across anything new. Of course, they never have. Your mother. She's connected to it too. Some way. I'll let you ask her about it though. Or your grandma. But I'll bet she's not going to want to talk about it. You can. My grandpa went into a coughing fit and said he was done for the night. And that he didn't want to talk about the case anymore. On December 30th, while we were all at my grandparents' house, my grandfather was quite sick. But he'd mustered up all the energy he could so as not to drag the evening down. He was always thoughtful like that. We would have been happy to spend time with him in his room, if that's what was needed. But he refused. He wanted to be up and helping and talking and enjoying the night with all of us. At around 9 p.m., the phone rang. He was sitting in a chair in the kitchen, and he reached over to the desk behind him and grabbed the cordless phone. He said, "Hello," and as soon as he did, I saw the color drain from his face. His lips started quivering and his eyes welled up with tears. I quickly grabbed the phone from him and put it to my ear. But there was nothing but the 3 tones that generally accompany the "we're sorry, but your call cannot be completed as dialed" message, repeating over and over. I looked to my grandpa and asked if he was okay. He simply looked at me and said, "It was Amanda on the phone." And with that, my grandfather took a look around the room, sat back in his chair, and passed on to the hereafter. When all of the funeral and will business was completed, I used the information my grandpa had given me in this case to reach out to a relative of Amanda, her sister Anne. I explained that I knew reaching out to the mental health facility she was at would be useless, as they couldn't and wouldn't divulge any information nor allow me to speak with her. Anne informed me that her sister had died just over 4 years earlier. And despite there being several people in the house, all of whom acknowledged hearing the phone ring, the phone records showed that my grandparents' home didn't receive a call anywhere near 9 p.m. on December 30th, 2019. I think of all the impossible cases my grandpa ever worked, this is the one that truly haunted him the most. In his memory, I'm going to continue his tradition of reaching out to his old precinct every year to see if any new developments have arisen. For now, I know that wherever my grandpa is, he's regaling anyone else who will listen with the stories of an honorable life well lived. Story. There's an active serial killer in northern Nevada. That's the most logical explanation. Before you call bullshit, here's a news article about it. At the very least, something is causing people to disappear along the desolate stretches of I-80. And I need to share an encounter I had that might confirm this theory as true. For privacy and security reasons, all names have been changed or removed. Here goes nothing. My brother Luke and I were driving from Salt Lake City to Reno for the hell of it. He'd just graduated high school and I was home from college in Colorado. Our dad had given us a couple $100 and told us to go have fun. Here's the thing. Luke's a good kid but has been deeply depressed ever since our mom passed. He wanted to get out of town, see some stars, contemplate life, the universe. You know, everything in the wide expanse of the desert. And when he asked me to come with, I happily obliged. Luke was really into that outrun, vaporwave scene. So I suggested that we played like we were in the 80s for the ride out, and he enthusiastically agreed. I packed up our dad's old 1989 Jeep Wrangler and Luke brought a bunch of paper maps and cassette tapes. We silenced our phones, high-fived, and took off a couple hours before the sun went down with the intention of driving through the night. We weren't afraid and figured it would be relatively safe. We thought leaving at night was a good idea. We thought we'd skip the heat and the other cars and the stress. That was our first mistake. We made it 2 hours into the desert with no problems, traveling down I-80 at a smooth 85 miles per hour. Luke seemed to be enjoying himself. The music was turned up and the windows were rolled down. Above us the stars were just starting to come out and the sun sank blood red into the west. We stopped for food at a little cafe in a town called West Wendover. We both got the poncho special and dug in, leaving about an hour later. By this time, it was starting to get dark, real dark, and the Wrangler's brights barely lit up the deep shadow around us. Clouds had swept in, covering any light from the sky, making the desert seem claustrophobic and spooky. Luke joked that it was the perfect setting for a slasher flick. I laughed and told him to shut up. We stopped in Carlin for gas. The station we pulled into wasn't run down or sketchy or worrisome. In fact, it was lit by bright fluorescent and a few semi-trucks were parked off to the side. Luke asked me if he thought they were in there banging hookers. I rolled my eyes and went inside to pay and use the bathroom. Asking him if he wanted anything, snacks, coffee, things like that, he declined, said he didn't need to pee, and decided to stay outside with the Wrangler. By the time I got back out I knew something was wrong. Luke was quiet. He seemed spooked. You okay? I asked him, hopping up into the Wrangler. He simply shook his head. His eyes were watery and I wondered if he'd been crying. You sure? We can turn back. Hey, it's okay to be sad. Okay? I'm here for you. I'm always here for you. I won't be mad if you want to go back. Luke sighed and finally said, That guy. What guy? I looked around us. The station was still empty, with the exception of the few trucks parked off to the side. He inhaled then exhaled. While you were in there, this guy came up to me and told me I'm going to die tonight. What the hell? Seriously? Where'd he go? Luke shrugged. Do you want to stay here for the night? Should I call the cops? Tell the gas dude? Luke shook his head. No, it's okay. Probably just fucking with me. What did he look like? Again, Luke just shrugged. Normal. Maybe in his 30s or 40s. I dunno. Forget it. Okay, well, did he have a car? No, he walked up, pounded on the window, said that, then walked away. Where? Luke gestured with his head towards the only entrance to the gas station. That way. Turned right. East I mean. Well, I said, good thing we're going west. It'll be okay. Okay? Luke nodded. We can stop anytime and go back. Okay? He nodded again. All right, let's go. Should get there way early in the morning. But we'll see the sunset, so that's something. Luke didn't respond. I pulled out of the gas station. Wary, but not too worried. People can be crazy. People can be jerks. People can be evil. That was our second mistake. We drove that way for the next hour, in silence. The only time Luke spoke was to ask if we could turn the music off. And that made the ride so much spookier. Just driving in silence through the bleak nothingness of the desert. Without stars. Without much light. I asked Luke if he was okay a few times, and every time he just nodded. About an hour after leaving Carlin, Luke spoke up again. "I have to piss," he said. I glanced over at him, sighed reluctantly, and replied, "Yeah, me too. I drank a lot of caffeine. Should we pull over?" Luke tried to hide the fear in his voice. But it was there. I dunno. Your phone working?" He checked it. "No service. Is yours?" "Nah. Well, the map says there's a station like an hour-ish away," he said, folding the map over and leaning closer to it. "I can just hold it, I guess." I began. I looked in the rear view and around us. We were completely alone. No lights. No signs of civilization. Just an open expanse of desert and a moody, dark sky. "I think it'll be okay if we stopped. We should make it quick though." Luke looked around too. He looked worried, but he said, rather bravely, "Yeah, I think it'll be okay." This was our third mistake. And you know what they say, 3 strikes. You're out. I slowed the Wrangler to a stop, pulled over into the dirt shoulder, and killed the engine, leaving the keys in the ignition. I left the headlights and hazards on too, just in case. Being a woman, surprise. I'm a chick. I wanted to get out farther in the field to do my thing. I didn't want Luke to see or hear me. I found a good spot across the road down a small hill and crouched down behind some shrubbery. Luke had gone off on the side of the road we'd pulled off on. Out of my eyesight. It happened so fast. I was doing my thing when I heard this weird inhuman laughter and then the engine of the Wrangler. I pulled my shorts up and ran back towards the road. I could see the headlights rapidly disappearing into the night, leaving me in almost pitch blackness. It drove maybe a little more than 50 feet, then jerked to a stop. I ran towards it, screaming, "Luke, you asshole, what the fuck?" And then, whistling, coming from the left of me. It didn't sound like a bird call. 3 notes. High, low, in between. I spun around, but I couldn't see shit through the darkness. I decided to ignore it and continued towards the Jeep. "Luke, this isn't fucking funny." The engine revved and it burned rubber before taking off again. This time pulling a sharp left, crossing the median, and disappearing into the desert. 1 second it was there. The next both the headlights and sound of the engine just poof vanished. And then I heard him. Luke. He was screaming. "Leia, Leia, oh, God." His voice suddenly stopped. The silence was so loud it stung. I was crying by this point. Standing in the middle of the road staring at the direction the car had gone. There was another whistle. High, low, in between. Then another bark of inhuman, demonic laughter. It sounded close. I stared into the darkness, tears blurring my vision, trying to see what had made it when I heard a rumbling sound behind me. An engine. 1 single headlight was coming directly at me, and I stood frozen like some dumb prey in the middle of the road before taking off into the desert, hoping to lose whoever it was. I wasn't thinking. I was scared. I thought I was going to die. Whoever was following me was also yelling at me. telling me to stop or slow down. I can't quite remember. The engine and light both grew in intensity until I realized that running was futile and turned around to face my pursuer. It was a man on a motorcycle. He was wearing all black, helmet, gloves, pants, shirt, jacket, boots. He stopped a few yards behind me, kicked the stand out, and killed the engine. Swiftly, he pulled off his helmet and started walking towards me, leaving the one motorcycle headlight on. It lit up a circle of desert around us and cast him in deep shadow. A brighter, smaller light flashed into my face and I realized he was holding up a flashlight. "Hey," he said, "you okay?" I didn't respond, and he continued walking towards me. "Saw you running down the road. Didn't mean to scare you. Do you need help?" "Hey," he said softer, now within arm's reach. "Are you okay? What are you doing out here alone? Your car break down? I didn't see one around. How long have you been out here?" He lowered the light from my face and I saw him a little more clearly. Middle-aged, wood-colored hair, trim. I took a few steps back, then said, "Please don't hurt me." A mix of emotions crossed his face. Shock, pity, sadness, a dash of curiosity. He suddenly reached for something in his back pocket. I cringed backwards and whimpered a bit. He saw this and slowly removed his hand, then held them both up, a gesture that said, "I'm not dangerous. Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. Okay? Just going to reach into my pocket for my ID." I blinked at him. There wasn't much I could do to protect myself except run. So I did. Behind me I heard the man mutter something like "Goddammit" before giving chase. I was fast, but he was faster, and I soon felt his hand close around my upper arm and spin me around to face him. He quickly grabbed my other arm too and clamped down, holding me in place. He was strong. I screamed bloody murder. He shook me a little and said, Hey, calm down, okay? I'm not here to hurt you. I'm a federal agent. I'm going to show you my ID." He spoke calmly and slow, released one of my arms, and reached back again. I used this as an opportunity to punch him as hard as I could in the face with my free hand. The grip of his other hand didn't budge. Instead, he just flinched, said, "Ow," and held up something thin and rectangular. It was an ID. Said FBI in big blue caps at the top of it. A photo of his face, unsmiling, was underneath it along with his name and a string of numbers. It looked fake and I was worried, so I stared him straight in the eyes and said, "Do you have a badge?" He nodded. "Sure do. In my jacket pocket. Hurts to sit on." He gestured with his head back in the direction of the motorcycle. "If I release you, you gonna take off?" I didn't respond. He sighed. "Okay. Just don't sock me again, goddamn." He inhaled deeply then let me go. I didn't move. He gave me a small smile, exhaled, then slowly reached into his jacket. It fluttered open for a moment and I saw a gun strapped into a shoulder holster. He noticed that I noticed but said nothing and didn't reach for it. Instead, he held his badge out for me to inspect. A semester ago, I'd learned how to recognize a fake badge from a real one. His was solid gold with the words Federal Bureau of Investigation engraved on it rather than just the acronym. Lady Justice, blind, holding up a scale and a torch, was embossed in the center. On either side of her were the letters U and S. At the bottom of the badge were the words Department of Justice. And at the very top was an eagle. It was indeed authentic. But the thing that made me believe him more than anything else was the fact he didn't hand it over to me. No federal agent would ever hand their badge over willingly. Just like that, I trusted him. And I started to scream, cry about everything that had happened that night. "Hey, hey, hey," the agent said calmly, placing a hand on my shoulder. "No one's gonna hurt you while I'm here. Take a deep breath, okay? I'm here to help. We'll figure this out. I'm going to call for backup. And then we're going to go back to the road and wait. Okay? I'll shoot several holes into anyone who tries anything. I'm a pretty good shot." He flashed the light around us briefly. And I gotta give him credit. He didn't look the least bit scared, or if he was, he wasn't showing it. I appreciated that. He slid out a slim black phone from his jacket, called in to the nearest city, gave his location, ID number and name, then explained that he couldn't give escort back into town since he only had one helmet. Nevada law requires all motorcycle riders to wear helmets. He hung up, turned to me, and said, "Come on, let's go. You can tell me everything. They're on their way. It's going to be okay." He handed me the flashlight, kicked his stand up, and started pushing his bike back towards the road, while I followed close behind. As we walked, I talked, and he kept an eye on our surroundings. As soon as we got back to the road, he pulled some flares out of his bike's saddlebags and set them up a few feet behind us, giving the area a sinister red glow. He hadn't said a word while I spoke, just listened and nodded and looked around, wary. "What were you doing out in the desert alone?" I suddenly asked, unable to stop myself. The agent glanced at me, then looked back out into the darkened desert. "Investigating." "Investigating what?" The agent sighed. "Look, whatever happened to your brother, we'll find him. I know I can't say much to make this any better or easier, but I'm going to do my damnedest to figure out what's going on. We'll find him." I sniffled but said nothing. He glanced at me again and said, "Tell me about Luke. What's his favorite food, band, book?" So I told him, and soon flashing lights appeared on the horizon, framed by the first light of the rising sun. I was given an escort back into town inside a police car, where I gave my statement and called my dad. The agent who found me decided to stay back and search around. He told the cops he wouldn't need backup, but if they didn't hear from him by the end of the day, to send another patrol out. Back in town, the cops I spoke to thought my brother just ran away, dismissing and belittling his depression, saying that he probably just wanted some attention and took the car for a joyride. But the worst thing was they laughed, like they thought it was just all some big joke, like they thought depression was some big joke. The agent returned a few hours later with a car instead of a motorcycle and offered to drive me to Winnemucca Municipal Airport. I accepted. He was really the only person there I trusted, the only person there who I felt believed me. I told him what happened, what the cops did and said. He sighed, shook his head, and muttered, "Assholes." He glanced at me sharply and continued, Don't tell anyone I said that. Or, if you do, just don't use my name." And, despite the situation, despite everything that had happened, I smiled and he threw me a roguish grin. I noticed he was developing a bruise from where I had punched him. After a few minutes, he spoke up again. "For what it's worth, I believe you. Everything you've said. About the guy who threatened your brother. About the laughter and the whistling. About your brother's depression. All of it. I'm on your side. And I'll do everything within my power to find Luke. I thanked him. Then added, sorry for that. Sorry for punching you. He shrugged it off and said, hey, no sweat. You got one hell of a left hook. You should be proud. Before he left, he gave me his card. It was matte black with glossy black writing on it. Said the number on it was his own personal one and that I could call him anytime. Even if it was just to talk. He told me to leave a message if he didn't answer and he'd get back to me as soon as he possibly could. Dad and I still have hope that Luke is out there somewhere. That he's still alive. I'm still in contact with the FBI agent. He's a real nice guy. Real empathetic and sincere. A good listener. But there's something else there, a sadness. Some of you might say that this isn't horrific because I was saved by the agent. But the thing is, those agents are fighting a losing battle. It's honestly horrifying. See, I did some research when I got home. When I asked the agent what was going on, what happened to Luke, and he just sighed and said we'd find him. Well, I don't think he wanted to tell me he was out there investigating something called a thrill kill. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has been collecting and compiling information on these thrill kills for decades. There's even a handy-dandy map of killings that have occurred on or around interstates across America. And if this experience, if that map, doesn't deter you, if you're still planning on driving at night through desolate stretches of any interstate, here's some advice. Never, ever let the tank get past half empty. Carry emergency flares and flashlights, a spare tire, a jack, and all the necessary tools. A backup phone battery and charger. Perhaps mace, a knife, or a taser, or gun if you are damn careful with it and are legally allowed to carry. Make sure to tell people where you were and where you will be in the event you lose your phone signal, and never, ever stop to help anyone stopped on the side or in the middle of the road. Call the police as soon as possible. Give your location, and keep going if you can. If you can't, turn around, don't look back, and don't stop until you get to a city. Story. My unsolved cases. The Dancing Man. I've been in working as a private detective ever since I got my degree in criminal justice at UGA. I was lucky. Most people don't become a detective for at least 10 years after they've joined the force. But because of the people I knew, I got to do what I loved right out the gate. I decided to join with the force about 15 years ago. The pay was less, but the benefits were good. Now when I was a private detective, all I had to worry about was who stole the TV. Or how some drug addict 2 states away got my client's credit card info. It was mundane stuff. And I say that not to be cocky, but because what I have been working on with the force far exceeds anything I've done in my private work. During my first 4 years with the force, I began work in a small county in Georgia. After about 3 years, I grew a reputation as one of the best in the business. And that's when the calls started flowing in from all over the country. This is when things started getting interesting. I'm not saying interesting as in solving well-known cases. I'm saying interesting because of the lack of people that knew about these cases. Every now and then I would get these cases that I couldn't solve. Most of the evidence would be from a panicked 911 call. And then a post-mortem search of the victim's property. I have about 20 or so cases. Each one of them different from the last. So I guess I'll just go in order. The first unsolved case I got. In the force we call these UEs unsolved enigmas. Was from Austin, Texas. This man had called 911 at around 2 a.m. I will just copy the call's transcript so I don't have to paraphrase. Operator. 911. What's your emergent? Victim. Name blurred out. Yes, hello. Hello? My name is, and I don't think I'm in any imminent danger. But I am freaked out. Operator. Sir, where are you? Victim. Yes, I'm on Lavaca Street, right next to the park. Operator. Okay, sir. What's your emergency? Victim. Okay, well, I was just going for my nightly run when I saw this man. I barely caught a glimpse of him, because he was on a children's playground behind some bars. Well, he was moving violently. So I turned to look at him. And he was just dancing. Operator. Dancing, sir? Victim. Yes, ma'am. But it wasn't just some regular dance. It was some tribal thing. I would have just passed it off as him being drunk. But this dance was violent. His arms were flailing so sporadically. I thought he was going to break something. Ma'am, I'm having a hard time explaining to you how violently he was dancing. But anyways, he was looking up in the sky or something, stomping on the ground and waving his arms. I was concerned for him, so I called out, sir? He stopped his dance immediately, but refused to move any part of his body. It was like he had just froze. Operator. Sir? Victim. Oh, sorry. As I was saying, it was like he just froze in place. He literally didn't move a single muscle in his body. I called out again. Sir. Are you okay? Nothing. He just stayed perfectly still. I was a little unnerved at this point, so I just decided to keep walking. That's when I saw it. He started dancing again. This incredibly violent dance. It scared me just witnessing it. Operator. So what's the problem, sir? Are you in danger? Victim. Like I said, I don't think so. But here's what creeped me out the most. When I looked back at him, he was facing me. He was still in the same spot. Head still pointed towards the sky and body still frozen. But he was facing me. I looked away a couple other times and every time it just led to the same result. I was too creeped out to keep looking away. So I called 911 for help. Operator. Are you still looking at him now, sir? Victim. Yes, ma'am. Operator. Okay, I'm sending a squad car. They will be there momentarily. I need you to stay on the phone with me. Can you do that? Victim. Yes, ma'am. Operator. Okay. How close are you to him? Victim. I'm about 30 yards away. Operator. Okay. So what's he doing right now? Victim. He's just standing there, completely frozen. Operator. Okay, I want you to get a little further. Victim. Oh my God. What the food? The beginning of this sentence was unbearably loud. The call becomes fuzzy for a second because of how loud this man screams. Also, the scream at the end diminished as he was screaming. Because he was, we believe, being dragged away from his phone. Operator. Sir? Sir, I heard footsteps. Are you all right, sir? The call continues for another 3 minutes. All the while the operator is yelling sir, trying to get the man to respond. It is dropped when the officer arrives on the scene and finds the cell phone. I flew out to Austin because I was told I needed to investigate a possible kidnapping and murder. Right when I got there, they gave me a rundown of what happened and presented me with that transcript as evidence. They told me the police officer didn't find much on the scene, but they told me they would take me there immediately. When I got there, the place was tapped off, and I searched around for about 2 hours. We didn't find anything of interest at the scene, or anywhere else for that matter. Things went on like this for about a week, and then we got a call from some panicked schoolteacher. She told us there was a body behind the cafeteria dumpsters. This school was about 2 blocks over from where the incident occurred, and we eventually identified the body as the victim of the dancing man incident, as it has come to be known as. I understand why this schoolteacher was freaking out. This body was mangled horribly. Every limb he had was twisted backwards. His head looked like how he sounded in his last phone call. Completely horrified. His eyes were open, mouth-wide, and oddly, no blood. Whoever did this twisted this man to death. He didn't beat him, nor did he choke him. He just broke every bone in his body until the man died of a heart attack from the panic he was under. Thinking about that body still gives me chills to this day. And we haven't found another piece of evidence since. I thought eventually another case would arise. Some panicked person staring at a perfectly still man. But nothing. It's been almost 2 decades and not even a public mention of the dancing man. The only people who know about it are the people the local police station told, and the detectives on the case. Some officers began to tell their friends, and the story spread, but not much past Austin. I still wonder what that victim was thinking when he saw that man dancing. That's all I can write about now. I'll try and share some more stories as I get more free time. I just retired and I'm looking for ways to spend all this newfound spare time. Story. I think my friend became too obsessed with some local unresolved murder cases. Police were unable to locate the missing children until 3 p.m. the next day. They didn't even know the exact location where they'd set up camp the night before. It was the smell of rot in the hot air that ultimately led them to the tent which the boys had pitched next to the creek. Seth leaned forward in his seat. He had his finger in front of him, reading the article aloud while he followed line by line with his finger. The blue light from his triple monitor setup glowed in his glaring eyes. All 3 youths were found with the crumpled and tattered remains of the tent collapsed on top of them. Their bodies had been beaten over and over with a blunt weapon which authorities are yet to locate. It's speculated 3 14-year-old boys were already dead before the unknown assailant, still at large, started stabbing at their bodies repeatedly through the fabric. I turned away from him before he could glance over and make eye contact. I sat on the edge of his bed and then lay all the way down. I wondered when he'd last washed his sheets. Over a month at least. It was only to be expected. No one around to impress when you've deliberately turned yourself into a social recluse. Of course, it had become my responsibility to address the issue. I suppose his mother had exhausted all the nagging techniques she could muster over the past couple weeks before she decided to try giving me a call. In fairness, I'd known Seth since in middle school. He'd always been one to experience his temporary bouts of timidness and introversion, but this was taking it to the next level. When you go nearly 4 weeks only traveling to and from work and stay locked in your room on the weekend, ignoring all texts and calls, bailing on plans you've already made. There's a problem there. Something is lingering beneath the surface. It's terrifying, isn't it? Seth said. He narrowed his head closer to the screens. The more I research it, the more I see what a high frequency of murders and disappearances this area has. We're more than 12 times the national average. Where did you get this figure? Seth, I've been super into these cases recently. Obsessed? Whatever you want to call it. It's just impossible to ignore once you lay it out in front of you. It's almost like they are neatly distributed among the surrounding townships throughout the county. Like they've been spread out just far enough so no one could piece it all together on first glance. I'm starting to think I should be a detective or something. I'd be really good at this line of work. Either that or you'll end up one of the unsolved mysteries yourself. I tried to say it as jokingly as I could, hoping I would get some kind of light-hearted response out of him. Of course, he gave me none. It was almost as if he didn't even hear me. All he could see was the murder article on his computer. I checked his bedside table. The digital alarm clock had just turned to 7, and that meant that we were starting to run out of time. We needed to be headed back to my place to start pre-drinking within the hour so we could get a good buzz on before we met up with the other guys downtown. I grabbed a mini football and started throwing it up and down. Do you remember the Johnny Falco case? He asked. He started clicking through more articles, bringing different news reports onto his screens. If I were to pour you a shot of whiskey right here and right now, would you take it? He scoffed at me and waved the back of his hand at me. Do you remember the Falco case? No. I don't understand how people just forget these things, he said and shook his head. It wasn't even 18 months ago. Happened a little bit outside downtown. He was walking his dog. Past tons of witnesses who confirmed they saw him. He goes over the Huntington Bridge and is never seen on the busy street from the other side. So what, Seth? So what? The railings are like 6 feet high. You could only get over them if you tried. So maybe he did try? Yes. That's what you, the police, and everyone else in town seems to think. Just weird that when they found his body downriver at the dam 3 days later, there was light bruising around his eyes and his forehead. So you think someone beat him up and tossed him over? Yes. And I think they took his dog with them afterwards. They never found it. And this just happened randomly in broad daylight? Broad daylight. Yes. Randomly? No. I really don't think so. Come here and check this out. I tossed the football from hand to hand and then finally decided to sit up. I scooched to the end of the bed to get a closer look. What do you think of this picture? He said. It was a black and white photo of 2 men. One was Falco. I could recognize his face from other articles he had opened. He was dressed in a tux and stood in front of a boardroom table, shaking hands with an old man. Whoever that man was, he had a really abnormal look about him. The kind you would take a second glance at if you saw them on the street. He had bulging, almost rectangular-shaped eyes pulled to the far sides of his face like a hammerhead shark. His flat head was completely bald and covered in liver spots. Gray and curly hair lined the sides of his head. His crooked smile was missing teeth all over. What's significant about this picture? Is this some sort of special article? It's not from an article. I found it myself. I peered down at Seth from the corners of my eyes. The way he was still so fixated on the screens unnerved me. Such attention to detail on any particular subject required some level of unhealthy obsession. And I wasn't convinced this fascination would necessarily yield positive results. You found it on your own? Yes. And it's fucking creepy. Right? It's not the only thing that's creepy. It's also not a one-of-a-kind image. Here, check this out. His head darted between the 3 monitors. His fingers scaled the keyboard while he typed in the 3 boys' names from the tent murder case and brought up their Facebook pages and then started scrolling through them. He searched through the photos of deceased children. He scrolled over the well wishes and sentimental posts from friends and loved ones. He passed them by like they were nothing. Mere inconveniences slowing him down from where he needed to go. All of this happened while I stood silent over his shoulder. I needed to get out of that room. I had to think of an excuse to leave and then call his mother on the way home and make sure she fully understood the extent of her only son's social and mental issues. This had progressed well past the point where a talk with an old friend could fix things. This needed to be addressed by a professional. There, he yelled out so loud it startled me and snapped me back into focus. He had a picture of one of the boys in his school uniform. He was at what looked to be some kind of fun run or some other outdoor charity event. He was on a soccer field with students and parents all over the place. He stood right in the center of the photo. His face definitely one of the boys pictured in the tent murder article. He stood separated from the other children and shook hands with the same creepy-looking man from Falco's boardroom picture. The old man was dressed in the same button-up shirt and corduroy slacks. A cold shiver ran down from my neck to my lower back. I needed to sit on his bed again to collect myself. Is that the same guy? Yes. How did you find this? Research. It's possible it's a coincidence. You know, 10,000 people in town. Not that big of a place. You think so? He said. He started clicking wildly again. This time bringing up the articles of someone I did know. Uri Malarkey. He'd transferred to our school last year and was fitting in super well until he died in a car accident driving home from a party over Christmas break. You're not going to show me what I think you're going to show me. He opened Uri's Facebook page and scrolled through his photos. And sure enough, he'd found it. He stood on the sideline in full gear during a football game at his old school. A wall of coaching staff was lined up behind him. Sure enough, that same old man was there leaning over and shaking his hand. I didn't know what to say. I was at a loss. The fact that we had even stumbled upon this was something that should have never happened. The fact that such a connection could even exist was so hard to fathom. Yet there it was. Right in front of me. Glass of water? He said quietly. There was a certain pride in his voice, like he was so proud of the fact he'd brought this to my attention. Why? Yes. He expanded the 3 images individually to each monitor. Then he got up and left. It sounded like there was skip in his step as he made his way down the hall and towards the kitchen. I stared hard at all 3 photos. My eyes could only stay on each one for so long. It was just so intimidating. Something about that man shaking the different murder victims' hands seemed so foreign. Like he wasn't meant to actually be there. Then it struck me. There was something physically off about all 3 pictures. The man. He wasn't only dressed in the same clothes each time. The way his body leaned and oriented itself to the victim. It was the mirror image of the same position. Then I noticed the blurred lines. Pixels around his edges. It was so subtle, so carefully done that I likely wouldn't have been able to notice unless I had been staring at all three pictures blown up on the monitors and laid out side by side. Those photos had been altered. That man felt off because he wasn't actually in any of those images. He'd been superimposed there. What exactly had Seth done? Had he photoshopped the pictures himself and found a way to get them up on these dead people's Facebook pages? Had he tricked me somehow and the truth was he had them saved on his computer all along? Was this some sick and twisted joke to freak me out? What else could his motivation possibly be? It was no longer a priority to get him out for a night of drinking with the boys. The only thing that mattered to me in that moment was getting out of that house and putting as much distance between me and him as possible. I stormed out of his room just as he returned with 2 glasses of water. I jogged over to the door and started putting on my shoes. "In a hurry?" he said. "Was hoping you would stick around and we could discuss? Maybe dive deeper into some theories about this man? Got to get back. Should I still come meet up with you guys at the Bull?" Sure. Actually, I don't know. I'll have to check if the guys are still thinking of going out." I slammed the door and ran all the way home. I didn't care who saw me or how silly I looked. I needed to be away from Seth. I was ecstatic to not hear from Seth and safely assumed he'd chosen to bail on us in the end that night. I wound up drinking myself into oblivion at the bar. I needed the escape. I wouldn't have felt comfortable enough to take an Uber back out to the suburbs by myself and sleep comfortably in my own bed without it if I hadn't been so wasted. I think I could have slept into 4 or 5 in the afternoon the next day if I hadn't been woken up by my mother shaking me. She was on the verge of tears, saying something terrible had happened and that the police were at the door and needed to speak to me right away. They would question me briefly there and then eventually bring me down to the station to make sure they could get the most thorough and accurate series of events from the night before while it was still fresh in my mind. When I ran out of Seth's house the night before, it was apparently the last time anyone had seen him alive. He'd inexplicably decided that instead of coming out for a night of drinking, he would rather go for a midnight swim in the quarry on the other side of town. This was despite the fact he could hardly swim and even decided not to mention anything to his parents or anyone else. They found his clothes resting on top of his shoes next to the water. His body was at the bottom, minor bruising all over his midsection. I told them everything exactly as it happened. Even all the insanity he'd displayed along with his extensive research and photoshopped pictures. Not that any of it would end up proving useful in the subsequent investigation. They held his funeral the next Saturday. It was a drizzly day. Patrons' suits and dresses were soaked through. They held it at the cemetery built a little downriver from the Huntington Bridge. There was a photo display set up inside the main doors of the church. So many memories of the two of us and our group of friends were immortalized on that corkboard. I could have spent hours looking at it and reminiscing on the good times we had before his very sudden decline into self-exclusion and mysterious cause of death. My eyes traveled over all the photos until they stopped dead on the one on the bottom right corner. It wasn't pinned on like the others. This one had a couple staples running through it. My legs literally collapsed beneath me. My father had to rush over in a panic to pick me up. The photo was from inside his bedroom. The 3 monitors on his desk had familiar news articles on them. I lay flat on his bed, with a mini football in my hands. The digital alarm clock read 7 p.m. Seth sat at the end of the bed, right next to my feet. He looked sad, staring into the camera. Not like the old days when their no murder obsession was on his mind. On his right sat the same old man in the same old clothes and grinned at the camera too. He leaned and shook Seth's hand. I stared at it as intently as I could. That picture had not been photoshopped. Story. Something twisted my brother's head clean off. I found out what it was. I wasn't the one that found Maddie. It was his wife, Elizabeth, back from a night shift at the hospital, eager to shed her scrubs and settle in for a long sleep. Instead, she walked into the bedroom to find Maddie sitting in a chair, his severed head in his lap. I would have preferred not to hear any further details about my brother's body. But when Elizabeth called me on the phone, hysterical, she couldn't help but overshare. Dark bruises covering his arms and legs. There was blood everywhere, soaking through his white t-shirt and striped pajama pants, pooling all around the wicker chair where he sat. The skin of his neck was frayed where it had been ripped apart, almost like a popped balloon. The muscle, too, was stretched and torn, and the vertebrae stuck from the top of his neck hole like a white sleeping worm. Though we hadn't spoken much in the last few years, I was the only family Maddie had left. I caught the next flight to Boston and met up with Elizabeth at her parents' house. She started screaming as soon as she saw me. Or maybe she'd been screaming all day. Maybe I looked too much like my brother for her to handle. After a few hours, she calmed down enough to start saying a few words. I asked her if Maddie had been in any kind of trouble. He'd been reckless in his late teens and early 20s. Selling drugs on campus. It was small-time stuff. But he'd made a few bad enemies. Guys that put a real scare into him one night that made him get out of the game altogether. There was nothing like that. She said, he's totally clean. Got a good job clearing out old houses. Like, when someone dies, he gets all the junk out. Gets it sorted. Helps sort out the junk from the antiques. Takes a commission of the sales. Does he skim? I asked. Maybe someone felt cheated? She shook her head. He buys the stuff he likes. But it's always a fair price. Everybody loved him. Everybody. The cops investigated, of course. But there were no leads. No evidence of a break-in. No one with a grudge. It was like Maddie had twisted his own head off and set it in his lap. One of the detectives mentioned that more than half of murders go unsolved. It seemed this would be one of them. Weeks passed, and I stuck around, trying to help Elizabeth put her life back together. Even after the police were done scouring her place, she refused to go back in. We hired some people to clean up the blood, but they told me there was only so much they could do. The hardwood in the bedroom would never give up that stain. Finally, it fell on me to go into the place and gather a few of Elizabeth's things. They were going to put it up for sale. She was still in pieces, planning to move back in with her parents, probably permanently. I rented a truck and some basic tools. Told her I'd get to work. Up until that point, I'd been staying in a cheap Airbnb nearby. But with Maddie's house reopened, I figured I could spend a few nights there while I packed up. When I mentioned the idea, Elizabeth gave me a weird look. "You shouldn't stay there," she said. "Why not?" I asked. But she couldn't come up with a good reason. Of course, the day I got into the place, the first thing I did was head to the bedroom. I guess I just had to see it. The cleaners had clearly scrubbed the hell out of the place, but there was still a nasty stain in the center of the room. The mark was roughly circular and maybe 3 feet across. Mostly gray but grew darker at the edges. Almost black. Before she sold the house, Elizabeth would have to have the boards replaced. Maybe put in carpeting. Something. For a few seconds, I just stood there, looking at the black circle, imagining my brother inside it. Permanently. Once I'd spent a few moments staring, I looked up from the stain, really taking the place in for the first time. Elizabeth hadn't been kidding about the antiques. All over the apartment were old hutches and paintings of ships at sea. Sets of china and cigar store Indians. My brother had always had an eye for quality. The thing that really stuck with me, though, was a wood carving of an owl, which was standing right in the corner of their old bedroom. The thing was larger than life, coming all the way up to my shoulder, carved all of a single trunk of elm. It was one solid piece, save for a single amber eye made of glass inlay. The other eye hole was empty, giving the odd impression that the carving was winking at you. The wood had been lacquered maybe a dozen times, leaving it with an uneven plastic sheen. Deep cracks ran through one of the wings and the neck, and the base was discolored from water damage. It certainly didn't look lifelike. Yet, somehow, it felt oddly alive. All afternoon as I packed boxes of Elizabeth's clothes and shoes, the eye followed me. I'm usually not the kind of guy to get spooked by anything. But I guess after everything that had happened to Maddie, I got kind of on edge. Eventually, I threw an old towel over the carving's head, covering the eye. It felt a little stupid, but it made me feel a little better. A few hours went by. A bunch of boxes got packed, and it started to get dark. My first instinct was to sleep in the living room, away from the stain, and, honestly, away from the owl. I turned off the lights and stretched out on the couch. But it was old and lumpy. Impossible to get comfortable. Maddie's mattress, practically brand new, lay untouched in the other room. Finally, after maybe an hour of rolling around, my back aching from the day of hard labor, I grabbed the blanket and headed for Maddie's old room, carefully walking around the black circle. As I tossed the blanket on the bed, I looked in the corner of the room at the owl carving. The towel I'd tossed over its head lay on the ground now. I wondered how it had fallen off. Maybe I'd been careless when I covered the statue in the first place. The eye caught the moonlight, watching, as stupid as it made me feel. I got up and walked over, picking the towel off the floor. As I did, I heard a distinct sound, something like rats' feet skittering inside the owl. I jumped back halfway to the bed, still holding the towel in my hand. For a moment, I stared at the carving, daring it to move, waiting for another sound. Nothing. The whole time, though, even as I was watching it, the amber eye watched me. Slowly, I walked back to the carving and threw the towel over it. Then, I backed across the room to the bed, not quite realizing I was stepping through the black circle on the floor. Finally, I collapsed onto the mattress, curled under the blanket and fell asleep. I woke to a cracking sound. At first, everything was still. Then, Through the moonlit near dark of the room, I watched as the owl statue began to move. First, its left wing pushed out from inside. Then its right. The wood pushed out perhaps 5 inches, revealing something black and skeletal inside. It looked almost like the Transformers Matty and I had played with as kids. Unseen robots pushing out through the plastic panels of a vehicle to reveal their hidden, shiny bones. I lay transfixed as two thin, black legs pushed out hidden panels near the owl's base. The black legs at least. They seemed like legs couldn't have been much wider than a curtain rod. They pushed all the way down to the floor. Then, the whole carving began to move toward me. The wood swayed on some unseen thing inside it. Some too thin creature wearing the wooden owl-like armor. I looked for a way out. I could have jumped through the window. But I was on the 2nd floor. And the thing was moving too fast now anyway. As it reached the bed, it reached out, its thin, black arms growing impossibly long, its hands flattening and growing wide like dinner plates. Then it placed them over my ears and everything went black. I woke to find myself sitting on a wooden chair from the kitchen. The owl must have brought it in while I was passed out. It had placed me inside the black circle. I thought of Matty, sitting here just like me. Not that long ago. I tried to move, but the long black rods that I'd assumed were the owl's legs bound my ankles to the chair. Its hands still gripped my head. Their grip only slightly more relaxed than when it had first grasped me. The carving itself stood only a few inches in front of me. Though it fixed me with its amber eye, I could see now that the other eye hole was now open, revealing something black and moving inside. "What are you?" I asked, barely able to speak. I think it laughed. At least, it sounded a little like a laugh. "I'm not quite an owl," it said. Its voice was low, echoing out through the cracks in the owl's wooden shell. "I'm not quite a person either. Some days I feel closer to bird. Some days closer to man. But actually, I've been around long before owls ever flew." Of course, it continued, owls are generally far less interesting than humans. They're basic creatures. Give them a moonlit night and a field full of frightened mice, and they'll be happy. So happy. Every single time. For humans, nothing is ever enough. It clicked its tongue, then got quiet. But there is one area in which owls truly excel, which I have always admired. It said, they are fantastic at turning their heads. So much better than humans. It's an area where it's not even a competition. Not even close. As it said this, I felt the pressure from its plate-like hands increase against my temples. And it turned my neck about 90 degrees to the right. Not enough to hurt exactly. But it was certainly uncomfortable. I thought of Matty. His head twisted clean off and set carefully in his lap. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "Because as I said, humans are interesting, but also frustrating. Not to belabor the comparison to owls. But truly, your eyesight is quite poor. And not just your night vision. Your ability to see yourselves is quite abysmal. Watching you with only one eye, I can see truths about you that you simply cannot face." "What the fuck are you talking about?" I screamed. It held a black finger to its beaks, shushing me. "Please," it said, "if you must scream, wait until you really must. Later in the game, it may be unavoidable." "Game?" I whispered. "It's one of my own invention." though it's not too different than some human games. A little bit truth or dare. A little bit mercy. Mostly mercy. The rules aren't complicated. I'll be telling you some truths about your life. Unpleasant truths. Each truth will come with a bit of pain. Both mental and physical. When you've had enough, simply speak the word mercy. And your pain will be over. And my head will be in my lap. I said, very good. It said, I knew you were a smart one. In that case, it sounds like no further explanation will be needed. Except that I should add, the result of this exercise will be inevitable. You will eventually beg for mercy. Out of compassion, I'll go ahead and offer you an opportunity to ask for it right now. Just to spare yourself the pain ahead. For a moment, I considered the offer. It would be easy to let it simply do what it wanted. To give my head one great, final twist. That would be it. Nothing would hurt after that. But something in me wasn't ready to let go. No, I said, not yet. Deep from within the owl's wooden head, the dark thing looked out at me. Then, it seemed to nod. I felt its impossibly strong hands tighten around my head and began to turn it. Perhaps 10 more degrees to the right. It was definitely past the point of uncomfortable now. Along with this physical pain, I'll be stating a truth that carries a similar amount of mental anguish. Said the dark, thin thing. I would like to start by saying that you were never a good brother. As a boy, you were the golden child, taking all of your mother's love, allowing a narrative to develop that your brother was the eternal fuck-up. Though you pretended to be kind to him, secretly, deep down you were happy to play the role of the favored son. Sometimes, it even made you happy to hear your mother ranting at him, refusing him meals as he cried in his room, knowing that his misdeeds only made you look all the better. No, I said, trying to wriggle my neck free. Is that what Maddie said? I was a good brother. After Mom used to tear into him, I'd go to his room, bring him snacks when she threw his dinner in the trash. I took care of him. The thing's hands tightened around my head, turning it ever farther. That happened once or twice. Said the thing. It was little comfort to your brother. More often than not, he went to sleep hungry, well aware that no one loved him, least of all you. I wanted to say more, but I knew it would only bring pain. I held my tongue. Even in adulthood, you let your brother flounder. It said, it would have been so easy to help him out with a few $1,000s. You knew he was destitute, selling drugs to make ends meet. He would have blown that money in a week. I said, might have gone on a bender, gotten himself killed. No, it shouted, growing angry at me now. You were selfish. You wanted to see him twist in the wind. You wanted to be superior. It twisted my neck 5 more degrees. I could feel the skin growing tight as it twisted, the muscles beneath straining against the black hands. Why are you even here? It asked. You never visited when he was alive. Perhaps it actually frustrated you to see him getting his life together. Or is it Elizabeth? You always felt she was too good for Maddie. But you always secretly had a little crush. Didn't you? Maybe now that's he's dead. No, I said, and hot tears were starting to roll down my face. I was just trying to be a good brother. I swear. Too late, the thing shouted. Too late. It twisted my head again. I felt a wetness on my skin and wondered if I had begun to bleed. Mercy, the thing shouted. Simply say the word and this will all be over. Your brother suffered far less. I'm sorry, Matty, I said, just talking into the dark. I'm sorry. I did my best. I really did love you. Always. Mercy, shouted the thing. Just keep going, I said, it'll be over soon enough. But I'll never ask for it. Never. As I said the words, the first rays of sun cut through the drawn shades. Where the rays struck the thing's hands, there was a smoky smell. Mercy, quick, or it'll only hurt worse, shouted the thing. But there was a note of fear in its tone now. Go ahead then, I said, but it didn't. The sun shone more brightly. Slowly, the pressure on my temples began to ease. The black limbs withdrew. The owl began to back away into its corner. By the time dawn had fully flooded the room, the carving was back in place. That morning, I returned to Elizabeth's parents' house with a few boxes of her things. I must have looked pretty wrecked, because she asked how I was doing, a note of concern in her voice. I'm okay, I said, but I can't stay here anymore. I've got to get home. She nodded, understanding. I've been thinking about it, she said, and I think I can handle the rest. I've been leaning on you too hard. Suddenly, a wave of panic flooded through me. Promise you won't stay there. I said, promise. I would never. She said, even when Matty was alive, I didn't like sleeping there. All those old antiques. I never liked the smell. But Matty loved them. So, thank you, I said, trying to stay composed, for being so good to him. She reached out and gave me a big hug. I know you two hadn't hung out much over the last few years. But Matty always said you were there when he needed him. She said, now I see what he meant. She looked over at my rental truck. There, in the bed, lay the wooden owl. Is that one of Matty's? She asked. I was hoping you'd let me have it, I said. One last thing to remember him by. She shrugged. I've never seen it before. Maybe he'd just gotten it. Yeah, I said. Could be. I said goodbye and got in the truck. And then I drove. I headed out in the city. Out where the urban sprawl gave way to some kind of forest, marked with a few sunny meadows. When I was satisfied that I'd reached the middle of nowhere, I stopped. I took the statue from the bed of the truck and dragged it out into a sunny field. All the while, I heard the skittering sound inside. It was getting hot, toward afternoon, and I could tell the heat and light was affecting the thing inside. I knew the wood was full of little cracks. Some of them must have been big enough to let the light through. It's still only noon, I said, not quite the hottest part of the day. That'll be hours from now. Maybe at 3 or 4. I wonder if you'll make it that far. A small shriek emerged from inside the owl. I ignored it. Now, over in the truck, I've got a saw, I continued. I could cut this owl shell of yours right in half and let the light take you. And I will. But first, I'm going to need you to ask for mercy. Story. Area 51 is a distraction. The real prize is in eastern Alaska. So, by this point everyone is no doubt well aware of the Area 51 memes and all the hubbub surrounding them. Apparently over 1 million people are set to storm the perimeter on September 20th of this year. Should be interesting. But let's be honest for a second. I doubt it will happen. And even if it did, Even if by some ridiculous miracle they managed to overwhelm the most powerful military on Earth and infiltrate a top-secret base. I don't think they would be exactly thrilled with the results. I'll just come right out and say it, I guess. Area 51 is a red herring. It's a distraction, and it pretty much always has been. Nothing out there but sand, reclusive scientists, and some crusty-ass lake at this point. I mean, think about it. If Area 51 is one of the most top-secret and covert black sites in the world, then why does everyone know about it? How secret can a secret be if everyone knows the secret? For God's sake, even Obama acknowledged its existence a while back. That's the whole point of it. They want you distracted, so you don't look for the others. But why take my word for it? Who am I anyways? Just some pleb on the internet that decided to cash in on a trend for some clout and perhaps a bit of that sweet karma, right? Well, yes, but actually no. That may be who I am now. But I was once a person of particular interest to the United States government. Most people knew me as Mr. Blue. Not my real name, but it is easier to pronounce. I used to be a pilot. Did that for many years and loved every second of it. I tell ya, there's nothing quite like soaring through the skies and breaking the sound barrier for the first time. You might crap your pants a little, but it's all just part of the experience, really. Now, unfortunately, the type of work I did was above top secret, and for all of our safeties I cannot go into any further detail on what I actually did, or who I actually worked for. One day, I was out on a calcified reconnaissance mission in a certain area where I should not have been. I'll apologize here for the vague details of certain things. But you gotta understand, the things I'm about to tell you are beyond top secret. They would kill me 10 times over for uttering a word of it. So here's to hoping that doesn't happen. Anyways, the mission was going as planned, when suddenly my instruments started going berserk on my dash. Air pressure inside the cabin just plummeted and the speed and fuel consumption gauges looked like they were playing ping pong with each other. Everything began to rattle like crazy, and my alarms erupted into a symphony of irritation. Next thing I know, I see this bright light soar past me at an ungodly speed. The shockwave it produced was so violent that it shredded the hull of my craft. In a split second, I went from casually flying along to suddenly regaining consciousness as I plummeted headfirst towards the ground at terminal velocity. I managed to pull my chute before I splattered, but as I touched down, I almost wished I hadn't. There I was met by an awaiting entourage of at least 24 men in winter camo suits and masks. They all pointed their weapons at me and screamed in a language which I recognized as English. I tried my best to calm them down and appear unthreatening, but that didn't stop them from wrenching me into a pair of handcuffs and hauling me into one of their APCs. They began to drive away, and the real severity of the situation hit me. I was not going to be saved. The people I worked for had never said it, but it was always well known that if ever you were captured, then you were pretty much on your own. With that in mind, I had no real incentive to keep my mouth shut once they started interrogating me. It may seem cowardly, but I was not about to be brutally tortured for a former ally which would never come to bail me out. Yeah, the government says they don't torture people. But trust me, when they really want to know something, there's no tactic too extreme. And they really wanted to know something. So, I told them about who I worked for, what my mission was, where I grew up, all that jazz. It was all fabricated. But they took the bait regardless thanks to their severe distrust of the Russians at the time. They were actually pretty cool after that. I mean, they wouldn't let me leave their custody. But that was better than being dead. Or at least it was at first. They transported me away from my initial interrogation place into a secure facility somewhere nearby. I was blindfolded the whole time. But from the rumbling of multiple vehicles, sounds of doors sliding open multiple times, and the distinct feeling of my stomach dropping, I could tell they had taken me somewhere deep underground. Soon after that, I stepped off the elevator and they removed my blindfold. Their leader was a guy with a stern face, thick gray beard, and eyes that looked etched from concrete. He wore a black suit, with some symbol upon his heart pocket that I didn't recognize. He stepped in front of everyone and outstretched his arms while staring me in the eye. "Welcome to your new home." An ever so slight grin slithered onto his face as he said it. I glanced down the dismal gray hallways, which seemed to stretch out further than I could see in multiple directions. They lead me down the hall on the right, past dozens of locked corridors and rooms before ushering me into a cell. My handcuffs were removed soon after, and the door slid shut behind me. The same man that had welcomed me to the facility then approached the window and pushed the intercom button. "We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Blue. I don't believe there is any reason why our time spent together has to be unfriendly. I apologize for all of this, but you must realize that this is a necessary precaution we must take. I hope you understand." I took a moment, then nodded back to him. "Wonderful. We will have dinner sent to you soon. If you require anything, then please notify one of the guards outside of your quarters." And with that, he and his little entourage turned and strolled down the hallway. That was my very first night in the facility I eventually came to know as FEZ. I don't think it's the official name, but I heard several personnel at the base refer to it by that acronym over the years. I still don't know exactly what it stands for. Forbidden Enclosed Ziggurat? Forsaken Evil Zoo? Forced Ejaculation Zeal? Fabulous Elf Zombies? The best I could really come up with was Fortified Experimental Zone. It makes the most sense too, all things considered. At first it wasn't actually too bad. The staff was nice. They cooked great food, and there was plenty to see around the base. Although every once in a while, I would hear the screams just barely echoing through the vents. They interviewed me probably 100 more times after that, and were especially interested in the craft which I was piloting. The craft in question was one of our own top-secret technologies. But unfortunately it had been blown to smithereens by whatever that light was. So I couldn't tell them much about it. It took years of incarceration there. But eventually the staff came to trust me almost as much as they did their own comrades. We would laugh and joke with one another, and soon enough we became what some might even consider to be friends. I became especially close with one of the scientists there named Kevin. Kevin was a smart guy, comical too, and explained quite a lot of things to me. He and I would spend hours talking on countless occasions. He was my only real glimpse into what was happening in the outside world. He'd bring in books and movies for us to enjoy together. He kept me updated on everything. And over the next 30 years we developed a close friendship that I will always treasure. I must have displayed some kind of intellectual potential, because they eventually started asking for my input on various curiosities stationed throughout the base. They only did it because I had sworn them complete loyalty and would never be allowed to leave the base anyways. But for me, it was just nice to feel included. The base itself was absolutely colossal. They always blindfolded me during transport to any location. But one time I caught a glimpse of the buttons in the elevator. There had to have been at least 50 of them on that panel. I remember the first time they showed me one of the lockdown blocks. There were guards posted at every cell, and I heard some very strange noises emanating around me as we traversed the halls. I thought for sure they were about to show me some horrendous beast from the depths of hell, and prepared myself accordingly as the howls of unseen things echoed throughout the halls. The lead scientist, Dr. Roosevelt, rolled back a two-way mirror curtain and my heart froze from anticipation. In the cell before us, there was nothing more than a human girl in a gray jumpsuit. She was young, maybe 5 years old or so, but there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary about her. I looked to Dr. Roosevelt, and he flexed his cranial muscles before pressing a button. I heard the sound of gas seep into the room. A few tense seconds passed, when the girl suddenly shrieked like a banshee. Her head tilted back and I saw jagged, needle-like teeth emerge from her mouth. Her jet black eyes then lurched towards us, and she lunged at the window. She struck it hard, and fell back to the ground, snarling and hissing like some ravenous jackal. Dr. Roosevelt then pressed the button again, cutting the gas and posing a question. "You ever seen anything like her, Mr. Blue?" All I could do was shake my head slowly as I watched the young demon child stalk about on the other side of the glass. They found her in the woods outside of Whitehorse with a freshly disemboweled man. She was eating him, and appeared unaffected by the sub-zero temperatures. I suddenly felt like vomiting, but I said nothing, only stared back at the unusually gruesome little girl. What the hell was she? Unfortunately, I never was told anything else about her. And I doubt the personnel knew much more anyways. They came to show me a lot of very strange things over the years. A giant brownish orange-haired primate that walked upright and seemed to respond to facial movements. A humanoid-shaped being that was only detectable via infrared equipment. A golden chest that would instantly kill anything that touched it. A 10-foot-tall creature wrapped in vines that emitted bouts of radiation and blended into environments with perfect camouflage. A monstrous fish at least 80 feet in length, frozen in nitrogen. Various abhorrent creatures that I'm guessing were the results of relentless genetic tampering. I had never seen anything like it. All of the monstrosities housed there, and the secrets buried in their possession. They also asked for my advice on a certain paradoxical phenomenon that had plagued them as well. They told me that for decades there had been hundreds of unsolved cases of human disappearances that seemed to defy all explanation. Young children would be found on cliff edges that they could not have possibly reached, while old and frail people would be discovered dozens of miles away from where they had last been seen only a few hours later. Most of them would never be found at all though. I could almost see the fear dripping from their eyes as they relayed case after case of the recorded incidents. And it was clear, although not said, that they had no idea what the cause was. Unfortunately, neither did I, as it was the first I'd ever heard of the bizarre phenomenon. I told them honestly that I didn't believe my former allies were responsible. But I don't know if that made them feel better or worse. Throughout all of my years there I had always found one thing peculiar. After all the weird and terrifying things they showed to me, there was never any mention of extraterrestrials. That's what everyone thinks these black site facilities house after all. But nevertheless they made no mention of it. That made me smile a bit when I thought about it. Because they had no idea how close they were. The closest thing they had was this weird tentacle creature with a ringed set of teeth in its mouth. It looked almost like an eel, but possessed 4 iridescent green eyes in a ring around its head. It didn't live in the water either, but instead slithered around on the ground in a very swift and very unsettling motion. They said its DNA resembled nothing like anything they had ever found on Earth before. Hence the reason they believed, but were not certain of its otherworldly origins. Kevin and I got to talking back in his quarters one night. As the rest of the crew retired for the evening, he shared with me a bit of his brandy, and we were content to just chat as friends late into the night. He told me a lot about himself that he had never mentioned before. He showed me pictures of his wife and his son that had been taken from him. Kevin admitted his son had died in a car crash a couple years back, while his wife passed 2 years later of cancer. It broke my heart to hear that, and I felt sorrow for my dear friend of some 30 years. Kevin was in his early 50s, but you'd never know it with the enthusiasm in his voice. It was during that conversation Kevin ended up mentioning something I found particularly interesting. He told that he believed that if an alien species existed, and were advanced enough to traverse the galactic canopy and reach Earth, then they would obviously be quite intelligent. He said he didn't believe in any of the Hollywood depictions of doomsday aliens hell-bent on destroying humanity. He thought they'd be a lot more subtle than that. Think about it. You find something intelligent which represents almost no threat to you, and the first thing you do is try to kill it? Kevin asked skeptically, as I considered his words for myself. That'd just be a waste. And no species that fancies themselves as advanced beings would do something so brash, at least I hope they wouldn't. He chuckled slightly and shot me a knowing look mixed with a unique intrigue that almost glistened in his gray eyes. Even if they thought we were destroying our own planet or something, why would they care? There are trillions of other planets in the Milky Way alone. They could pick any of them if they wanted natural resources. I chuckled to myself, almost sensing where the conversation was headed. It's not the planets they're after, I replied. Kevin snapped, and pointed his finger at me as his face lit up. Exactly. They'd want to study us. Learn how we operate, how we organize and how we live. Kevin's hand motions turned eccentric, and I saw his access badge jostle around his neck. He took another sip of brandy and continued. They'd probably learn more about us than we even know about ourselves. I mean, granted they have to be more intelligent. They could learn up close, understand how humans work. They'd have no need for bloodshed when they could simply inconspicuously integrate into human culture. They have no doubt mastered the art of altering their biology to disguise themselves as humans. I mean, that's nothing when compared with the tech they used to get here. You know? He paused from his enthused monologue and wiped the steam off his glasses. I just sat back, content to let him continue, as I found it fascinating that he could know so much. Aliens, they're not warlords. They're poets. architects, authors, musicians, beings that wish to create. It is the ultimate calling for an entity so powerful. Kevin took a deep breath and reveled in his own explanation. His speech had turned a bit slurred, and I could see his eyes floating lazily in their sockets. He then met my eyes in a look that he had never given to me before. It was a look that seemed to shed all sense of formality, and pose a question which he had long since suspected the answer to. "You're not really from Russia, are you?" The sudden accusation caught me off guard, and I felt my stomach drop like a lead weight. I didn't say anything, and Kevin just scoffed. "You had everyone fooled, and I mean, I was too for the longest time. You had had a suitable backstory, authentic sounding accent. All the alibis you gave us checked out." He paused and clasped his hands in front of him. "You look so authentic too. But there was one thing you missed. One thing that you just can't fake." He looked me deep in the eyes and fell silent. He didn't have to say it, for I already knew what he meant. The eyes are impossible to truly fake. That night your craft was shot down. What were you doing here? Kevin and I maintained a prolonged dialogue before I finally responded. "Reconnaissance." For the first time in decades I dropped the Russian accent, as it was clear there was no longer any reason to lie to my dear friend. "And what did you see?" Kevin stared into the very depths of my soul as he asked. And I spoke the truth. Beauty, poetry, creators, much like us. Kevin just stared at me for the longest time, as if he were weighing my soul in his mind. I wondered what he planned to do since he had found out. But I didn't ask. Kevin eventually smiled, and rose to make his way to the cell door. He reached into his coat pocket, and withdrew a black steel pistol with a long snout. I slowly met his gaze, and he chuckled. "Mr. Blue, do you wish to go home?" I nodded after pausing to think for a moment. Kevin looked over his weapon, and primed it for use. "I hope your allies can forgive us." Without another word, he flashed his security badge and the locks on the door gave way. He motioned for me to rise and follow, and so I did. Kevin glanced back and forth down the hallway, but due to the late hour, there was no one around. He and I sprinted down the corridor and onwards to one of the security booths. He flashed his badge as I hid just out of sight. He entered the room, and I heard the noise of a brief scuffle before two bright flashes ended it. Kevin re-emerged with wild eyes, and beckoned me to follow. He and I dashed down the hallway and reached the massive main-shaft elevator soon after. For the first time I entered without a blindfold, and Kevin punched the button to the top floor and the security code required to power it. Security system will be down for a good half hour, but automated distress beacons have already been activated. That gives us about 8 minutes. Kevin dropped the clip from his pistol and popped in a fresh one. I saw spackles of blood on his glasses and cheek, and a frenzied look in his eye. "Here, take this." He reached out his hand, and held something which I had not seen in decades. The old radio from my craft. I took it, and he and I met eyes as the elevator door opened. It was back to running after that, but a few minutes of it and we had reached an underground parking facility. Kevin quickly unlocked the nearby vehicle, and the two of us hopped in as he fired it up. The engine roared to life, and Kevin accelerated through the lot. A moment later and we exited the underground facility. and I saw my first vision of the night sky in over 4 decades. There were men stationed at the perimeter gates that attempted to stop us. But Kevin didn't flinch. He crashed right through the wire fence on the perimeter, causing multiple lights to activate in our wake. I heard a siren blaring behind us, and the silhouettes of people dashing throughout the snow. "There's a suit in the back. Put it on." I did as he requested without question, and fit the snug polyester garment over my body. It covered every square inch from foot to the nape of my neck, and felt incredibly comfortable. "There's a dial on your right side. You can use it to mask your body heat. They're gonna be after you." He tossed a map into my lap and continued barking instructions. "You can contact your friends with that radio, right?" His eyes flashed to me as he slid onto the main road and away from the compound. "Yes." Kevin nodded. "Make your way north. They won't be expecting that. There's a river up there about 30 miles away through the forest. Once you find it, head east until you find a small town. Ask the guy at the post office for Mr. White. He's a friend of mine who's agreed to help you. He'll take it from there." I tried to digest the flow of information as best as I could and remain confident. It had all just happened so suddenly. "I stashed you some MREs in the bag. Should last you a good couple of weeks." Kevin then swerved around a corner and reoriented us onto a new dark road. In the sudden influx of adrenaline, a sudden though occurred to me. "What happens to you?" Kevin didn't seem to want to acknowledge the question. "Forget about that. Just get back to your people." Behind us a flurry of lights suddenly ascended into the night sky. The whirring sound of rotary blades then pierced the tranquil canopy of the blustery night. "Shit, I had hoped I could get you a bit farther than this." He suddenly slammed on the brakes. My head lurched forward and the car spun back and forth along the icy road. "Take this too." He handed his long barrel pistol over, and I hesitantly took it. He and I then met eyes for one final time. "This is where we say goodbye, Mr. Blue. Why are you doing this for me?" Kevin sighed, and I saw a certain sorrow swirl into his ironclad pupils. He stayed silent a moment, and only when the sounds of approaching engines grew louder was he spurred to reply. "You don't belong here. You don't belong in a cage. I don't know where you come from, but I want you to see the ones you love again." His eyes began to water, and he jostled his neck before looking me in the eye one final time. "I hope you don't think of us as captors or kidnappers. I hope you see us as you see yourself. I just hope you can understand." A single tear then rolled down his cheek. I put my hand on his shoulder. "I always have, and I always will. Thank you, Kevin." I then held out my hand and he grabbed it tight as we shared one final moment. Before I ventured into the blizzard, the journey from then on was long and arduous, with me spending weeks trudging through snow and frozen forests. Hounds, men and machines pursued me for days, but somehow, I was able to elude their efforts. The terrain was brutal, unrelenting, but eventually I managed to find the river which Kevin had mentioned. By that point, all of my pursuers had long since gone silent. I followed the river, and found the town, and soon after the man known as Mr. White. He was a kind man, and gladly invited me into his house to avoid the agents. It is there that I have been ever since, awaiting my alley's arrival. They were stunned to hear from me again. but not as stunned as I was to find out the radio was still functional. They weren't entirely sure whether they could even trust me anymore. But I didn't leave them much of a choice when I threatened to go public and expose them to the world. They finally agreed, but admitted it would be months before they could reach me. I expected as much, and thankfully Mr. White allowed me to stay with him and await their eventual arrival. I found out soon after that my dear friend Kevin, to whom I owe my freedom and life, had been found deceased. The authorities ruled it a suicide, gunshot wound to the back of the head. But obviously I have my doubts about that. It truly broke me to learn of my one true friend's demise. But I knew it was what he expected. I like to think that is why he chose to do it. And furthermore, it is the reason I am here posting this now. Kevin's legacy deserves to live on. And this is the only way I know how to do it. And with that, we have come full circle to this message you are reading right now. To address the original topic, Area 51 is indeed a reuse. Kevin held a lot of power in his previous role, and he told me all about the operation. The real prize is the Fez, my former prison, somewhere in eastern Alaska, buried beneath the snow with all sorts of abhorrent things in its clutches. If you're going to storm anywhere, that should be the place. Just remember to pack a coat. Kevin was a smart man. Brilliant even. If you've managed to make it this far, then I'd like to think you are someone like him. Brave, curious, and with an almost innate sense of wonder that cannot be satiated. It is my hope that Kevin's ideas will live on through you. My allies would never approve of this message, but I know now that they are wrong. Truth is something that all sentient beings should be allowed to perceive. Despite how unpleasant it may be to hear it, it was Kevin's belief that the beings he knows as aliens are already here. That instead of murdering humans as is often portrayed in stories, they would blend in, take keen interest in human culture, society and art, write books, poetry and music in hopes of connecting to something truly extraordinary, something that reminds them of themselves. If Kevin is right, then maybe one day, you'll even stumble upon such a story for yourself. Maybe you'll think it nothing more than a work of fiction to entertain you for a while. Maybe the author of said theoretical story would seem like nothing more than your run-of-the-mill internet user. He probably wouldn't just come right out and say it, because that would be entirely too corny. He would probably just leave you the pieces, and hope that you could understand the truth for yourself. Maybe you truly are like Kevin, drawn to mystery and prepared to entertain the fantastic. Maybe you'll just dismiss the implications of the words before you because you don't dare believe something so outlandish. Because in the end, truth is not the problem. Belief is. Maybe someone will understand who, or more importantly, what I really am. Maybe it will be you. Either way, I've been away for a very long time. It is time for me to go home. Thank you, Kevin. I will always uphold our agreement. Story. When I was 13 years old, I solved mysteries with my friends. Case 11. The disappearance and subsequent brainwashing of Aris Kane. Middleview, the town I grew up in, is not real. Neither were the first 15 years of my life as a teen detective. I know what Middleview is, and the people behind it. I know who murdered my friends, and to an extent, I know who I am. So now, I'm asking one more simple question. I still have so many. And those will be answered in due course. The third passenger in my mother's car. The identity of the person she saved along with me. Cutting them from their strings. Not to mention the truth behind Middleview's puppeteer. But one question still remains, haunting the back of my mind since I started to take notice of my own delusions. Figments of my imagination carved into my friends' faces. I imagined them because I didn't want to come to terms with the reality of who and what I discovered the night I found them again. The mayor's son, Noah Prestley, no longer existed as a human being. A thing made up of patchwork skin and muscle and bone molded into a puppet. Aris Kane's head was completely hollowed out. His spine twisted and modeled into a stand for his puppeteer. Mei Li's lips had been split apart. A permanent grin jerking left to right with her strings. But even as my imaginary friends, something is far too real about them. Through fragments inside my memory, I saw older versions of them. I saw them inside the facility when I was hopped up on wacky gas. And then again, deep inside the memories my mother had attempted to wipe away. So, I ask myself this: who exactly are the Middleview Four really? Presently, my mind was being tugged left and right, like I was still stuck on strings. Ever since Dr. Delaney dived inside my skull to find the identity of the kid my mother saved. My mind was no longer part of me. Instead, what felt like a detached videotape stuck in rewind. My memories were not in chronological order. Instead, a non-linear mess. They hit me when they wanted to hit me. So, it was less like going down memory lane, and more like being forcibly drowned inside my own mind. Plunged into the darkness. Memories that had been suppressed and wiped away. It's like throwing up, completely out of my control. This particular memory was like poison being poured inside my brain. But I couldn't keep a grip on reality. Instead, I was plunging deeper. My memories were like waves crashing onto a seafront. One comes in, while the others are thrown back. And I couldn't stop it. Fighting it like a virus striking through my blood. I was clinging onto the real world, which was fading fast, my vision blurring. I held onto where I was. I was inside my mom's office. The sun was bleeding away into early twilight, and I was desperately holding onto every streak of light filtering through the curtains. I was aware I was still hallucinating Noah Prestley, but even he was blurring in and out of view. Noah did not make sense. The more I was getting to know this version of him, this snapshot I had imagined into existence, I was slowly coming to realize it wasn't just this memory of him that didn't make sense. I didn't know his past self either. I didn't know the reason behind him seemingly getting older. Despite dying at 15, drenched in shadows that were threatening to engulf him completely. The mayor's son was standing in front of me, arms folded, head inclined. He felt right, comfortable, like he was my home. Noah was still stepping on my toes, just like he did when we were kids, rocking back and forth on his heels. Murren? Noah's features were slowly bleeding away. Reddish dark hair becoming inky nothing. Those last fragments of him fading into shadows dancing around the room. His sing-song voice sounded real, drifting in and out of my ears, like a whisper in the wind. But as reality and memory began to blur, his voice was growing louder. A muffled yell plunging me inside a memory. I existed in two places at once. Reality, standing in my mom's office, and Middleview, tied back to back with the mayor's son. Marin. Fuck. Wake up. Where are we? It was pitch dark, and my head was hurting. Concussion? No. But I had definitely hit my head. I could feel an ooze of warmth. Blood trickling down my temple. My wrists were expertly bound together. Entangled with nose. There was something sticky over my mouth. Duct tape. I was used to being kidnapped. So being gagged wasn't usually a problem for me. I just licked the inside until it was pasty enough to spit out. When we were kids, the people we hunted down were more tame and cartoon-like. Aris called them Scooby-Doo villains. They were cat burglars and vegetable thieves. But the older we got, the more dangerous these people became. We started to come face to face with sea-time bosses and child killers. By the age of 13, I was aware I wasn't invincible, and Middleview's psychos would kill us if they had the chance. However, what I wasn't counting on was being betrayed by one of our own. I'm going to kill him. Noah was our usual damsel in distress. The Middleview 4 member who was always getting himself knocked out and dragged to second locations. Despite being the brawn in our group, he had even mastered the ability to speak through a gag. According to him, it just took practice, and being tied up for long periods of time with nothing to do but scream into the masses of tape slapped over his mouth had been the perfect opportunity. In this case, he was screaming, struggling violently in his chair. I wouldn't call it communicating. I was still trying to figure out where we were. It looked like an old barn. Tipping my head back, I could see a half-crescent moon drowned in eerie white light poking through a hole in the roof. With another yelp, Noah almost sent the two of us toppling over when he violently threw himself forwards. I could understand why he was so upset, but he was going to attract attention. Twisting in my chair, the barn was empty, for now. If Noah kept muffled screaming and rocking back and forth in his chair, that would change. Noah, I spoke calmly through the uncomfortable stickiness over my mouth, grasping for his clammy hands. He's fucking dead, the mayor's son Muffle wailed, throwing his head into mine. The impact was painful, but I don't even think he felt it. I had to push down the overwhelming urge to slam my skull into his in retaliation. How could he do this to us? Noah's voice choked into a sob. I always knew there was something shady about him joining us. And I even questioned it when we were kids. Yet somehow I was the crazy one for suggesting the weird British kid who inserted himself into our gang was going to betray us. Except, that's not what you said. I hit back. You didn't like him because you wanted to be the only boy in the gang. Noah spluttered. I was 10, and that doesn't even matter. You're changing the subject because I'm right this time. Fuck. He was so annoyingly, infuriatingly right. I had come to realize my best friend was a lot more sensitive than I thought. Noah valued the four of us less like a group of friends, more akin to a family. Let him explain himself, I whispered. He's clearly in some kind of trance. That fast? Noah spat the tape off of his mouth, his voice more of a slur. I could still hear the effects of him being thwacked. You seriously believe someone fucked with Here's head within the space of 5 minutes? I'm not an expert on brainwashing, but that's not how it works. It takes time, moron. Which means he's been playing us this whole fucking time. The bastard knocked me out with a golf club. Marin. He struggled again, And this time, I was out of patience, letting my intrusive thoughts win. I should have asked my own questions. But I wanted to believe that our fourth member was always with us. Just like he had promised at the age of 10 years old when we officiated him joining us with a rainbow cupcake and playfully shoving the boy into the town lake. Noah was rightfully pissed. How could he do this to us? Frustrated, I knocked my head back into Noah's. Shut up. Impact this time was more satisfying than painful. I could practically hear the boy's drug-drunk brain bouncing around his skull. Ow! He shrieked, twisting around. What was that for? Jumping to conclusions, I gritted out, half aware of a flashlight hitting me in the face. The beam danced across the wall in a tease, and I had to squeeze my eyes shut to avoid the scratching glare. Hey, Noah squirmed in his chair. His head fell on my shoulder, arms wriggling against mine. I know you're there, asshole. What the fuck is this? Shish. I shoved him this time. I highly doubt he's been conspiring against us since the 4th grade. I hissed. It's not him. Noah, I told you he's clearly under the influence. And what if it is him? He gritted back. Easy, I said, my lips curving into a smile I didn't understand. Poison in my mouth and bubbling in my blood. This feeling was foreign and new. It felt like my mouth was being stretched together and apart. Suddenly, my bound wrists felt stronger. Like I could twine my fingers around our fourth member's neck, snapping it in two. We kill him. The words were not mine, and yet slipped from my lips so effortlessly. I almost lost my breath. Words were suddenly so hard. Soup on my tongue and choking my brain. No's sharp intake of breath jolted something inside my mind. I could sense the boy's reply in his taut muscles. Goosebumps prickling up and down his bare arms. His stiffening back, but he didn't say it. Even then, something was being pulled inside the two of us, contorting our limbs, our thoughts and speech. I couldn't see his face, but just from the tone of his voice, I knew Noah was smiling. Right, he whispered, his voice more of a breath. We kill him. Despite his words, Noah's body was struggling to act complacent. He knew something was wrong, but I don't think he could speak. If I squinted my eyes through the blinding flashlight in my face, I could see them. Lines. Lines that were above me and below me. Criss-crossing and entangling. I already knew they existed. In every instance I saw them, I was told to forget them. I was told I wasn't allowed to look at them. But not this time. We were awake. You can see them, right? Noah breathed. Yeah, this time. There were no voices in my head to look away and avert my gaze. No piercing eyes to tell me to forget. It was just me and Noah, and the suffocating control both of us were now fully aware of. I opened my mouth to correct myself, to demand answers from the shadow looming closer to us, when my mind retracted again, detaching itself from the memory and plunging further down. I had no time to breathe, no time to anchor myself to reality. Where I was kneeling on my mother's sheepskin rug, warm red pooling down my face with my imaginary friend standing over me. It was going to kill me, I thought dizzily. My words felt distant and wrong, disconnected from my body. Whatever this thing was, what Dr. Delaney had planted inside my mind, was going to fucking kill me. If I could liken this feeling to anything, it would be drowning, suffocating in oblivion. dragging me down, down, down. The memory was agony, already sending my brain into a spasm. I remember waking up, my throat filled with blood. I was lying on my back. A halo of fake hair spread around me. I opened my mouth to scream when agonizing pain ripped through me. A cutting blade just missing my face. Except I didn't have a mouth. I didn't yet have arms or legs. I just had eyes that were wide and wrong and misplaced. Drinking in the world around me that felt far too big. Blinking my new eyes while the start of my lips stretched wider. I could feel my throat muscles twitching. But I didn't have a voice yet. The room was made up of 4 concrete walls and each one had its own pattern. The first wall was covered in old entrails, while the second and third were spattered with old and new crimson. Like someone's idea of a twisted canvas. There were figures wearing pale blue masks. They talked about my body parts like meat. Above me hung a monster made of metal. A humming beast that ran up and down a body I could not yet feel. I could see red string bleeding from parts of me that were not yet attached. Glittering red, pretty ruby red seeping over the edge of my bed. It was so beautiful. Real and red. I felt my mouth choking with sobs. The figures ignored me when I struggled. They left after a while. And the machine stopped. Slimy red strings still clinging to its blade. They were part of me. All the way down my torso and threaded through my arms and legs like artificial veins. Strings. Strings that I could feel entangled with my flesh and bone. Every organ, even my breath, attached to my new mouth. The figures came back to play with my lips and prod at my eyes. And then left me again, lying in my own blood, my gaze flickering across ceiling tiles. When the machine started up again, I finally had a mouth to scream. Forcing my tongue through the stitches, cruelly holding my lips together. Until a silhouette appeared, looming over me. Time had passed. I wasn't sure how much time. But it was enough for me to notice bright red light bathing him in a hellish glow. Dressed in blue hospital scrubs. A mask over his face. This boy looked a little too young to be a nurse. There were things about him that stuck out to me. Familiarity bleeding into my foggy mind. I recognized his eyes already pinched with irritation. Thick sandy blonde hair that had grown out into mousy curls. When he grasped for my strings pinning me to the table, I blurted out a cry. Aris Kane pulled his mask down with one hand, slamming his palm over my mouth with the other. "It's me," he manically gestured to his face. "Shush. If you keep screaming like that, you're going to get us caught." Now fully aware, I drank all of him in. His hospital scrubs were definitely stolen. Belonging to a Dr. Layworth. Tucked into the pocket was a scalpel and a pair of scissors. Aris lifted his own arm which, like mine, was bleeding strings entangled with his veins. He sliced them away easily. Before untying my left wrist, the boy leaned close, shuddering breath tickling my cheeks. "Do you remember senior year?" he whispered, his fingers working to untangle my strings. "You had a panic attack and walked out of your exam. So, we sat in my car with Chipotle and did breathing exercises." Aris inhaled, coaxing me to do the same, while he cut my strings. And like severing an umbilical cord, it hurt. When they were sliced and cut into, it felt like I was being ripped apart. Aris puffed out his chest. You breathe in for 4 seconds. Hold it for 7 seconds. And then exhale for 8 seconds. I did exactly what he said, forcing myself to drag in air and hold it. Wait, I said, my mind fuzzy. Who are you? Aris's smile dampened. It's complicated. When I gave him a quick nod to signal I was okay, he gently pulled me off of the table. Immediately, my legs gave way, but Aris was already wrapping his arm around my shoulder. He led me toward the exit, and I glimpsed half of a torso pinned to another table, a limp arm hanging off of the edge. Everything I was seeing was unfinished. Severed parts and heads. Abandoned saws stained dripping scarlet. In the eerie white glare of the emergency lights, Aris Kane's fingers were slick scarlet. His scrubs were stained, painted, like he was its canvas. Aris led us onto a white hallway, warning lights flashing in his face. There were bodies everywhere. Can you run? I managed a shaky nod. We made it halfway down the hallway before a woman appeared with a gun. Aris stumbled to a stop, and she pointed the gun between his eyes. Her fingers expertly wrapped around the handheld. Look, Aris nudged me, and I followed his gaze. Strings. I could see them dangling from the woman, making her dance. She opened her mouth to speak, only for her throat to open up, sliced straight across by an invisible hand. I blinked. No, not an invisible hand. Noah Presley, who was standing behind her. His fingers wrapped around the scalpel protruding from her throat. His clothes confused me. A paper-thin hospital gown hanging off of a much thinner frame tucked into a pair of jeans. His cheeks were gaunt and malnourished. Those same teasing eyes a lot more hollow than I remembered. Like Aris, Noah's reddish curls had grown out, tousled and uneven. When the woman dropped to the ground, he stepped forward, a tall brunette standing by his side. May. Somehow, she was even more beautiful. Her pigtails were longer, a thick fringe glued to her forehead. May was paler than I remembered. Her skin complexion had been played with, transforming her into more a porcelain doll. The white hospital gown hanging off of her almost blended with her skin. I took notice of the curve in her jawline. Brand new green eyes, instead of the steel pipe-stained scarlet clutched in her fist. May caught my gaze, doing her best to hide the pipe. Noah ducked to pull the scalpel from the dead woman's throat, wiping it on his pants, and then jumped to his feet, flashing me a grin. Yo. His gaze flicked to Aris, and like a disapproving dad, he scowled. What the fuck, dude? We leave you for 5 minutes and you go on a killing spree? Aris folded his arms. It was necessary, he said, pulling us into a run. As usual, Aris led, Noah at his side. I stumbled alongside them. We reached a door and he held up the ID tag he'd stolen. Thankfully, the light flashed green. We've gotta get out of here before they bring out their secret weapon. The roof is 10 floors up, and I only took out the guards on this level. May swung the pipe, bringing up the rear. How many? Too many, Noah said. The three's synergy took me off guard. May acted as a guard. She walked slowly, scanning every corner for pursuers. When I stepped in front of a camera, she grabbed my shoulders gently and shoved me forwards, urging me to run. Aris tossed the ID tag to Noah, and he caught it, throwing it over his neck. Another door opened, and we slid through. Aris was already ahead, out of breath, So, are you ever going to tell us about what happened in the factory? May kept to his side, throwing open a fire door. You really want to do this now? Well, yeah, if she's the only one who remembers. Noah scoffed. I think it's pretty fucking obvious she has no idea who we are. Stop. The small voice crackling through overhead speakers brought us to a standstill. Jerking back on our strings. I thought they were gone. But sure enough, there they were, bleeding from my arms and legs, holding us in place. We did stop, our bodies freezing, bobbing along on scarlet strings. The little girl's breathing was labored, her sobs pulling me left to right. I want you to stop, she gritted out, and Noah dropped to the floor. I want you to stop moving, to stop breathing, to stop, stop, stop. Her tantrum filled my skull, severing control over my body. I felt my knees hit hard marble. All of the breath sucked from my lungs. The sound of heavy footsteps flooded my ears and I was limp. My head hanging, my body more of a marionette in a stranger's arms. Speak, the girl mumbled, and my mouth opened, my lips painfully coming apart to mimic her exact words. In the corner of my eye, the others were doing the same. I belong to Marin, the creator of Middleview, the girl cried. And so did my mouth. I belong to Marin, the creator of Middleview. I will not try to escape again. My teeth clashed together, mimicking hers. I will not try to escape again. If I do, I will become a real doll. If I do, I will become a real doll. She paused. Look at me. I want you to look at me. My head snapped up, my gaze trained on the camera blinking down at us. You're too old, our puppeteer grumbled. I liked you at first because see you were like my older brothers and sisters and fit inside my puppet show. But there's one teensy problem. I was pulled forward, my head snapping back. The Middleview Four are always teenagers. Aris dropped to his knees. They never grow up. May was tossed to the side. They stay in Middleview and solve mysteries forever and ever. And stay best friends until the end of time. She let out a giggle that chilled me to the bone. So, you're not going to grow up. I'm going to make you into real puppets. And you're going to stay in Middleview forever. Doesn't that sound like fun? One of us tried to escape. Tried to tear from their strings. I had no idea who it was. But if I could guess by the sharp hiss next to me, it was the mayor's son. Noah was yanked back, and so were the rest of us. She screamed in frustration, her fingers tightening around our strings. Don't leave me. The little girl started to cry, and something warm hit my cheek. Rain. It ran down my brand new face, trickling into my mouth. The rain tasted like salt. Why do you always try and leave me? She sobbed. I don't want you to leave. Rain. Rain took me back to a car ride down a seemingly endless road. Streetlights dancing in my eyes. And a starless sky. The memory was familiar by now. I was curled up, watching raindrops thunder against the glass of my window when my mother stopped singing. Her fingers retracting from the third passenger's hand. In flashes of consciousness, the figure in the front seat fell limp, their head hanging forward. Mom gently coaxed their shoulder against the pane. I half wondered if she had drugged them too. I slept for a while, my body heavy from the drugs turning my brain to mush. In intervals, loud noises woke me up. only for the gentle lull of the car to send me falling. Mom continued to sing to the two of us, her soft voice swaying me into slumber. The slam of a car door woke me up, my eyes flying open. I was drooling on the window, a thin line of saliva sliding down my chin. Twisting my head to the left, it was my door that had slammed shut. Mom was back in her seat, phone to her ear, blinking rapidly through a thick layer of fog. I noticed the passenger seat was empty. "I have Peter Young," Mom said, glancing at the rearview mirror. I dropped my head to pretend I was sleeping. But Mom wasn't checking on me. It took me a disorienting moment for my heavy thoughts to untangle. There was something pressed against me, a heavy weight lying over my legs. The third passenger was a guy. In the corner of my eye, the figure was twisted like a pretzel, their head uncomfortably pressed against the right window, while I took the left. "Yes, he's still attached," Mom said, when my gaze found slimy strings still clinging to him, wrapped around his arms and legs. With him so close, I could almost pretend he was still human. But then I saw the back of his head, a shallow mess of strings bound around his spine, and something acidic slithered up my throat. I turned away from him. I didn't want to know who it was. Whoever it was, they were no longer who I remembered them as. I felt sick, my stomach twisting. The hollowed-out shell of one of the Middleview Four was lying lifeless over my legs, and I couldn't move to squirm away from them. Mom sighed. "I just want your promise that my daughter will stay out of whatever game you're playing." Her tone hardened. I cut him down earlier. "Yes, Marin figured it out." Mom snorted out a laugh. "How am I supposed to track her movements? She's 23. Mom was seemingly cut off, letting out a frustrated hiss. "No, I told you my daughter is no longer part of it. If I have to, I will move her across the country." Her fingers tightened around the wheel. "Yes, I'm serious. I have Peter Young. Take him or leave him." Mom swerved right, avoiding an oncoming truck, its headlights searing my eyes. Well, that's your problem." "No, I'm not negotiating. If you want Peter, I'm about 10 minutes away. I gave him enough R95 so he's not going to be any trouble." "Yes, I can confirm he's just a doll. I don't think he's fully conscious." Mom was cut off again, her fingers growing white around the wheel. "Delaney wants inside her head. He's in charge of finding the missing kid, and Marin will be the first person on his list. Block my number after this meeting." When she ended the call, Mom slammed her fists into the wheel, and the third passenger jolted, their legs stretching out. It was a lot more human than I'd realized. I didn't think puppets had leg cramps. I don't know how much time passed before I roused again. This time, the car had stopped. Rain was slamming against the window, but this time I could feel it soaking my hair and cheek. I was curled into the seat, my head pressed into rich-smelling leather. The car door was open, an icy breeze lashing against my cheeks and blowing my hair back. Mom was leaning over me, wrapping her arms around the third passenger, scooping the shell of a boy into her embrace. Cold, the soft croak dragged me out of slumber. I knew who it was, but I couldn't move. His voice was a hollowed-out cry. I couldn't call it human. His mouth jerking left to right, still on strings. "Why am I cold?" Mom didn't react, squeezing the boy to her chest. I'm so cold. His voice whipped around in the wind. But I still heard it loud and clear. A human cry clinging onto long dead flesh. Kill me. She turned and strode directly into the downpour. The lifeless shell of my best friend hanging limp in her arms. Everything that had been him, illuminated in passing headlights whizzing past us. There was something wet in my lap. Strings. I held them up, dangling them between my fingers. My body was moving before I consciously knew what I was doing. Slipping out of the car, I fell directly onto my knees. I was still made of lead, my limbs heavy. I could see Mom's figure through half-lidded eyes. Lashes of rain gluing my hair to my face. She came to an abrupt stop suddenly, as if someone was pulling her strings, followed by the crack of a gunshot piercing the night. I remembered blindly crawling until my hands were damp, palms pressed into warm scarlet seeping across the road. Mom's eyes found me in the dark, wide, and slightly manic. She had already wiped her hands on the front of her shirt. Red smears decorating the seam. Her mouth formed a smile. And I was already stumbling back. See, Marin. Mom's voice rattled in my skull. She started forwards, wrapping her around me. Everything is going to be okay. She hummed. I got rid of the bad people. You're safe now. Back in the present. I was choking up bloody strings. My imaginary version of the mayor's son still hovering over me. It took me a moment to anchor myself. Grabbing toilet paper and pressing it to my nose and mouth. Wow. Noah was back, less shadowy and more himself. He inclined his head, a swath of reddish curls slipping over his eyes. You don't look so good. What I knew for sure was Dr. Delaney was after the memory of the car ride. And I had no doubt he would be pursuing me again. There was no point in telling Noah. He was my subconscious. He'd seen it too. The mayor's son had seen everything. From our attempted escape, to the car ride revealing the identity of the puppet cut from their strings. Still, though, I couldn't get it out of my head that something was off about them. So, I asked him again, applying pressure to my nose. Why do you keep getting older? Noah's lips curled into a smirk. He folded his arms. You're a member of the Middleview Four. He teased. You've brought down first-grade milk thieves, druggy janitors, and evil teacher cults who brought the world crashing down. When I caught his eye, he pressed a finger to his lips. That's a spoiler. Noah chuckled. Anyway, you've been solving mysteries since we were little kids and you still haven't figured it out yet? Before I could open my mouth, he continued, bouncing on his heels. He was enjoying this. You still can't solve the mystery of who we are. I felt somewhat comfortable again, reveling in the warm light from my mother's lamp. Comfortable enough to hit him in the chest, which felt real. Noah settled me with a pitiful smile. You just technically hit yourself. I ignored him. You say it like it's easy. It is easy. He rolled his eyes. You're not much of a detective. Are you? You sound pissed. I am pissed. You call yourself a detective and yet you ignore clues literally right in front of you. It's screaming at you, right in the face, and you turn your head and pretend to be oblivious. Noah's eyes drank me in. Enveloped in darkness I was yet to know and understand. Are you scared? Noah stepped closer. Is that why you're choosing to be ignorant? Things are falling into place. But something tells me you don't want them to fall into place. For the first time in your life, You would rather the mystery of yourself and us remains unsolved. You killed all those townspeople. I said. Why? I don't know. Marin. I'm not real. I tried again. Who is Peter Young? How am I supposed to know? It's your memory. Harsh. Aris was leaning against the door. His arms folded. These guys had a habit of appearing out of nowhere, bleeding into my line of vision. Aris blew hair out of his eyes. Can't you go a little easier on her? You're acting like memory diving and casually hallucinating your dead friends who don't make sense as an everyday thing. It's the truth. She's scared. Leave her alone. May mumbled from her place on the floor. She was sorting through the avalanche of papers knocked onto the carpet. She looked up, shooting them both death glares. She has a lot of bullshit to process. Idiots. Noah blew a raspberry. Yeah. Such as the ever-growing question of who we are. There's one in particular that's driving her mad, but she's ignoring it. He was taking the words right out of my mouth. Noah Presley was fluctuating the more I got to know the memories of him. His eyes growing increasingly more void. Ever since the broken jigsaw pieces in my head started to fit together. I had been growing more anxious of my own identity. And who the four of us really were. In reality, they were dead, puppets on strings in a stage play. Over the last few days, more and more details were sliding into place. Puzzle pieces I wish wouldn't fit. Closer to the truth. Closer to the identity of the boy in my mother's car who she saved. Closer to the answer behind them being dead at 15. And yet I had seen them a lot older. Covered in blood and armed with scissors. My imaginary friends couldn't decide on what age they were. There. No's voice surprised me. He was watching me, head cocked to the side. The mayor's son was thinking ahead. As usual, he was already joining the dots. He leaned forward and blew in my face. That infuriating smile growing. That's what's driving you mad, Marin. And it's scaring you too. Because, realistically, how possible is it for 3 15-year-olds to be killed? Turned into mindless dolls. And then appear in your memories grown up? Noah followed my gaze. Oh, you have questions. But you don't want to ask them. The boy jutted his chin. You know what I'm talking about. Right? I did. Aris. Inside the room drenched in red. He said something that stuck inside my head. May held up a crumpled piece of paper. It was the list of subjects. Zip it. Presley. Do you want to screw with her head even more? She jumped to her feet. So, we're all agreeing that these are the kids responsible for all of this? Aris nodded slowly. Makes sense. These little brats wanted dolls. And we were all they had. May perched herself on Mom's desk. Okay, so we start there. She nodded to me. The girl in your memory. May inclined her head. What did she do? Noah folded his arms when I choked on my response. See, she doesn't want to talk about the elephant in the room. Elephant? May frowned. I knew what he was talking about. But getting to that can of worms could wait. I've got this, Aris announced, striding over to me. It's just a matter of asking her questions that ignite memories. I read about it in a book. The boy turned back to me, cracking his knuckles. His smile was reassuring. But Aris Kane was just my subconscious. And my subconscious was demanding answers. Okay, so, tell me what we did in our last semester of high school. No's head snapped up. Seriously? Seriously. Aris ignored his glare. We want to know who we are. Right? The mayor's son looked comfortable leaning his head against the wall. Well, yeah. He did the scrunchy nose thing he did when he was trying to be pedantic. But isn't that too pushy? Says the guy who was grilling her to take another deep dive. May chuckled, flicking through one of Mom's books. Aris sighed. Like I said, I've got this. He twisted to me like I was his test subject. Senior year. What did we do? I had to swallow sour paste. Is that a trick question? No. I was aware of May and No's gazes burning into my back. Nothing, I said, my gut twisting into knots. Mom took me away the summer before sophomore year. You died and they brought you back as those things. Thinking back, I was hounded by the memory of being paralyzed in my mom's car. Bloody strings slipping through my fingers. A heavy weight across my legs. Aris held my gaze, his expression crumpling. It looked like he might say something before he snorted. Dancing back. Geez, when you put it like that, it sounds super depressing. Yes, but she's not answering your question. Noah was suddenly directly in front of me. In overexposed light, his hair resembled fire licking across his forehead. Yeah, we were brought back and turned into dolls. We've been through all of that 1,000 times. He held up his index. But, you're missing one vital detail. I said, what you did the night we searched the string factory. No's lips pricked. He raised a brow, lowering his voice. Oh, now you're blaming me? You really don't want to talk about the elephant, huh? Stepping back, he winked at me. Suit yourself. You remembered most of the car ride. So, you just need to think. And stop dwelling on the past. Right? In the corner of my eye, a shadow hung from the ceiling. Blood seeped across the floor, pooling on my mom's desk. Aris let out a sharp hiss. May squeaking, lifting her feet up on the desk. Tipping his head back, Noah blinked through sharp red dripping onto his face, trickling down his cheek, just like when we found May. When the light caught his face, bringing his eyes to life, he was wearing his crown again. This crown was different from what I remembered. When he was gutted by the cult of kids, No's corpse wore a crown of entwined daisies as a way of declaring him no longer an omen. This one was made of blood-stained roses, a crown of glass and thorns. The boy whipped it off his head with a scowl, straightening up. That's what I mean by dwelling on the past. Nice crown. Aris chuckled. Meanwhile, I was turned into hamburger helper. It's all yours. Noah threw it at the boy, who caught it, placing it on his own head. No offense, but I would rather be dragged through a meat grinder than be the so-called king of a cult run by our psychotic superfan. You're just saying that. No, I'm serious. I would rather be torn apart than be a Midsummer knockoff. I was dragged through spinning blades. You got impaled by a tree branch. Turning my attention away from their argument, I noticed the panel on the hidden door had changed. May appeared next to me with a smile. A keypad. She poked it. What are the chances of the code being 1234? Aris joined us, examining the keypad for himself. Huh, this thing seems to be both manual and biometric. If we go in there, there's a chance of it automatically locking us in. He shot me a grin. We did get locked inside the freezer in Lady Croft's mansion when we stupidly thought it was a good hiding place. But it's worth a try. Right? Noah threw a screwed up piece of paper at him. There's a 100% chance that the door is armed. Also, we got hypothermia and almost died. Genius. Aris tipped his head back. So, what do you propose we do? You heard Marin's mom. Delaney is coming back for her. Yeah, that was at the back of my mind. I'm still scared he's going to come back. Noah grinned. We meditate. What? Relax. I read about it in a book. He mocked Aris's accent. Aris threw a book at him. And easily dodging it, Noah situated himself in front of me, pressing his fingers to my temples. His eyes flickering shut. Just relax, okay? We can try going through your memories at our own pace. And not whatever the fuck Delaney did to you. That's your idea of meditating? May raised a brow. Noah cracked one eye open. It's all I got. His touch was familiar, strong enough to pull me back. Back to being tied back to back with Noah. Inside a ticking time bomb. The case that twisted both boys out of shape. And brought our painful reality crashing down on us. What I am guessing led Noah to become the infamous Middleview Strings murderer. Something I really do not want to see. I'm fucking terrified of seeing who he really is. Case 11. The disappearance. And subsequent brainwashing. Of Aris Kane. However, before I allowed myself to plunge, the question that had been haunting my mind finally slammed into me. Aris. The boy inclined his head. Yeah? I was already speaking before I could help it. My tongue tangling. You've been inside my memories asking me the same question. What happened in the strings factory? You guys keep asking me the same questions. Creeping into my head to try and get answers. But you want answers of your own that have nothing to do with my subconscious. You asked me about senior year, but we never had one. You told me I had a panic attack during my exam. But you died at 15 years old. Aris rolled his eyes. Thank you for once again reminding me of my untimely demise. Noah groaned, tipping his head back. Let her talk. No. I said, well, yes. You're dead. I saw you carved into a child's puppet. Thanks. I swallowed. It felt like the penultimate part of the mystery. When I was piecing things together, Noah was usually the one who said the speech, joining all the dots and ripping off the metaphorical mask. I could sense the boy watching me closely. Mouth curled. I swore every time I looked away from the mayor's son. His eyes were growing darker, more hollow, like he was waiting for something. But you remember a senior year when I had that panic attack. You remember being 17 years old. Which means, May slowly got to her feet. Her eyes widening. We know what it means. It's obvious. What we need to figure out is how it's possible. Leaning against the wall, Noah wasn't smiling. I could almost mistake his expression for pain. Somehow, our fourth member grew up.